Hello, y'all. How's it going? It is Saturday. It is July 4th, and that means it's the 4th of July, which is a holiday here in America. And for the last, let me tell you what we're doing here. For the last 3 years, since I've always had the 4th of July off, I've always saw fit to do some sort of big stream. And for the last 4 years in particular, the last 3 years, from 2023 through today, the last previous 3 4th of Julys, you understand, I have done a big long stream where I tried to beat as many 2D Marios as I could in one sitting, with each 2D Mario being randomly selected during those streams. First year, we did 8 as the thumbnail for the first of those indicated. Then the next year there were 4 more, including the addition of Yoshi's story, which was added to sort of up the number a little bit. Was sort of starting to run low at that point, and also thought it would be fun to include Yoshi's story. And also that year, Wonder was included as the first one, since it was the longest option possible. And then finally, the following year, did an additional 5 last 2D Marios, including some where I really had to stretch to include 5, to get up to 5. I had to throw in Melee, and Mario Run was one of the ones that year, and also the anchor was Yoshi's Island, which, arguably, should it count? I don't know, but it's a great game, and also it's very, it can't be sped up that much, so you can't. I'll say, with some of the ones in the later 2 years, we could only do 5, because Yoshi's Island and Mario Wonder could only be sped up so much, and also we were running low, and this and that, and, well, I'll say, I don't know if you're keeping count or paying attention, or if you have a list in front of you. You probably don't, but let me tell you the fact. And the fact is, we're out of 2D Marios, pretty much. I've done them all, pretty much, with a couple of exceptions, which includes the game you're seeing in front of you now, Mario Maker 2. This year, we're doing Mario Maker 2 as the first of the bunch, of the first of the games. And Mario Maker 2 is kind of long, so it'll be like Wonder and Yoshi's Island insofar as it'll probably take most of the night, most of the stream, to get through Mario Maker 2. And then what, you ask? Well, I also have Mario Maker 3DS, which does in fact have a sort of story mode, it turns out. It has a Mario Challenge, which is, I think, a little shorter than Mario Maker 2's, but I think it should be feasible to do as well, also in a 12-hour stream, if Mario Maker 2 goes really well and fast and good. We'll see. And also, there are the sample courses of Mario Maker 1, which are a lot less substantial and a lot more quick. Maybe those are a half-hour tops. But I have all 3 games ready. I have done some audio checking to make sure that they're all basically the same volume, more or less. And I think we're ready to do this. Let me say a couple things as far as length goes. Mario Maker 2, the story mode here, which I'll say I'm currently loaded into a temp account here, so I got a fresh file and all that. I'll say the time to beat for Mario Maker 2 is the how long to beat for 100% says around 7.5 hours. That is a lot of time. It is worth noting that if we were to be able to get a time of 5 hours or under, we'd be in the top 10 as far as speedruns.com is concerned, so maybe temper expectations insofar as, this going super duper duper fast, or maybe not that many people have run the category. I think there's 18 total in that leaderboard. Maybe we put in any time, we're on the list somewhere, and you know, that's fine and good, and maybe we will be top 10. I don't know. Let's see. Let's find out. So yeah, with if 7.5 hours is what it takes, it's going to be tough to squeeze in the other two, but we'll see what happens. I think Mario Maker 3DS is shorter, and I think that Mario Maker 1 is shorter even than that. So, like, as far as sample courses go, of course, there's tons of, you know, all these games, you can make 1,000,000 levels, you can play 1,000,000 levels, and I'll say, for what it's worth, if you don't know me, my main game is Mario Maker. I play it on Fridays every week, so this playthrough is not only just the culmination of 4 years of all-star streams as previously established, but also it is my main game, and I'm playing through the story mode of my main game, so that's interesting. And I haven't done that since it came out, like in 2019, so it's going to be a little bit, it's going to be fun, I reckon. It's been a long time since I did so. I'm excited. I have been for a while looking forward to this stream. Are we ready to go? I think let's, once we start, it's going to be one unbroken segment, and we're going to just go as fast as we can. I will say, with the previous All-Star streams, you know, the first one, second one, third one, the goal was just to beat the games, any percent style, which means for a lot of them, you know, Mario World, etc., there's shortcuts and all that, and indeed, in this game, there are shortcuts as well. There is a way to, you don't have to finish every level to get everything completed, but seeing as this is my main game, I think I should do 100%, and I think if I did tonight and didn't do every single level, you know, I would regret that and eventually want to come back and do every single goddamn level, and see the whole breadth of what story mode has to offer. And do it live on stream. It would be easier to do the other games if we didn't do 100%, but I think this is a fair thing to do for the final one of these. Oh, also one more thing, we're not going to randomize the order. We're just going to go to 3DS next, as it's the second largest, and then if we have time, Wii U, the Mario Maker 1 original game. We'll see if we have time. Having time is an important bit, I'll say. I prefer to keep these streams under under 12 hours long. I say I prefer it. YouTube doesn't allow it to go over 12 hours without separate VODs, so that's sort of the score there. We'll take a break in between games to switch between them and get everything prepped so as to minimize downtime in between games. This will be nice and good. Okay! Let's get going. I'm hitting story mode, and we're gonna see the opening cutscene here. We're going to watch the cutscenes, I think. I think that's what we did in the previous 3 years. It's been a while. Who remembers? But if you don't know, the story mode of Mario Maker, basically you're building the castle back by doing stages and collecting coins by completing them. The reset rockets reset the castle in 2 seconds due to undog. These characters are part of the UI of Mario Maker, and also, are they from Mario Paint? They might be from Mario Paint. Three, two. In the actual game, it goes 3, 2, 1, but just goes from 5 in the cutscene because this would be too fast. It was 3, 2, 1. Gameplay-wise, it's better to be faster because you don't want to be holding down the button for too long. So basically, we have to do levels. And we go over here and we get levels to do, and then we do them. I'm not going to read the descriptions. I'm just going to jam. Maybe I should read the descriptions. Maybe I should, maybe I should. I'm not going to, because time. Let's get it moving. The first level is a demo of Mario Maker 2's biggest new feature. Remember when slopes were brand new? That's right, that's what this level is showing off. That you can slide down slopes and run up them as well if you care to. Remember when this was novel? People don't use slopes enough nowadays. People don't give you that many opportunities to slide it down slopes. It used to be cool and novel and neat. Would recommend people use slopes more.
Oh, wow.
Do I have to fucking give the coins every time? Okay. Yes. Looks like we will have to deal with some amount of, like, it's been a while since I played this story mode, so I don't remember 100% what happens in between the, levels, but I think we will have to go in and do stuff. Let's go. So this is showing off one of the other... Was this a new thing? I don't remember. I think, no, I think there were tons of on-off. On-off was not new, right? I can't remember. I'm trying to think of a case where in the original game I definitely used on-off blocks. Nothing is coming to mind. Maybe on-off blocks were new for this game, and were on-off blocks new? It's been so long. It makes sense that they were. It's a cool feature, and definitely one that they wanted to show off. Worth showing off, etc. if they were new, but I don't know. I feel like they're so essential nowadays that I take them for granted, as does everyone. It feels like they've been in the game forever, but were they? Probably, maybe not. What the fuck are the... Oh, I gotta go into the pipe. I thought I was gonna poop out a star or something. In this case, you gotta... Pro tip! Do that! Make the star come to you a little bit faster. That's way better than... Moderately better. It's a little bit better. Marginally faster. Oopsie daisy. I think this was the first time off-on blocks were in Mario Maker. Feels like they've been here forever. They're so essential. But you know what? That's probably like the second best. Honestly, on-off blocks might have been the best addition to Mario Maker. I should Google real fast. Mario Maker 2 new items. Let me see what it introduced. Not the changed items. I want to see like the just new thing. Everything new in Mario Maker 2. IGN. Slopes, Angry Sun, Snake Block, on-off switch. I think I just clicked the wrong one. Yeah, I did. Yeah, on-offs were new. Seesaw, Swing Claws, Water Level. Lava Level, Custom Scroll, Vertical Sub-Areas, Scroll Stop. Vertical Sub-Areas are another big one. That's definitely top 5, I would say. Top 5 new elements in the game. Does 3D World count? If 3D World counts, yeah, that's one of the big 3 of Mario Maker 2. But it was slopes, on-off blocks, vertical subworlds, maybe 3D World. 3D World certainly is a lot different and has a lot of things baked in. I feel like it's a big one to include. Would something like the Magic Koopas be a good pick? Or not the Magic Koopas, the Koopa Kids. That one would be a good candidate. So far, so good. These are going nice and fast. Scroll Stop, Dry Bone Shell, Big Coins. Ooh, I really like Big Coins as a pick. I feel like Big Coins really give a lot of you really get a lot of good opportunities to do optional challenges when big coins are in play. I think I need to go over to her every time and say, like, okay. Oh, okay, so I don't have to do that. I don't think Angry Sun is one of the three, honestly. Clear conditions. Clear conditions are a big one. Diagonal Red Yoshi. Diagonal conveyor belts. Parachutes. I like parachutes. Those are a cool thing that you can, you know, putting on a parachute onto an enemy and having them float down in a cool pattern, I think is very fun. I feel like they're underused, generally, but, hey, there's the parachute. I think Angry Sun is bigger than... No, I think parachutes are bigger than Angry Sun, because Angry Sun is a limited thing. Angry Sun, you really have to make a level like this where you're standing at just the right spot to make the Angry Sun work. If you're standing at the wrong spot, it doesn't work, because the Angry Sun will just go under you. And, basically, you have to be at this exact height. Yes. Level is a classic. I will say, by the way, I do believe that the story mode of Mario Maker 2 is full of excellent, excellent levels. I remember playing through it, and pretty much, it was consistently full of levels that I played and went, yeah, that's pretty damn good. Pretty damn good level right there. I feel like they definitely got better with making sample courses and courses to show off the various mechanics as the franchise went on. They were a little bit more mediocre in Mario Maker 1, and I don't never played through the campaign of 3DS, so that'll be new when we get to that, as far as how it operates, how it goes.
Let's go.
Boom Boom Story, a couple of handful of new themes, the Moon, Ground Knight. I think the biggest gotta be the biggest things that they added here gotta be vertical subworlds, slopes, on off. For the last three out of top 5, I can go with a bunch. I'm not really sold on any particular. 06i, what do you think the biggest additional things in Mario Maker were? Like, in Mario Maker 2 here, the biggest new things. Does 3D World count? I'm not sure if 3D World count, but if it does, yeah, that'd be top 4. My nose is irritated, as it often fucking is. Bah. Looks like in this case we got a P switch race. Very nice. Slopes or night themes. I can see night themes as a good night themes are a good one, because you know what, now that you say that, that does cover like a wide gambit of, like, you got slippery slopes, you got like toxic levels, you got dark levels. There's a lot of additional options opened up by dark themes in this game. For sure, that's I think an excellent call out there. Yeah. I think Koopalings might be a good pick, honestly. Koopalings actually, I do think the Koopalings added a lot to the game. And, you know, they're basically the go-to boss fight that people use, even in lieu of Bowser Jr. What the fuck? Instead of like things like Bowser Jr. and people don't use so much Bowser Jr. and Bowser himself anymore, or what the hell is Boom Boom, or even the 3DS one, Pom Pom. Those ones aren't used so much, but the Koopalings, there's so many of them, and they're, you know, they're people are always putting them in their world finales. Wait, we probably need to talk to one of these guys and get the next part of the castle built, because I think we do have all of them. Clear conditions. Clear conditions are kind of a big one. Clear conditions are very cool and allow for a different sort of level than otherwise would be possible. I think clear conditions are an excellent example of something you can do in Mario Maker that you couldn't do in Mario Maker 2, that you couldn't do in Mario Maker 1. Definitely one of the top, yeah, I could see clear conditions as number 5. If 3D World doesn't count. Which maybe it should. 3D World is kind of a big one. Oop. Okay. We haven't died yet. Worth noting right now. We haven't died yet. And, if we do, the more we die in this playthrough, the more time this is going to take, understand? Especially levels like this with no checkpoints, because of clear conditions. On account of clear condition. If we die in a level like this, it's gonna be mildly sad. Almost like a 70-second level. It didn't take that long, actually. We started with 300 seconds. I need to go talk to the Toad. Maybe you could make an argument for, like, one of the side modes. One of the side things, like the versus or the co-op or the co-op making. I never really partook in any of that, so I don't really care. It never really was a big thing for me, but I could see the argument. I can see an argument for those things. Swing claws. This was a new one, but not a big one. Swing claws, really good addition to this game, but I do think that they are funky enough where they're kind of hard to consistently make good use of. You know, they're not quite as versatile as, like, the vines in DKC, right? Is that wrong entirely? Are the vines in DKC a little more stiff and a little more limited? Maybe the vines are more limited and stiff, but they fit into platform a little bit better. This claws are a little bit more physicsy. Were the claws an original thing for Mario Maker? I feel like they were, which make them kind of an interesting addition. You know, an interesting thing to put in there, considering, like, yeah, no, they weren't based on any existing mechanic. I don't know. I don't have the facts in front of me. Were they original? What the fuck do I know? It's boot time. I like Karibo's shoe. Kuribo's shoe is a very classic level of 3, and I think that it's, in retrospect, wild that it took them so long to bring it back. You know, it took them, like, wasn't it like the new games that first brought it back? Like, it wasn't, I think it was like 20 years before a Mario game was like, hey, the boots are back. And yes, this time we're just calling them boots because Kuribo's shoe, Kuribo means Goomba in Japanese, so it just means Goomba's shoe. It wasn't supposed to be a mistranslation, guys. Don't worry about it. It would have been cool if Mario 64 had had the shoe as, like, a 4th power or something. And then you could, like, walk on, I don't know, were there spikes in Mario 64? There should have been, so that you could have boots, and that you could jump on enemies who otherwise were, like, spiky. Were there spiky enemies in Mario 64? There should have been, so that the boot would be there and relevant and stuff. That would have been, rad. Keys were not new, at this point, worth noting. At this, the first couple levels were showing off, like, brand new things, and now they're showing off things that are just like, you know, hey, they're, if you haven't played the previous game, like, yeah, keys are very good for making doors work. I see. I remember this one. This is, like, one of a quintessential puzzle level, where you use the various devices to solve puzzles. In this case, we need a spring. In the other case, we need a P-switch. We chose wrong with our POW. Probably one of these will be right. I don't see anything wrong with this. Oh, this would be P-switch again. But I think I can do it with, nothing at all. That works. Alright. This isn't like we need, I don't know how many keys we need. But, we'll get all of them? Why not get all of them? And be safe. This one feels like we need to stack springs. Turns out spring is a pretty good one. This one's gotta be POW. We gotta kill these guys with POW. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Ow. We need to save our POW. Damn it. Okay, let's go spring and go over here and how you doing, 06i? Happy 4th of July, by the way. Happy 4th of July to anyone and everyone. Hope you're doing well and you know, enjoying if you have the day off. I mean, most people do. It's a holiday and all that, and also a Saturday. You have the day off, which I hope you do. I hope you're enjoying it. I hope that you'll have a lovely day. I've currently got all days off, technically, kind of, in a way. So, doesn't make that much of a difference to me, weekend or not, but still, you know, for the last few years, that wasn't the case, and this year, for the last couple years, that's why I always did these on the 4th of July, because I got the day off, and, you know, it's a holiday, and felt like it was a fun thing to do, and this year is different in some ways, but not really that different. It's just a good time to do a stream. Also, it'll be a bit of fun. Really been looking forward to this and seeing what I can how it goes and all that. There we go. That's what we're looking for. What do you think we need for the last one? I mean, if POW was correct for, you know, for I feel like POW's got to be the answer for yes. In this case, we use the POW to bridge the gap. Excellent. Okay. It was definitely POW. Process of elimination. Both the POWs were on the far right. Were they ordered in the order that they are? No. It would have made sense if the POW was on the right-hand side. Then you'd bring the POW to the right place. I don't need this. This level is over. Tell me we didn't just need one key. No, we need like 5, 4, or something. Definitely got overkill. We could get the top of the flagpole with these 3 keys, but I'm just going to cash in now. Not like it's worth the extra time, I don't think. Coin collection and such. That's going to be a weird part of this. I think. Weird considering they didn't just consider making doors that require multiple keys to unlock. Yeah, that is weird. That would have been cool if just like, hey, this key door requires, you know, X amount of keys. Or if they required, like, specific keys, like, this door unlocks, like, red. This is a red key for a red door. This is a blue key for a blue door. There's, things they could have done that, they didn't do. So, how does this work? Can I... If I set them to building like that, it just adds on top of that, and it gets completed as levels are done. Guess we just need to start just buying things as soon as we have the cash. Ugh. I slept okay. Got a nice night's sleep. Slept in decently good. I will say I did not, I haven't watched today's new anime. There's a lot of new anime today. Ooh, Bonsai Bills. Were Bonsai Bills new? I don't think, I think I remember Bonsai Bills being in the first game. Bonsai Bills are a very cool enemy. I might be mistaken. Looking, well, these ones definitely were. The vertical coming right at you Bonsai Bills certainly very much were. Who remembers the more Mario World style ones, if those ones were also new to this this game. I don't remember, and I'm just going to do this level as quickly as possible, so we're just gonna boogie. Bonsai Bills are very cool. I like the ones that go sideways more than the ones that come straight at you, honestly. I'll say I haven't watched any of the new animes. I did watch today's episode of Daemons of the Shadow Realm before the stream, and that's it. Just that, and you know, nothing else. I also did watch the last show of yesterday. I said on the stream I didn't get a chance to watch that that one before the stream. Watched it after. It wasn't very good. It's just an ecchi thing that has no budget and is not very good. Hey, it's Seesaws, one of the new things. Another new thing, but not a top, this is not top, 5. I would hesitate to say that it was top 10. I think the Seesaws are a good addition, but, rather low in the ranking of, new things they added in Mario Maker 2. You can't even slide on them. They're kind of... It would be cool if you could slide on them. Weird that you can't. As a result, you have to, like, just run up and down them. Cool if you could slide. I mean, it's not like it would... It might turn from up to down. That wouldn't matter. Just have the slide physics work how the slide physics work. It can account for that, I think. Just stop you sliding as soon as you run out of momentum. Pretty straightforward. Would have been pretty straightforward. I don't know. Maybe Mario Maker 3 will change that. It's possible. I'm looking forward to checking out all the new anime, you know, tomorrow. when I'm off stream, will definitely have to watch all the weekend's new anime and start thinking, okay, fuck, there's like a dozen Saturday and Sunday shows probably put together. So, you know, both of them are going to have to be pretty selective days, all told. Like, yeah, no, I gotta, wait, is this, Tunnel to the Dark Side of the Moon? I saw up mentioned. Maybe that was just saying, use up to go into an upward pipe. I believe that is correct, yes. This is a gimmick level where... This is the original, upside down. The level has been remade on either side of, the thing. I say it's the original. It's not like, you know, I think Kirby games have had something like this for some time. You know, like those, there's the Kirby All-Stars, campaign where you switch seasons by, going through, doors or something. Stuff like this has existed in games forever. But, this is the first instance of it in Mario Maker, and I think I've seen a few instances of this, of regular people doing regular level of it. It's cool when they do. Always cool when they do. Here's the ending. Nice and quick. I like how these are nice and quick. These are nice and quick, and they show you what's what, and they get the job done. And then, hey, maybe you make a massive hard one. You make a Kaizo version of that. There should be a light Kaizo version of that, where, you know, there must be a light Kaizo version of that somewhere in the world. Someone has to have built that at some point, right? Probably. Maybe. Squeak, squeak. Alright. Alright, now we can build the main hall. Oh, no, we can't because we don't have enough coins. Okay. We also do have to be aware that, we need to talk to our NPCs on occasion and, get jobs from them. We can take it from here. I think Underdog was saying something about, swinging claws and an escape from... Oh, this is use the goal without using any swing claws. You know, is this an option? Is this something you can do clear condition-wise? Like in the actual game? I don't think I've ever seen a clear condition level with the clear condition to not use any claws. That's, ah! That's a good one, so, I don't know why it hasn't, I haven't seen it before in the last 4 years of, 4.5 years of streaming Mario Maker. You would think that, someone could make a real fucked up level with this concept. That's the first time we've died in the, in the story mode so far. Fun. That'll be the fuck. Last time. That'll be the last time that happens. You could do some interesting stuff like, Oh, yeah. No. I'm not doing that. I'm playing it vanilla style. Don't need to, like, do any editing. That's an interesting idea, though, for a game, making it so that you can edit it. Oh, and I'm covering up the big edit button, by the way, so, just don't worry about it. You don't have to care, and we're not going to edit. I'm not going to move, also. I have no plans of that. Oh, that's really cool. Making it so that you have to go under because, you know, the fucking thing. That's just some smart-ass design. This is a great level. I'll say, again, I think the Mario Maker 2 story mode is full of excellent levels that are very well put together and are just creative on top of being very cool. Like this one. Which is also just a good example of a thing that people should do. Take inspiration from this level, folks. Look at this level. Is that even possible? I don't have time to check if that's actually possible in Mario Maker. Actually, it could be not actually possible. There are a few things in the campaign that I know for sure are not possible. This is obviously possible. This has been done. Requiring a dry bone shell is pretty standard, pretty stock. Not unusual in the slightest. Auto scroller, no speeding this up, but I could slow it down by dying, so let me be moderately careful. I'm also thirsty, so this is a good time for a drink. I've often done big long streams without taking any breaks, and I would like to do that tonight, especially because, like I said, if this goes really fast, this could be, you know, maybe I'll submit it to, like, the speedruns.com if we get under, like, you know, a decent time. I'm hoping we do. I don't see any reason why we wouldn't. Maybe it is such that you probably need to do a few runs before you get, like, a decent time, and I don't plan on doing any more than this one right here. For what it's worth. And maybe just, like, debts like that are going to make this, you know, more like 7 hours and less like 5. It's actually a really bad death also because, again, yeah, it's an auto-scroller. You can't speed these up. Blah! I'm curious about today's new anime. I am. I'm really interested in checking them out. There's a bunch of them today because it's Saturday. The biggest, that's like the busiest day of the content week as far as shows go. Because, you know, it's the weekend. People have time off. Do people have time off in Japan? I feel like even on weekends, people go to school in Japan, at least for half a day. And, you know, as a result, you wouldn't think it'd be as good. Maybe our Saturday is their Sunday, and they do have the Sunday off, so there you go. Maybe that's the logic there.
Oh yeah.
I know, Luigi. Can I know I died a couple times. Relax, chill. Can you make it not an auto-scroller? Could you do that for me? With this level, honestly, it's kind of paced out such that you need the tide to go up and down. It's honestly, even if this wasn't an auto-scroller, you wouldn't be able to speed this up, so even if that was an option that Luigi enabled, it wouldn't help us much. Because, yeah, this is where we have to go next. And after this will be another section where we have to go next is pretty much set in stone. We have to crawl under this, and then, we'll go right here. And now we can go under here, and, yeah. Say, like, I don't know if this is a particularly common take, but not the biggest fan of auto-scrollers. They're just slow, and I really don't like it when you have a level where you cannot speed it up. A level where you cannot speed it up, and that's a level where you cannot speed it up. Even if that wasn't an auto-scroller, you wouldn't be able to speed it up. And I find that really frustrating, and I bet a lot of people do, honestly. I imagine it's not very uncommon. Bark, bark. You have a lot of jobs. Arf, arf. No jumping. So Undo Dog, I guess, has just a bunch of clear condition levels, which are cool. Cool type of level, Undog, to make into your main thing. Just run right under that one. Yay, yay, yay. Can Undog not jump? Is that what he's telling us? Jumping enemies was always cool with the wings. That was always a cool thing that enemies could do in this game. You know, it's a second pattern, basically. It's a second pattern that an enemy could have, and that allows you to use them in other ways other than vanilla patterns. God damn it. I get it, yeah. These levels never did work out. These levels are always fairly tedious. Fairly tedious, these ones. It's just what they are. It's just their nature. Luigi is telling me I can cheat if I want. I do think I did look and see, like, I did look at the speedrun stuff real fast, and apparently the assist tools are allowed for the speedruns. So I bet, I wonder, really, there is some question I have right now as far as, like, okay, well, is there, like, are there, like, uses of the assist tools, the parts, such that, you know, oh, this makes the game faster if you, like, you know, if let's say you're doing a level where, fuck, the goal is to get a key. What am I doing? Let's say the goal is to get a key, right? Would the assist parts, let you just, let me see. Okay, so you don't get a choice of everything, just like power-ups, POWs, or blocks. You can't, put anything in there. I was just curious. So, you can't do something as easy as, like, oh, you know, you need a key to get into a key door. Just throw down a key. Well, I don't know. We have to try it in a level with keys, I guess, to know for sure if that's, like, what they're up to, but, you know, I could absolutely give myself a, power-up if I so chose. That's a cool thing to allow people to do. It's funny that they never did that for, like, you think as an assist option, that would be cool even for the campaign, even for, like, people's regular levels. Or hell, you know, you could easily have it so, like, you could easily have it so that, you could totally have it so that, like, a creator could define, like, what sorts of extra parts that they could want to add. I guess it's just sort of a thing where it's like, it's not really, no one wants to use that. Maybe that's the reality, is like, oh, if you let everyone do that all the time, it would just super break a lot of levels, and if you let people decide when it could be used, they're just going to never allow it, because why would you? Sick. That was a good set of levels. Do you have jobs? Okay, I think that's all for, like, main. Hang on! Eraser's got something for us. Molten Rain. Interesting feature. I think that could have been good for a quality of life feature. As for, like, a, difficulty modification feature, I feel like probably it would, break a lot of levels There's probably a good reason why they never didn't do that for, like, actual people's levels. But I think it'd be fun if they did. It's fun, also, by the way, killing those guys with a shelmet. It's fun killing anything with a shelmet, really. Yay. You got more for me? Nice. So I guess these guys have clear condition levels. This guy has also clear condition levels, but it's like killing X enemies clear condition rather than you know, other ones. Whoop, shit. In this case, we gotta use the thwomps to kill these guys by crushing them. Them falling into the void doesn't count. So I'll do it. Nice one. Yay. I think one more? One more would be about right. I'm ready to get back to some traditional levels, though. And I feel like that's what the main tasks are. These side tasks are more for weird variant type ones. Yes, I got it. Well erased. It's important to erase things when you don't want them. Oh, well, there's no more blocks, but he does have one more thing, apparently. A single pom-pom.
Let's go.
Pom-pom, one of the additional enemies added, because it comes with 3D World. I guess, you know, all the enemies in 3D World are additional additions. Don't have to, call out pom-pom in particular. No. I think there's no, getting her to fall. Yeah, even if she picks a platform that's, falling, she comes back. Kind of annoying. She's dodging by complete luck. Stop that. Thank you. Fuck! Now that was some bad luck. I went down to kill her, and then the platform she was on disappeared, and then it reappeared by the time I was trying to get out of the well. You saw what happened. I don't have to explain it. That's what happened. This is a good pom-pom level, by the way. I do think this is better than like 90% of the pom-pom levels that I say actual people as if this wasn't made by actual people. Actual players made, not Nintendo themselves. This is like genuinely a great designed pom-pom fight. That might be the best one. Prove me wrong. And that's the one Nintendo made to show off pom-pom. I'm very curious, I'll say. Eventually, we're going to get a level that has the car in it. And we're going to see Nintendo's, how Nintendo thinks the car could work. Could that be one of the best car levels ever made? It could be. Very possible. Hello, Blocky. Yeah, down here is just Blocky. Patrick is the name of this guy. Partrick, sorry. Get the exclamation point blocks.
Let's go.
Cool. It's block trick time. Part trick. We're also at some point going to get the exclusive elements in this story mode, the ones that you cannot build with in a normally. There's a handful of them. You know what I'll say, low-key, that this is showing me? It's kind of fun to hit the block when you have no gap in between you and the thing, hitting it over and over again. Ground pounding to get it all to come out at once is fun, but also fun is a quick, instant jumps when you're big, at least. When you're small, they're not so instant. They're a little less instant when you're small. I'll say, even today, like 7 years later, and after everyone's had a crack at making their own Mario Maker levels, Mario Maker 2 levels, still, the story mode for Mario Maker 2 has some ideas in it that are worth taking inspiration from. Even if they seem like they're low-key kind of the default thing. And they kind of are, but it's a good default. And kind of satisfying. And personally, I've not done it that way. I've always had it be high off the ground, or alternatively, a ground pounder. I bet a lot of people have as well. Have you gotten to Miho's versions 2 stage? Which one is Mio from Rhythm Heaven? I just got to the first version 2 stage. I just got in Rhythm Heaven the mid credits, where it does credits, and yeah, I just finished stage 6, so no, I haven't gotten to any version 2s. Hop and slide with the game developer? Oh. Yeah, I haven't gotten there yet. That is a concern. Yeah, I struggled with that one. I'll say, like, maybe it's going to be easier with, maybe it'll be easier with the, I've been playing in handheld mode since the stream, and, I think that's been helping. I hadn't had much problems in stages 5 or 6. Those have both been pretty fucking smooth sailing, and, maybe it's handheld mode that is helping out there. It's possible. I mean, I do think the game is supposed to compensate for delays, but like I said at the time on Thursday, playing through OBS means necessarily getting the audio is lagging behind real time. It's not a little bit out of sync. Right now, if I were to turn on the speaker that's connected to the TV, the music would be a little bit earlier. That said, if I played off the OBS capture, the audio and the visuals would be in sync, but also I would have a huge delay in between doing a thing and hitting the button and jumping. It wouldn't feel good to play. So I gotta, I like to get the game audio from OBS so that I can hear what's going on and know for sure that nothing's going wrong with the capture, and that nothing, it all sounds good, nothing too loud, etc. And if there's any, like, sound alerts or notification noises, I can hear them and hear that they sound right, and in step with the rest of it. It could have just been that. The game said it compensated for that, but it also said sometimes, like, hey, heads up, no. Try again later. Try with a different TV, perhaps. That was very funny advice that the game gave, I'll say, which is like, yeah, try in handheld mode. That's good advice. That's simple advice. Anyone can do that. Well, its other advice was, or another TV. Like, real talk. Who has 2 TVs that they could try this with? I'll say again, in my case, it wasn't, it wasn't, the TV, it was OBS causing the lag delay. And maybe just, like, the game was like, yo, your delay is massive. What the fuck is wrong with your TV? And also, in fairness, if you use the wrong, like, splitter and the wrong capture card, you would have even a bigger... I think I did have a really long audio delay or something with like one HDMI splitter once I moved up to 4K. I feel like it took a while to figure out. I feel like there were some settings or something I had to get right before it worked correctly and wasn't like weirdly desynced or some shit. Who remembers? That was ages ago. Now it all works fine. Go. Oop, daisy. Good shit. Hopefully, won't have any bullshit later where we need to go back and collect coins from any previous levels. Maybe we should be trying to get endpoints and things of that nature. Maybe that would be handy for minimizing the amount of coins that we need. Also, flagpoles whenever possible. It's probably not important. We can probably relax. And also, you know, we've been playing levels that don't give us clear rewards other than crap and outfits and stuff. Like Partridge Short. Did he just say pardon me? It's a good pun. Fairly good pun. Alright, we got enough to buy this. And also we got lots of the crap to do. Let's go. I wonder what we're doing next, but I hope we see the thing where we... Blocks. There's blocks and then there's Toad Escort. Which do you think we see first? Oh, great, no jumping allowed is... That's one hot car is coming up. Hello? I know what that's going to be. We're like 13 levels in of like 90 in this bit. Yeah, this is going to be a long stream. We probably got like 9-10 levels done, so you know we're probably like 20. I guess we're like a fifth in. How we doing on time, I guess, is the question. Probably been about an hour. So, at this rate, maybe 5 hours would be possible. I'll say again, 5 hours would be like top 10. How is that possible when there's levels like this that take like a minute? How is it possible we've done like 20 in an hour? That doesn't sound right. There's been some ones that we've struggled with, I suppose. Of course, the game is only going to get harder from here, so watch out. You know. We are 21% of the way done, according to the thing up there, so yes. That is exactly where we are, about 21%. Is it that 21% of the levels, or is that 21% of any percent? Not sure, doesn't matter. This level really does feel like classic Mario Brothers. Do that multiple times. Classic Mario Brothers 3. Pretty directly, pretty authentically. A very authentic level. Mind you, I think that, you know, you don't have to make your levels feel authentic to be cool and good, but it is cool and good when they do feel like actual Mario Maker 3, or Mario Brothers 3, actual Mario World. The authenticity factor is good. It's a good factor. It's a factor I recommend. Yeah, I think we're getting 1% pretty much per job, so, yeah. It's 100 of them. Yeah, that's about a good estimate, I think, for how far we are. Oh boy. There's a key or something we need over here. I would like it if this one was just... Oh, I don't know if I like this. Oh, it's fine. That's a good trick. Now, what the... Okay. I see the trick here. Oh boy. We're going for a ride. It's a short ride, though. We've gone a while in this direction. I sure hope that, this is the way. What? What? Huh? Hello? What? Okay, I was doing that wrong. Clearly, what I need to do is lure him, be above the gap, and then run under. That's obvious now, when I think about it. Oh, tell me this isn't just an optional area for, like, a one-up. We've gone so far here. Definitely, this has to be the critical path. Right. I'll say, one thing I think these initial levels hadn't figured out is that I do think a clear condition level, maybe this is something that not everyone agrees with, but personally, I feel like a clear condition level is best if it's like 30, 40 seconds long tops. I think a clear condition level should be fairly short. The ideal for me, for clear condition, would be a nice 20-second level. That's the ones that I build when I make clear condition levels. 20 seconds. That's basically how I do 20-second levels, is that they're always clear conditions, and I think that's fun.
Oh yeah.
That'd be my recommendation, Nintendo. Take it from me, someone who's made a lot of levels. Not as many as you did, I guess. If this story mode has over 100, they made more than I did before the game came out. But it feels really... I was about to say I feel like I probably spent more years, obviously, since it's been 7, and I was working on Mario Maker levels for like 6 of them. 6 of the last 7 years. But, like, I didn't really do any this year. I'll say I haven't done any since I finished my Super World last year. But I don't know. How long do you think this story mode took to develop? How much time do you think they put in? Probably collectively, like between all the people. Yeah, no, it probably took as much. Why wouldn't it have done? I don't know. When did Super Mario Maker 2 enter production? Guess that's the question. Well, I don't think it was 6 or 7 years into Mario Maker 1's existence, so jot that down. They also had to make levels for 3DS and sample levels for 1, which were not as good and elaborate or interesting. So, you know, I wouldn't necessarily give them credit for that. Those were very much just sample levels. Might see them later, by the way. Let me say. On the table. The only reasons levels take so long is that there's only one person building them. I mean, level design in general, I think, is a long process of iteration. And I think that doesn't necessarily change when you have multiple people. I mean, it does in so much as, like, okay, well, you make this level, I make that level. Yeah, I guess, like, if I just need to contribute, like, 5 levels to a campaign, you know, I could be done in a year, too. And, like, did they have, like, 20 people building levels for this? Who knows? That sounds like a lot, but it also, I'm sure it's a very small part of a very big team. They probably had, like, the developers who were actually, like, making the game regular style were also, like, contributing to level design and stuff, right? Maybe? Question mark? That would make sense. They are level creation tools, and if you want to know how they should be built or what's good UX with them, the best way to do it would be to make some levels yourself and go from there, right? And it helps that you've seen Mario Maker 1 levels and you've seen what good levels are and what people can do with it, and, you know, you go from there. Are there, like, light Kaizos and things of that nature in here? I don't necessarily think so. I think they pretty much hew to a traditional line. I don't know if... And does this Super World even have, like, a 20-second level? A 20-second light Kaizo or precision or anything of that nature? It'd be cool if it did. Other people might give ideas when you have Robot. That's very true. Oh, hey! This is the first... This is one of the, this is one of the levels where, there is an exclusive thing to the story mode. The Toads in Tow gimmick. I gotta find a Toad and bring him to the exit. It's been years since I played this, this story mode, so I don't remember if this is annoying. Let's find out. How the hell does this work? Can Toad get hit separately? And then do I have to, like, get him back with, like, Yoshi's Island style, like, oh no, I'm running around, catch me, type stuff. Let's, not find out, but instead get through in, yes, that is what it is. Actually, it's like multiplayer Mario, where he gets into a bubble. It is like Yoshi's Island. Baby Mario also does bubble. That's very Yoshi's Island-like. Except it's not as, annoying. It didn't really move that far. Not bad at all. Alright. I can see maybe why they didn't put that into the game for anyone to do. It's a little weird. Do you think that people could make fun levels if they had access to that? Do you think levels people made with that would be fun? I don't know. I'm kind of skeptical on that front. Let's see if Nintendo made any fun levels with that, and then we'll discuss, and then maybe consider if other people could also manage it. Skeptical. This one's not so unique. These ones are I guess a lot of these side quest ones are clear conditions. Oh, this is a 20-second level. This is a 20-second level. This is just like the levels that people make online that are 20 seconds, except it's not, because it's more of a precision challenge level that you can probably do in like 5 rather than a level that is strictly you know, do it in 20 seconds ideally. Instead, you can do it in 8, and it's not that bad. You get more coins if you do other things. If you, like, go all the way around, and you can if you want. There are some shorter levels in this as well, yes, but they're not... That's not, like, what people do when they do a 20-second level. That's not how they are set up. Yeah. Throat's dry. What's up? Oh, the other major thing that this the story mode has that you can't do in the regular. Heavy Stone. It's been a while since I played the story mode. Let's see what Heavy Stone is all about. It might be, honestly, it might just be that these things sucked. And they were like, okay, people won't want to use these. It's hard enough to use them in a, you know, a level like this. Letting an actual person use them, it'd be weird. And I do think, playing this now, yes, this is a weird thing. This does feel weird. It slows you down, it makes it so that you can't jump. That kind of sucks. And, yeah, you know what? I think they might be right. I don't know that the game needs, like, a carrying item that makes it so that you can only jump one square. It'd be cool if it worked like a POW and throwing it, like, gave you some big effect. You know, if so, like, it would be useful outside of a level that forced you... I guess maybe that's the thing, right? Like, without clear condition, that's garbage. You know what I mean? Like, if not for the fact that there's a clear condition that requires you to use that item, it'd be garbage. And so, too, would the toads be. So... maybe it's just that they didn't want to have items that required the use of clear conditions to make them make sense. Could have been like a heavy key or something, or there could have been like a switch to weigh down, you know, somehow. A switch that you had to weigh down by like dropping things on it or enemies on it would low-key make sense. And could allow you to do things like, that mini game in Mario in that level in like the new U games where you have to ride a raft, and if too many enemies board your raft, it sinks. Could have done stuff like that if there had been like a weighted platform type gimmick. It's not a bad idea for Mario Maker 3, hey, Nintendo. I'm sure you have 100 ideas already, but there you go. That could be one of them, if you so pleased. Hey, I'm sure they have a million, and it's like a third-order idea. Wouldn't necessarily prioritize it myself. We did a whole list at one point on the channel of, like... We did a whole list of, like, what was it? A dozen, 2 dozen ideas? That's not true. We did a whole list of like 100 different ideas from Mario Maker 3, things that could be in. And like, yeah, I think any of those are more likely than... Like, basically any of those are more likely considering that we thought of them during that stream. I will say, there has been a few ideas since that stream that we didn't come up through with during that stream. Part of me always wants to go back to that stream and be like, yo, leave a comment or something. Be like, yo, hey, how did we not say Birdo? Did we not say Birdo? Why didn't we say Birdo? I forget if we said Birdo, but we should have said Birdo. That's totally one of them if Birdo was not included there. Like, it totally makes a lot of sense for... Birdo would have made tons and tons of sense. Really, really, really. Oh, damn it. Actually, let it, shit. Birdo would have made perfect sense. There's a lot of ideas that make perfect sense, let me say. And, we came up with a lot of them during that stream. And, I'm sure there's a lot more that could be said. A lot more that could be come up with. That could come up in time, but, this could be the sort of thing you think about for years and years rather than one stream, or, it could just be a regular... You could make that a regular feature, honestly. I'm sure some people probably should have done. Like, that's not a bad content idea, right? Just like, hey, short form or whatever. Here's 100 ideas that could be in Mario Maker 3. And every short is just like, here's an enemy. This should be in Mario Maker 3. This one, from this game. And then you put in footage of, like, the game that it's from. You put in, like, you edit it a little bit fancily, rather than just shoot ideas off while saying things, that's not a bad idea. If ever I were to do, like, fancy edited short-form content, rather than just short-form content of the things that I actually happen during streams, that would be a good, that's a genuinely good idea for a hustle. Honestly. You think that'd be a good hustle? You think that'd be like a good format? I feel like I don't know. I don't usually like doing the same thing day in, day out. I like to mix it up. Climbing trees here is the gimmick. I didn't realize, I think I might have missed several trees already. Hopefully there's enough, hopefully there's enough in the next parts to make up. And then you could always end it with the same, like, sign-off, which is like, what other things should be in Mario Maker 3? And then bang, 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 you know, it's perfect comment bait, engagement bait. That's not bad. It instantly gets invalidated when Mario Maker 3 actually comes up. I say it instantly gets invalidated. It instantly gets, like, overtaken by reality, which is also cool. That's also a cool thing that would be cool, you know, and I'll say, like, Mario Maker 3 comes out, I don't have to worry. It'll be a good thing. I'd be crazy to lament the advent of 3. Unless I was still not done with my 2 Super World, which, fortunately, I am done, so I don't have to worry about that anymore. I can just relax and anticipate 3 the way that one anticipates 3. Someone's gotta have done that, right? Like a short-form hustle format where it's just a well-researched something or other that should be in Mario Maker. That's a fun idea. Maybe I should do like a quick one or two. Maybe I should do that. Maybe that does sound like good content. I mean, we did that whole stream where I went through all my ideas and we brainstormed a bunch. So I already have a whole list of like... We're out? Oh, no, we're just, there we go. Gotta use the bumpers to navigate.
Let's go.
Could have a whole, like, you know, I'd love to give a stump speech on a few particular ideas, a few particular points, like barrel cannons, which has always been my pet idea, and my big hope is like, yo, instead of cameo costumes necessarily, cameo parts, cameo enemies, cameo mechanics, and the barrel cannon, the humble barrel cannon, I think would be a pretty amazing one. That would be my personal choice and one that I very much would love to have. I feel like Mario Maker really lacks something that works, you know, more or less like that, and it would be cool. It would be dope. In this case, there's fishes chasing us. Self-explanatory. We're gonna get through clean. And then, this is a good water level, honestly. Very well done. I like how the fish seem to always spawn in at the right time. They're very well put. They're put in just the right spot to form the pattern consistently, it seems. No matter how you... I say no matter how you... I did it one time. Maybe it's, can vary a bit, but doesn't make that much of a difference, ultimately. Yeah, I think this is the percentage of jobs that you've done. Oh, can we buy a... Can we buy something new now? We might be able to buy something new now. I should check in between this level and the next one. I would personally put big coins as one of the top 5. Big coins for me are definitely a top 5 thing added to Mario Maker 2. I think they really, like... Really, I think that any Mario Maker level can benefit from the addition of big coins, and I think that's you know, even more than slopes, I feel like every level should have a handful of big coins. I wonder what the stats are like. I wonder, like, what is more prevalent? What is more common? Big coins or slopes? Just like on a level has them, the level doesn't have them basis. Not necessarily a, using them effectively or, you know, number of them. I imagine obviously there's more, There's, in a level that has slopes, there's more slopes than big coins, probably. There's slopes, every couple of inches, but, you know, like, I don't think there's a good reason any level should not have a big coin or two. Whereas, like, I do think there is a case for, the occasional slopeless level. Like, low-key, this is one of them. I don't think this level has, there's one right there. Well, it doesn't use them as much. There are definitely some blockiness. Blockiness is always good, in occasionally. A little bit of block, and thatness in the level design adds personality to a level. As do sloped ceilings, and sloped here or there. The more you use an item, the more monotonous it is, the more just bland, predictable, samey it is. You want to mix it up a little bit, not always slope it up. Instead, sometimes just flat. Sometimes just, level ground is, good for a change. Running out of water. Probably good to keep on trucking, though. I don't want to necessarily take a break and go get some water. I get through longer streams all the time without taking such a break. And also, like, I do like the idea of, doing this as fast as humanly possible, without any sort of break until we're done. And then we'll know how long it took and, you know, how long we have for 3DS and maybe Mario Maker 1. Snake block levels. Why'd it have to be snake block levels? Hello, Bowser, how's it going? And happy 4th to you as well. Hope you're enjoying this day. Let me say, as far as the 4th of July goes, it is a, you know, a good holiday and shit. It is worth noting that, certain political figures are kind of co-opting the holiday a little bit right now, and it feels like, being really celebratory about it kind of has a, you know, makes you think, it makes you go like, okay, well, I really don't like them fuckers, and, them can fuck off. Nice, let's get this one in there. So, yeah, I don't know about any of that, and, I will say, part of me, like, especially in this current environment, is a little bit, hesitant about, really getting into the 4th of July and really enjoying it for its, pomp and circumstance. It is the 250th anniversary of America, which would be pretty significant, but also, man, it does feel like, celebrating right now is, not called for, and also would only make a dickhead happy. A dickhead who sucks, feel validated, feel justified, etc. So, you know, not really feeling great about all that, honestly, but, is what it is. And also, I'll say, I did see a funny, video of, I think, some sort of hang glider dickhead. I don't know if they're a dickhead or not, but someone was, like, hang gliding with an American flag in tow. I feel like if you're hang gliding with an American flag in tow in this political environment, you might be some sort of dickhead. or some sort of Proud Boy, you know? I saw that the Proud Boys were out in force. All the white supremacists are running, or having fun out there. That sucks. But, I did see one where someone was hang gliding with an American flag in tow, and then they just, like, tipped over and slammed right into a, like, a fucking, tent or something. I think they were some sort of, I think that might have been at, like, Donald Trump's, like, big celebratory thing, so good metaphor, good metaphor. Thank you for the metaphor. I, thought it was funny, and, don't really care about that guy that much. I don't know. Maybe he's fine. I don't know his politics, but, again, I do think if you're flying an American flag, hang gliding with an American flag in tow at the Freedom 250 thing, that all the fucking good, reasonable musicians realized, like, oh no, I don't want anything to do with that. If you're out there doing that, then you probably are, some sort of something weird. Anyway, all that to say is that, feel more conflicted than ever about, being celebratory right now, but, at the same time, this is the stream I do every 4th of July. I'm going to do it again today. We are doing it again today. And, it's gonna be fun. I'll never say no to having a good time playing a video game. Rotten mushroom. Yeah. Wah. Oh boy, it's a rotten mushroom level. The rotten mushroom is cool, as is this night theme. But, I'm not really a big fan of auto-scrollers like this where, you know, here's the thing about auto-scrollers like this. I can just go out here and I can put the controller down. I can put the controller down for like 10, 15 seconds. That's weird. I'd rather play levels where I can't just put the controller down and, let the game play itself for a second. I put the controller down again for a second there. Did you notice? Here, I'll put the controller down again now. Controller's down. Controller's down. I'm going to have to move because that mushroom is threatening me. But, you know, for a lot of this, controller down works. It works extra here because there's places where the thing cannot get you. And you can just go to sleep. I'll be very sad if I die. There we go. You made an auto-scroller similar to this, but you made it action-y. That's better. That's, I think, better. Relatively. A little bit of action, a little bit of, definitely seeing some that are just buck wild with that same, idea. I think we can afford the, seriously? This one. I can afford this one. Construction has started and we have 6 jobs here. Blink blank block. What's this? What's blink blank blunk? Blink blank blunk. Like the episode of Doctor Who. Oh, it's blinking blocks. Gotcha. Okay. Nice. And simple. Blinking blocks are okay. I'm not really the biggest fan of any element that slows down, the gameplay. But I like them when you can go pie in either mode. And it doesn't matter, like, if they're on or off. You can always just carry on one way or the other. And a lot of this level is set up like that, which I appreciate. Really do appreciate it. A whole bunch. Now we wait. We don't wait for long. Admittedly. And now the level's over. I like how quick these levels are. They're good. They're good. They're good. They're very good. It's a very good campaign. Feel like this part could be faster. Where you beat a level, and it's like, okay, progress. Let's go. There you go. Let me tell you. Let me show you. Alright, we have a whole page now. Deep in the Windy Valley. Ah, wind levels. Yeah, dark themes are definitely one of the top 5 big things that the game added. Just because they have so much... There's so many different varieties of dark level. It's hard even for one person to... It's hard for one person to use each of the dark modes once in their life and to make a good level therein. And, that's because there's so many of them, and each have a different, design challenges. You know, from wind to, darkness to, weirdness. You know, and then Night Plane. Low gravity for you, but not for me. For thy, but not for thee. What the hell is it when it's like when someone says like something is for you, but not for me? Here's like a thing people say. We don't have to deal with that boom boom. Look at that boom boom. That boom boom will never land. Unless I took mercy on him, which I do not. The wind levels in particular have you know, each of the different themes has a different pattern, and I've personally only used, I've only used 2 of them. I've only made 2 wind levels myself, so I've never made a Super Mario World wind level. That is true. That is the case. I made one in my Super World and one outside my Super World, and they use different kinds of they use different themes, but neither of them were world nor New Super Mario Brothers. I think was the other one that I didn't use. I forget what Brothers is, but yeah.
Let's go.
Sleepy. I've been sleeping a lot more recently. I got a good 6 hours sleep last night, but I've been getting used to just sleeping as long as I like and then having a little bit of a nap in addition. And that's man, it feels good. It feels good to go to sleep and get more sleep. Probably that's just a thing that with everyone, right? Like, I think probably it's just the case that, like, you know, we're usually just not getting enough sleep and struggling through regardless, and it's nice to be able to get as much as I please. I'll admit, part of that is also just staying up way too late, way too often. And I shouldn't do that as much, but I end up doing it anyway. I don't know. Could definitely get the handle on that and get that under control. But also, it's nice to sleep. It's nice to be rested, and I'm getting enough sleep. But like, you could always have more, I guess. Here we go. Get that up. Drop this fella down. This is a cool puzzle pyramid. You know, I'm just realizing I didn't notice when they, I didn't notice whenever they put in the first, vertical level into the super world. Like, I don't think I acknowledged that for what it was. This is a vertical subworld, but there's this is probably not the first one. This is probably like the 4th or the 5th or the 8th one. And there's probably been a whole bunch, and I just, didn't realize it and didn't say. I in retrospect, look back, what was the first vertical level? What was the gimmick? What was the thing? Was it a cool one? Did it give people ideas? Ideas? Who could say? Because I don't remember. I cannot say. Sick. Okay. And to be clear, I think we have to escort this guy, yeah. It's funny how that works out so perfectly. Works out pretty damn perfectly, that, escort thing. Was that a Triforce for fun? I think that was a Triforce for fun. Okay, star. If you don't have the star, probably just optional. Probably just the ending's right here. And it lets you get to the top of the flagpole. Nice! Ah. My eyes are a bit, watery. Over a year now since I got LASIK, but they're still sometimes acting up. No? Sometimes, occasionally. You want jobs, I got jobs. Dash on, dash off. Dash on, dash off. You know, from the movie. You know the movie. Oh, is this a 20-something? Is this a 20-second level? This is the 30-second timer. Is this, like, the one, like, 20-second level that, they put into the Mario Maker 2 story mode? They actually did have a 20-second level then. It definitely does play like a 20-second level. Like a 25-second level. They didn't go exactly 20, but, well, maybe it is exactly 20 if you're, like, perfectly fast or something. I bet you can get that down. That was a good one. There's a little bit more decision-making than your average 20-second level, but I feel like maybe that's just, something Nintendo wanted in there. Like, yeah, that's more interesting than it's just run and jump routely, without much thought. Alright. Going about, nearly 2 hours now. So yeah, 5 hours is possible. Maybe looking more like 6. At this rate. I mean, depends on, like, if we slow down as, like, the levels get longer, harder, etc. And we might do. Don't have to worry about clear condition. I wish I could have worn this helmet. Now I need to fucking find solid ground. I could land on one of those. God. God, that's perfect. Perfect height for that. Ah. So what else is going on right now? I've mentioned before that next week, Tormenta at my local, theme park, Six Flags Over Texas. Brand new roller coaster opening up. Going to make sure to go over there on Thursday and, you know, ride it and shit. I will say, I also, was reminded today that, SGDQ starts tomorrow. And, I'll say I'm not really in a place where I can really donate that much this year. So, I'm not, like, planning on donating too much, given, you know, certain current, you know, uh, you know, given. I can't really go all in on that, but I'm still going to be watching a good deal, and especially, like, tomorrow morning, I do believe it's starting with DKC2, one of my favorite games of all time. I gotta drop a dono during that, even if just a small one. I also have to look at the t-shirts. It's been a while since I had any Yetis, got any new t-shirts on account of, you know, I feel like I've gotten too many over the last 10 years. And, you know, now's the perfect time to, like, cool off a little bit while, I just sort of, you know, wait for the job market to fix itself. And, hope that it does. And, wait out certain economic factors, like the president. But, I think I would be really, sad if I missed out on a good SGDQ shirt, so I'll see if I can get a couple of those. That's right, the president. Gotta wait him out. Impeachment, gotta be coming down the line pretty soon. Pretty soon. That's, look for it next year. Dude's gonna be out on his ass and prosecuted pretty soon. I'm pretty confident in that, and once that happens, you know, hey, maybe there's jobs again. That'd be nice. It'd be smart for him if he tried to make there be jobs now, but, he's too busy making himself a lot of money. That is my understanding, yeah. What the fuck? Make it make sense? Well, he kind of is fucking everything up with something called tariffs. Tariffs make it so that American businesses are having trouble because it's too expensive here now. And everything costs more. Also, like, companies that do things like build electronics can't get the parts for the electronics anymore because our president is very dumb and wants to start a trade war that we lost already. That's one part. The Iran war is another part. The oil and all that is definitely part of it. There's a couple other, like, just shoot in the foot things about the AI. Yes, AI is the other part of why people can't get jobs right now. That's correct. And that has to blow over as well. That wasn't necessarily... That wasn't 100% Donald, but, like, that will hopefully blow over around the same time that he does. But, you know, this whole economy right now is just, like, a bunch of shooting in foot and a bunch of, like, making it so that there's not jobs anymore. And especially not for engineers such as myself. That's just not a, we're the first ones, it turns out, that people tried to replace with AI. And it's not going great, but they already just spent all their money on AI, so wait until there's budget for people again sometime in the future, hopefully. It already seems like they've realized, like, oh shit, AI is more expensive than we thought. But also, oh shit, we just spent, like, several salaries worth of per person on AI, so no, we can't afford to hire people back right now, is generally the way that the economy is right now. Part of that is not necessarily the main man's fault, but he is not helping, and he seems to not understand that there is a problem to be solved. He seems to not care, and I'll say for Democrats, you know, it's important that you not only impeach the guy, but also you start, like, trying to make it so that there's jobs again. And no, driving an Uber is not a comparable replacement for an engineering job that no longer exists. That's actually a very depressing thing. That, like, there's not real jobs anymore, but instead, just a bunch of gig work that doesn't really pay. nor have benefits, and it's just a horrible way for a person to live. It doesn't... There's a lot that's wrong about this country right now, I'll say. There's a lot that's wrong in general, in the world, broadly. And, having a competent man at the wheel that isn't trying to, like, bilk the country and enrich himself would help. Would help a lot. I think. I believe. I hope. Who fucking knows? Who can say? It's scary out there. I'll say for my part, I do think that a lot of blame is to be had with just corporate America in general. To be fair, like, you know, even once there's other policymakers, corporate America is gonna want to lay everyone off every, 10 seconds. You know, they're gonna want to do layoffs all the time, like they have been doing recently. But, you know, it doesn't help to have someone who's nakedly corrupt at top. You know, that doesn't help with the whole trying to deal with that. In fact, he's not doing that. So, yeah. You know, I do think, I'll say again, my cynicism for America right now doesn't just extend to, the leadership, but also, like, all the corporations that just seem like total, you know, total, you know, frog scorpion out there. It's very frog scorpion out there, where, like, every company, no matter how cool, is looking to cut costs at all time and looking to have infinite growth, and since that's not possible, they do layoffs and reduce staff, and, you know, as hard as it is to get a job, even harder to find a company that's not looking to fire you for you know, to reduce load before too long. And that's even true of talented people, you know, like the guy that made the Simpsons season of Fortnite, the guy who did the art for that, the most successful thing Fortnite's done in years. That dude got laid off. You know, make one of the most successful things in the game, in your most successful live game of all time, you still get laid off. It's fucked up. It doesn't make sense, and, God, I wish there was an alternative. And there is, but it's like winning the lottery, so that's also fun. Mind you, getting a regular job, also lottery, so... yeah, dude. What are you gonna do? Anyway, that's enough talking about the real shit. We should talk about the fun video game that we're playing and not get so dragged down. This is gonna be an all-day stream. I think a little bit of talk about this or that is to be expected. I have, you know, I do feel like when I do these streams, you know, when I do the streams in general, it's like I should not talk about everything I could possibly talk about every single stream. Recently, I have mentioned, you know, I haven't been sitting on ass for the last, like, couple months. Not entirely. I've also been working on learning Godot and some Godot projects, which, hey, you know, I'd love it if they panned out and made it so that I didn't have to rely on corporate America's benevolence in the future, but that's all been slow going. That's, you know, we'll see if the economy recovers first or if I can free myself of it, but, you know, whichever way, I'm unhappy with with what's going on, you know. I'll say I haven't had time last few days to work on the Godot project. I need to, but, you know, had a bunch of streams to do and stuff to get going. I'll say again, the current thing I'm working on is sort of like a, my idea is like a 3D platformer in the style of like a Banjo-Kazooie with a ability combination system like Kirby 64, which I think is a really cool idea. Might be probably too much to chew, but really curious about 3D level design after making so much Mario and getting 2D level design pretty much. You know, I understand that well nowadays after, you know, fucking hundreds of Mario, over 100 Mario Maker levels between 1 and 2. I think 60 in Mario Maker 1 and 70 in Mario Maker 2. So yeah, like, a total of, 130 levels, is that right? That might be right. I'm going to moon these guys, in the sense that I killed them with a moon. I didn't, for the record, I did not mean I would show them my ass. I do not plan on showing my ass on stream or in a, to enemies. Real or imaginary, or game-wise. That's just not something I plan on doing. I've never mooned anyone. Has anyone mooned anyone? Is that a thing that people still do? Ever? I feel like that's sort of the thing, like, I feel like that's sort of a mythical thing, like a wedgie, or like a what's it where you do like this, a nurple or something? I feel like that's just like bullying stuff from like, or bullying, taunting, etc. from like the 80s that, became entrenched in culture, and now we just know about it even though no one's done it in like years and years. If people were mooning people, there would be TikToks of people mooning, getting mooned, and it's probably just uncool now. It's probably just passé. Like, you show someone your ass, and they're thinking like, "Ah, that's so dated. That's so old-fashioned. Go home. What are you doing? You know, you're an uncle, and that's your uncle ass." That's what they say. They call people uncles now. I'm an uncle. I'm actually an uncle. So it's fair, you know, to say it's true, and I like being an uncle. I like having a nephew, but they do say it, the kids these days, and you know, they can say what they want. Look at this fucking toad. Let's save this fucking toad. It's nice that there's just one of them. You're not an uncle yet, but you're still unk. Gotcha. That's cool too, hey, you know? It's cool to be old. I say it's cool to be old. It's nice to be old. You're comfortable with what you are and where you're going. I'll say again, I sort of stopped mid-segment because I started talking about showing ass. But, yeah, I've been working on a Godot project where it's like Banjo-Kazooie meets Kirby 64, and that's been fun. Still working on the basic movement type stuff. I recently, the last thing I did was implement a double jump and a dash type thing, and then I sort of stopped and had to think, why do you need both? Kinda seems redundant. Also, I currently have it set up where if you dash, you get into like a dashy mode where you, I set it up where sort of you get into like a dashy mode where, you know, it's like a talent trot mode. You can't do a bunch of other stuff. I don't know if that's silly or not, or if that's super clunky. I don't know. I just need to start, like, fleshing out other things and start building. I do have the basics down, so like I have like systems in place so that I can override. I can do things like override a I can like override a state transition from one state to the other with like an ability specific state, but you know, none of those are really together yet. We gotta kill, these guys. Dishes. Very cool. Some of these would be easier with the ability to float, so I could, you know, like, float in place, but having a spread shot is also super valuable. And we were able to do it in one, so good, okay. We didn't need any additional, nothing additional there. It's a good first run. Good first run. I think Fire Flower was the answer. Kids still give wedgies? Probably not. Probably that was a bygone thing when I was a kid, and definitely a bygone thing now. It's even more bygone. Bygone. Anyway, that's starting to come along. I need to sit down and really, I'll say, like, right now I've been mostly working on that, like, whenever I find time, which oftentimes is just, like, literally after a stream at, like, midnight, I'll just go, you know what, now I'm in the mood, I have an idea what I want to do, and I'll just sit down for a couple hours and bash out some good shit, and feel pretty happy about it, but I will say I'd rather do that work. It would make more sense to do that work during the daytime and get onto a normal schedule, you know? I think it'd be good if, like, okay, you know, do the work in the morning, then switch over, watch some anime, play some games, and then after that, go to do some content type stuff, you know, on stream type stuff. Or, like, you know, working on the short form side of things. Curation, that sort of crap. Which is also a process that I need energy for, I need to find time for. It's hard to find time for all the things that you want to do. When you have a day job, you know, it's just like, okay, I'll just do the day job every day, and as simple as that. And somehow, the rest of everything you want to do fits into the free time. And, sleeping really is making a comeback now, I guess is the reality. Sleeping and, being tired, I don't know. Oh, another, upside down stage, I see. This one we need to, flip it back and forth to, do on-off stuff. I see. Very cool. Good little puzzle type level. Time loss. I guess each of these levels, yeah, all the levels have like a different maker in the kayfabe of the game. I assume that that's actually like who made the level, right? Like when it says someone else made the level, what it means is a specific person, and if you see that specific name, it's a different maker. I wonder. It could also just mean like, hey, you know, it's a thing. Watching your streams in ADX Florence, how are you? I'm good. It's been a nice day. I'm playing a fun story mode of the game that I play every Friday, every week, so you know, this is a good time, and, you know, it's gonna be a good one. How you doing? Hope you're enjoying your Saturday. Florence, that would be ADX Florence. That's like Italy, no? Or Florence is like a city in Italy, right? Unless Florence is like ADX. Is that like that's not a state. It's not like an American state, so it's not like a Florence from another... I don't know geography good. That good. I know geography okay. There's probably some who know geography better. Probably a lot that know geography better. Anyway, yeah, things are going good. I'm feeling pretty good right now. It's the highest security, maximum security prison in the US. Gotcha. Is that true? Oh, you're watching from prison? I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully your stay is good. Or you're visiting family. You could be visiting family. Or relatives, etc. I don't know if you're always there. Or if, you know, who could say? I can't speak for anyone else's personal condition. All I can say is, you know, never been to a prison. I've never been to a prison, actually. I'll say. You're stealing. You're serving time for stealing a copy of Mario Maker 2. I heard. Good joke. I heard that there are. I saw a thing the other day. Speaking of dumbass crimes, apparently the Video Game Association, the EPA or something. What are they called? The guys that used to run E3 but now don't and just do nothing. Those guys apparently are suing and trying to fight laws that make it so that, like, game developers cannot just shut down a game and take it away from you if you paid money for it without refunding you or letting you play it offline. I saw a whole thing about their fight to do that, and it's honestly quite infuriating, as is a lot of the reporting often from Gamers Nexus. They do a lot of good work and, you know, really really break down a lot of the bullshit out there as far as, like, anti-consumer type shit going on. Like, it is nuts, what the dudes were saying. They were saying, like, oh, we consider private servers to be piracy. We consider private servers to be piracy. We're suing in a certain case. It's like, okay, well, if you're talking about a World of Warcraft private server, sure, okay, that doesn't make you pay dues, pay a monthly, like, yeah, no, that is not allowed by the terms of service and all that, but they were then turning around and using that to say, like, Minecraft private servers, yes, those are illegal. Private servers in general, illegal. It's like, no, you don't understand. Minecraft put out their private server code. They publicly released this crap, and then, like, Call of Duty is specifically a private server game because it's cheaper long-term wise than, you know, than like, company servers. It's just a mind-bogglingly uninformed thing to say, and the fact that everyone, like, legislating is just like, oh shit, you're right, it's a crime. It's like, God, you just have the worst expert advice I've ever seen. You know, the fact that these people are putting in, like, so much money to influence law when they clearly, visibly, actually do not know what the fuck they're talking about, or are willingly misinforming the old people who make the laws by telling them that Call of Duty private servers are illegal, is just fucking nuts. And they're using this to argue against a bill that actually does have a carve-out for, like, oh, if you look right here, it says World of Warcraft is excluded. MMOs are excluded. Games with running fees are excluded. I did that as well. I did 100% the story. I have played this before. Let me say. I have done this before, back in 2019 as well. That is correct. Let it be said, I have done this before. It was just a long time ago. I remember it being good. I'll say that again. I remember it being, like, full of levels where you go, oh goddamn, that's solid. Hey, we got a custom scroll rate level, and you know what? This one is scrolling fast enough where I don't have that much time to rest on laurel. No laurel resting for me right now. I like that about an auto-scroller. I don't like it when I can put the controller down and be, and go to sleep. You'd have to be really, you'd have to, like, get up really fast after waking up, though. If that was the case. I will say with a level like that, it can only be so long And honestly, I like a fast level like that, so I don't mind. But it can only be so long, and you'd have to use the subworld, and then that can't have a custom scroll. So obviously that's probably why it didn't feature. Should we do some you know what, I don't think I remember. Did we not? Oh, clown car. We haven't seen the actual car yet. I wonder when the Koopa clown no. I wonder when the Koopa Trooper car go. 55. Okay. We'll be getting there.
Let's go.
At some point we should run around and start finding the other side guys again and doing some more of those. That would be a good thing to do, but that's just nice to do, get progress this way. And to, you know, make big, fast progress, yeah. I only had a quick look at the lineup for, SGDQ, but I will say, I did see that, Windswept made the list, which I loved Windswept, one of my favorite games of last year. And, you know, a Donkey Kong style, Donkey Kong Country style, it's like Donkey Kong mixed with Celeste, basically. Donkey Kong Country mixed with Celeste, and I really enjoyed it, and it was like a game made for me, basically, is how I would describe Windswept as. So suffice to say, I'm gonna watch that run at SGDQ. Oh, one more thing to say about SGDQ real fast, just as an order of business. On Friday, there's a Mario Maker 2 race at 6 p.m., which, if you don't know, I stream Mario Maker 2 viewer levels at 6 p.m. on Fridays. So, how about we reschedule next week's stream? How about we push that to, like, later in the thing? Yeah, I think it is an only troll level thing. I think it is an only troll level showcase race type thing. Which, mind you, I think will be fun. Thorson. Is he the one doing it? I think I saw some name I recognized in the, There was also a Wind Waker randomizer that I think I'm going to be at Six Flags when that Wind Waker... I'm going to be at Six Flags when that randomizer happens. I forget. I think the timing will be tight. There's definitely some Wind Waker stream, and I definitely looked at it earlier and went, I don't... Either I have a stream scheduled for that, I need to check the schedule and have a look at that again, because I can do that right now. SGDQ. I gotta go ride the new roller coaster at Six Flags on Thursday when it opens, and then I can tell you all about the roller coaster on Friday. So gotta do that. There's DKC tomorrow, DKC 2. There's Symphony of the Night is cool. Air Riders. Not seeing a ton that I'm really interested in day one, honestly, other than DKC. Personally, that's like the thing that stands out to me. Fire Emblem could be cool. I don't know. Let me see what they got on Monday. There's some good UFO 50 stuff on Monday around in the evening. And Tunic's great. Odyssey is at 6 p.m. and goes for about an hour and a half. Might move Donkey Kong 64 on Monday back a little bit to Odyssey is one of my favorite games of all time. I gotta at least watch this. Maybe we'll leave it at the same time. It's 7:30. Actually, I think 6:30. That's just barely enough time to watch that before. It's a little bit tight, but it'll be fine. Let me see. BioShock Infinite at Monday night. I'll watch that. It's hard to play this while also consulting a thing. Probably shouldn't. Thousand Year Door is on is on, I love 1,000 Year Door runs. I should watch the 1,000 Year Door speed run on Tuesday. Yeah, definitely will. I've not gamed over on a level before. Also, Meat Boy 3D is on the same day. That's cool. Pragmata is on Tuesday night. Ooh. There's some good runs. There's some good runs getting in on this SGDQ. Okay, this time we'll have a mushroom, so that's good. Damn it. It's an auto-scroll, so I can't speed it up, and it actually doesn't benefit for me to, like, get over here. Because it's not like I can be safe. Wario World, Super Princess Peach. Those are some fun. Oh, Transformers War for Cybertron. That's like a shitty open world game on the DS. Wonder if it's the DS version. That's the version I had as a kid. I had the DS, that game. Run. Walk, walk, walk. Checkpoint. Banjo-Tooie is on Wednesday. Fuck yeah. Ukulele and the Possible Layer. Okay, that's fine. Not as good as Banjo-Tooie, but it's another game from, you know, pretty much the same people, more or less, except, you know, not their best work. Better than Ukulele, but still not one of the worst of games like that. Donkey Kong Returns like games. On Thursday, there's a bunch of silly runs, which I think that's the day I'm going to be at Six Flags, so I'll miss all that, but that's fine. What the Golf is cool, but that's like it's 9 a.m., but well, actually, I guess I'm going to be trying to do Rope Drop, so I'll get up early. But I would be asleep usually, if not for Rope Drop. Mr. Bones, Wand of Gamelon, Tears of the Kingdom. Very cool lineup. Dread, Friday morning, like after midnight. Let me see. When's Wind Waker? It's at like 9 a.m. Oh, that's the problem. I probably will be asleep during Wind Waker Randomizer that Gymnast and Tomomodachi are doing. Not familiar with Tomomodachi, but I've heard of Gymnast. That's a name I recognize. Mario Maker 2 is at 5:52. Troll Race. And then, yeah, after that is Resident Evil, so probably we'll start when Resident Evil starts, around 7:30. Be a later Mario Maker stream then, let's say. Also, that Saturday night at 1:45 a.m., Windswept. Really looking forward to Windswept. That's good shit. Who's doing the Mario Maker race? Just Cook, Marble, and Carl Sagan. Makes sense. That's a good lineup. I've heard of I've heard of Carl Sagan. I don't know about honestly, not familiar with the other folks. Not familiar with everyone who plays Mario Maker. Don't think anyone really is. Well, you know, I'm sure those are some of the biggest names, but whatever. Looks like a cool lineup. Looks like good stuff. I'm interested in a lot of this, and I will be watching as much as I can, as much as really speaks to me, I suppose. Like I said, I'm not really in a place where I can do that much dono-wise, but I'll definitely donate some. You know, maybe like 20 bucks. Somewhere between 20 and 40, if I had to say. I'll try to get in like 5 donos of 5 or so, and maybe add on some shirts as well. That sounds like a reasonable compromise. You know, I've been donating big recently because you know, the job was pretty good for paying pretty well, but now I don't have the job because you know, engineers everywhere are facing, you know, brand new economic situations. It's a common thing. But I think that'll be fine. Rapids. Oh, I'm sorry, I was looking at the share chat. Sometimes it's funny, you look at the YouTube chat, and it translates what someone says. Gary Cheeseman said Forsen, and YouTube, in its wisdom, saw fit to translate that as Rapids. Great. No, it's a given name. It's the actual name of an actual streamer who is relatively big. I say relatively big. He's fairly, well known. I know of I've heard the name. There's so many people out there. You can't know 100% of what everyone is up to all the time. Even the people I love and whose content I watched 100 stuff. I don't necessarily, like, keep up with everything that, like, Nextlander does. Or, I love Giant Bomb, and the people at Giant Bomb were a big part, but I don't know what, I don't necessarily, like, follow too closely what, Drew is up to these days, or Jeff, or, Gersman, or etc. I saw that he started doing N64 games in his, ranking of, Jeff Gersman finished ranking of NES games. Jeff Gersman is a famous, video game journalist. Journalist, is that the word? Reviewer, games personality, founder of GiantBomb.com, and then, later left it because fandom were dicks and terrible and went on to do his own stuff. Solo-wise, which, is cool too. I'm happy that he can make that, work for him. I'm just happy that they're, doing alright at this point. Even if I don't have time to keep up with everyone directly. Do I not have time, or am I just spending that time watching The Office instead of, watching every Jeff Gersman, stream, as well as Nextlander, and, what's the not waypoints called? Min-Max and the not way... They have a name. I forget what the waypoint people went on to do. Those guys I followed closely for a number of years, but eventually, I got narrowed down. And I can't be watching, like, I think at some point, I think with, like, Waypoint and stuff like that, eventually, like, you get to, like, an E3 season, and, like, Giant Bomb is putting out 9 hours of video a night, Waypoint is putting out 9 hours of video a day, and you got, like, if you're following, like, another outlet, they're also doing that. It's like, okay, well, shit, this is, I gotta start narrowing down. I gotta step back and go, how many am I following so closely? That's just the way I see it. Maybe y'all manage to follow 100 people, or maybe y'all just stop in every now and again, which is also fair. I'm sure also just like how it goes. Like I said, you can't necessarily... I imagine it's true for everyone. Like, no, you can't follow everyone all the time. But you can stop in here and there and say hello and check it out and be like, oh yeah, Toy Story 2, hell yeah. I saw that Jeff played some Toy Story 2 on N64. I'm going to do that too sometime soon. I've been planning on... Would have happened earlier if not for Sonic 06 and Donkey Kong 64. And now it seems like it kind of feels like I should wait until the port is out there and I can just play it natively on my Switch. That'd be rad. That'd be cool. Surprised that wasn't anything. Thought that would be something. For a lot of speedrun people, I feel like it's just, whenever there's, Hey, what's up? For a lot of speedrun people, I just feel like whenever it's, SGDQ, AGDQ season, it's like, okay, yeah, get a run there, get a game that I love, and I'll stop by and I'll watch it. That's the time, I'll say SGDQ, AGDQ, it's like the time that I take time to watch speedruns and stuff of that nature. Unless it's like a compilation video or like a Summoning Salt or like a handful of streamers I will watch whenever, like Linkus and Glower and a handful of others. You know, like, you can't always be watching. I mean, I say that a lot of. Oh, this is a don't. Didn't realize this was a don't hit the ground level. Gotta pay attention to things like this. This is yeah. I'm sure there's a lot of people who do pay attention and manage to, and do, like, watch. You gotta pick your lane, even if I love DKC and like, Banjo-Kazooie. Not necessarily always watching Banjo-Kazooie runs, you know? But I will always be down for it when it's at an SGQ. I will always, try to catch the run, and if not that, watch the VOD later. I think that's, well, that's just a fair way to approach things. I think that's a fair way to, fair and not too uncommon. Neither, I would say. Glad that these, are pretty much foolproof, and I'm not going to hit the ground in passing or nothing. Looks like they are put together perfectly good. Okay. Carefully fly down. Hell yeah. Alright, that's probably the hard part. Probably the hard part done. Now we just have to fly a bit. Flying is also fairly precise. The levels are getting a mite bit hard. They're getting challenging now, somewhat. Hopefully, yes, having no cape isn't a problem here. Nice. Good one shot. Once I realized the clear condition that I didn't notice at first. Toyota clown car. Toyota clown car? What is... Oh, did I unlock a Toyota thing? I wasn't paying attention. I might have unlocked like a Toyota item. There's been a couple of Toyota plugs in these games, right? Like in Mario Kart, for instance. Isn't there like a Toyota car in there? I don't know. I have a Toyota Corolla. That's my car. It's from 2018, 17. I forget, but it's fine. It's in fine shape. It can last another 10 years. I hope. I have no plans on buying another car. I'll say, like, when I do, I want it to be like a... I would like it if I could get one of those, really good Japanese or Chinese electric vehicles that, make American electric vehicles look like shit. That'd be nice. If I could. Currently, tariffed all to hell. And even before, that's not like a recent thing, to be clear. Just the American government does not like that China is walking all over them car-wise. But, you know, it's kind of, it is what it is. What are you gonna do? Yeah, we don't make very good cars anymore. We make shit. And, they're overpriced and way too large. What else is new? I'm not saying anything people already don't know. this rate, I do think we will be able to go and do the other, we'll be able to do, I am thinking right now, we're making good pace for, being able to do, 3DS after this. Maybe even Mario Maker 1 sample courses as well. I'll say, for what it's worth, I think 3DS is my understanding, I think 3DS is fine. As far as the courses go, it's like a fine challenge sample mode. Like, not exactly tremendous or anything, but pretty good. Whereas I think that, the sample courses of Mario Maker 1 are basically, a hot ball of nothing, so don't expect much from them. Honestly, it'd be an anticlimactic ending to end with the sample courses of Mario Maker 1, but, that is where we're heading. If we don't get to it, you know, I can just say something like, oh, you know what, it's not an actual campaign, don't worry about it. It's, barely real. It's not real at all, really. It's not real at all, really. It's not a real campaign. It's just a bunch of levels that they really didn't put that much work or thought into. They're just, hey, look, you can use a Goomba. You can use a piranha plant. The sample courses in this game have more thought put into them. I don't know if that's actually true. You know, like the ones that come up when you building a level and it's like, here's a template. I think the sample courses are basically just that in Mario Maker 1. They're just a bunch of those. Literally, might be those. Okay, collect one more of these 10s. We'll be done. There we go. Done and dusted. Yay. Did it only count the big coins? Seems weird. It seems like I was collecting some small coins as well there. It doesn't matter. From the barrel cannon, the bullet bill launcher was launching them. Alright, the doors are completed. Yippee! We passed 69% all the way to 70%. Damn it! Shaking my head. That ain't right. Yes, you can do the west roof. You know what I'll say? We'll put a timestamp when we hit any percent ending. When we hit the any percent ending, which I think that might be what the 70% is counting down to. I don't know if we're done with 70% of the levels or just 70% to completion of any percent wise, but you know, it is worth noting that we're a good ways in. I think we're making pretty decent time. It's what, 5:20? We started at like maybe 2:45. That's like what, 2.5 hours? Like 2.5 hours. If this is the way to this is a cool way to do a seesaw impression. That's a really cool seesaw. That was a cooler seesaw than I think I've seen in a minute. Good job, Nintendo. You made a really cool seesaw. People should make seesaws as cool as that. Yeah, coins are actually useful in story mode, it's true. It's kind of weird after years of coins being not useful at all in the actual game. But it's a cool thing that it works like that. I cannot go down right now. I need to wait. That 50 would have been a good one to get. As a result, I mean, I feel like most of the coins we're getting is from completing the levels in the first place. So, like, we get 70 here from the coins we collected, but also we get 200 or so, 150, maybe a higher amount for later levels for just beating the damn thing, so really don't have to worry about coins. Yeah, most of that is from just beating the level, and it's not that much of a difference as far as that goes. Impassable Castle.
Let's go.
We're at like 46. I believe that's just a little bit over halfway of the named courses. That's like the main ones in there. So we're making good time, and the percentage is good. But yeah, no, it's definitely, I think we're definitely not on track to like, you know, do this in like the next. We're like halfway through, maybe. So yeah, 5 hours would be a good estimate, I would say at this point, at this juncture, would be a good estimate. And I'll say again, if we do get 5 hours, man, I am going to submit this to like speedruns.com because like yeah, no, 5 hours puts us in 5 hours puts us in the top 10 in the world. Which I do think, you know, if we can first try this, if we can just get 5 hours right away, I will say, like, hey, you want a top 10 time on a game, Mario Maker 2 might be a good, might be actually a good one for that. Not many people have submitted runs, I bet, is probably more the problem than, is probably more what it is, honestly. That was a bad decision, but it worked out. Chain Chomp in one of those is actually a good pick. That's a pretty good pick for a bully, for a clown car bully. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe we'll get like 7 hours total, and it'll be like just on estimates based on how long to beat. In any case, I've played a lot of Mario Maker, so I know how to play it good. I don't know necessarily the routes for each of the levels, though. Is that something that typically these people who are getting 5 hours are doing? I don't know. Well, who can say? Certainly they could be. Also, I'll say, by the way, so for 3DS, for Mario Maker 3DS, the world record's there around like an hour and a half, so it's not nearly as long as this. It's like a fraction. So that should be easier to do. I will say, as far as that goes, they do not allow emulator on their leaderboard for that game, which, man, that just makes it seem like how the hell is anyone going to compete in that? First, you gotta have Mario Maker 3DS, which is, you know, the least good Mario Maker version. Then you gotta, like, record it off an actual 3DS. Who has that ready to go and a recording way of recording it? I mean, you can do it with a camera, but as I've done with an AYN Thor, but those things are smaller than AYN Thors. Those things, the screens are less good for that. That'd be a weird sort of speedrun, I feel like. And probably just, I would imagine that also, that game doesn't have that much going on there. Probably, you know, if you're looking for a game to get a world record on or a top 10 time, maybe that one's also pretty good. Who could say? I mean, I've been playing Mario Maker forever, and I'm pretty sure it's a pretty solid game. I don't know it has much in the way of, like, glitches, skips, etc. So you probably don't have to, like, learn too much other than, like, how to play the game good. And maybe, like, specific strategies for specific tough levels. Or, like, when to use assist features as they are allowed in the speedrun. I'll say, maybe also for time-wise, us not using the assist features might also be a factor. Might also be holding us back somewhat. I don't know. What am I doing? I gotta lava recede. Please recede, lava. Thank you. Shit. Okay. Okay. This time we're gonna get it. There we go. Got it in one. With one cycle of lava. 2 tries. It's better when you can get it in one cycle. It's faster. And faster is good. 2 cycles is bad. 2 tries, though, worse than 2 cycles in one try, for what it's worth. Hey, there's a roof on that building now. Yay, yay, yay. Blinking blotch blitz. Big good luck, Big Red. I've just noticed that the toad is calling us Big Red. Has Mario ever been called Big Red before? That's a new one. I think that's a new one. Oh, let's do this. This is not quite an auto scroll, but it might as well be. Well, actually, that's not true. There's clearly some cases where we can get ahead, and some cases where we clearly cannot. Great. That doesn't help us. That does, though. Running out of time. This is a good level. But, we do have to wait for some cycles sometimes. Going back to anime randomly, as I look desperately for something to talk about. Going back to anime, tomorrow's gonna be pretty fucking good. Besides catching up on all the shows that aired today that I haven't yet watched. Tomorrow we'll also have 100 Girlfriends and Polar Opposites, 2 of the best rom-coms, one of the best harem and one of the best rom-coms there's been in years. On either front, 2 of the best shows of the year, potentially, and you know, I'm season 3 of 100 Girlfriends, to be clear, so you know it's a known quantity, and season 2 of Polar Opposites, so also a known quantity, though a quantity that started this year, like 3 months ago. Very surprising that it would have a second season. I'll say it's still surprising to me that it has a second season, fucking days after. Or just 6 months. Poison mushroom. I'm eating its flesh. It's not good. Not good flesh. It's still surprising to me that it's back after so short a time. You know, most times when a show airs, you watch it and you go, okay, this will be back in 5 years, if at all. Polar Opposites came back immediately. 3 months. I'm sure that means they had it ready to go and already in production beforehand. I know this. It's not like they whipped it out of nothing. They planned on a split season. As you do. Luigi's going to tell me, hello, I'm here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Luigi, I know. I gotcha. I'm not using your features. I know this might potentially, it'd be faster if I did use features, but, I'm not a big assist I'm not a big assist person. I mean, I don't mind assist features on, like, a second or a third playthrough, which, technically, this is a second playthrough. But, you know, also, it's the first playthrough after 7 years, so it's not like we're talking Celeste here, where it's like, okay, assist mode now.
Oh yeah.
The ending was right there, too. It's not like this is Celeste, where it's like, oh, you play through it once, and then you go right back in, try double dashing and infinite dashing and things like that. Nah, this is a different beast. Hey. Make a East Hall roof for me. Thank you. What's up with these doors? I don't know that we've walked through these doors. And it might be that when you do... What's the point of unlocking these? Is it just... lets you go directly here? You don't have a job for me or something? I'm surprised that, you haven't had, like, side jobs in a bit. I know there's not nearly as many side jobs as there are main jobs, but, still I would have expected someone to have one occasionally, more occasionally. Good luck out there, Big Red! It's gonna be a good day tomorrow. I'm going to, have a lot of catching up to do, I suppose. Oh, flying with this. Oh, I can use Big Mario to get through that, duh. I'll do that right now. I will say, by the way, as far as anime goes, I did see the big announcement yesterday, which is that, I say the big announcement, the announcement that, was yesterday, of somewhat big nature, which was that, JoJo, Stage 2 has had a date announced. Stage 2 and 3 apparently will have a total of 11 episodes, and they'll be going up weekly on Netflix. And Stage 2 starts in September? I think Stage 2 starts in September. I really enjoyed the first part of Steel Ball Run. I thought it was fantastic, phenomenal, one of the best things of last season. But also, the fact that it was just one episode was real disappointing, and it sounds like if Stage 2 and 3... If it's Stage 2 is just, this next part, and then it goes Stage 3 after a few months again, and there's a total of 11, it sounds like it'll just be like 5 weeks on, 4 weeks on. I don't know if we have any clarity of, like, if Stage 2 and 3 are one solid block, or if they're two separate blocks. In any case, 11 is a pretty short, seasonal order. I guess if you include the, prologue, which, again, I will note was, like, you know, 3 months ago, so no, I don't think that counts with the Season 2 order. That is not the start of your season now, that's just a prologue that happened to be months beforehand. If you count that, I guess it is a normal 12-episode run, but I would not. I would rather not. And also, part of me wonders, like, okay, well, is it 4 episodes now, 5 episodes later? Or is it 11 episodes right now? I guess I hope it's 11 episodes right now, and then we'll see. You know, like, when that first episode hit, part of me was just like, oh my god, this is so good. This is as good as, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure has ever been. And if it had just continued from there, if it had, you know, if we had gotten 40 episodes this year, I would be hard-pressed to say, yeah, that wasn't, like, one of the best animes of the year, but it's just 12 episodes this year. It's like, okay. That's barely any. That's barely any. What happened? If they're all hour long, like the first one was, okay, then I'm wrong. And it could be the whole steel ball run, and that actually could be amazing, but I'm pretty sure that won't be the case, because that's unprecedented. I've never seen an anime do an hour-long episode every week. That's not how it's done. And, you know, I don't expect that. In other words, you don't need the lava at the bottom here. They could have just had this be, a vertical... I mean, I guess, hey, this is proof and showing that, like, they did intentionally make sure that the scroll speed down matched the water scroll speed, so that, if you're swimming or... So that if you're doing an auto-scroll level like this and there's a lava level at the bottom, it matches the scroll screen of the stage. It all syncs up perfectly, and that was intentional, and they very much meant that to be the case, and they did a good job because it worked perfectly. Doing levels like this, I'm sure, was a good way of figuring out, like, fiddly little details that are important for some specific little levels, but wouldn't be important all the time. And yeah, you know. What the fuck? What the fuck was that? What killed me? I was big! I was big, did I... Hey, that sucked. That bit there. It's cool how the lava is synced up, but the nature of ceiling killing you or not is kind of shit, especially when the level very clearly is suggesting, hey, go over. Go over, you can, go ahead, go over. Go over the snake block. It's cool. Typically, I would say also that, like, oh, you know, Mario Maker doesn't have a choice. They can't control how that works, the fine details. But this was Nintendo who made the level, so if they saw that, they could have fixed it if they wanted to. I don't know what killed me. It doesn't make sense. Was it the snake block? The snake block was going down. I died again. The snake block was going down. The, and there wasn't like a saw or nothing above. There might have been, but a saw wouldn't have killed me because I was big. Doesn't make sense. I don't know. Moving on. I'm excited for JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I really am. But also, part of me is very skeptical that, like, oh, after this much uncertainty, that, like, it'll be one of the best anime of the year. It could be. It should be. Honestly, it should be. But David Production, just what is up with these delays? I guess it is worth noting that depending on, like, when you start the snake block, it could be lower on the screen or higher on the screen. And if it's lower on the screen, it's easier to jump over. And if it's higher on the screen, trouble might be inbound. Maybe that's just what happened. There's a limit off screen where the top of the screen is actually, and we just happened to hit it. The snake block definitely goes down slower than the screen does, so the top of the thing is relatively going up. So yeah, I got crushed by the top of the screen going down faster than the bottom, the top of the snake block. Relatively, even though it's going down, it was going up. So that's what happened. Now we know. Now we understand. And also now the level is finished. Cool. Good. Angry, angry sun. Have fun. I'm happy every time I load up a level and it's not an auto-scroller. That's a good thing. This is a nice traditional level with some good opportunity for fast movements. I feel like the parachute is underappreciated and underused, and a thing that's great about the parachute is that if you're running at full speed, you can go under the parachute. Oh, I know this level. This level is the one where there's a bunch of weird cloud platform rides. Pretty cool level. This is a very visually appealing one. I recognize it. It rings a bell. Cool. What was I saying? This is cool. It is also very chill. Anyway, that's exciting, though. It's just very frustrating. Like, I don't know what's happened with David's production since they've started being under Netflix's, doing seasons with Netflix. It seems like they just can't regularly put out a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure season anymore without some fucking delay, without some fucking issues. I don't know. I hope they manage it. I hope that they can do that in the future, but you know, it just looks like the future is just a lot of, hey, it's gonna be ready when it's ready, and Netflix isn't pressuring us, so we'll just do it next year. Which is cool, you know, and obviously animes always take the time that they take, but usually you know pretty ahead of time, like, oh, you're gonna come out in fall, and you know how many episodes there are. I'll say, at the very least, this time they were like, yeah, it's 11 episodes, don't get too excited. You know, last time they were just like, Steel Ball Run, and you're like, ooh, Steel Ball Run. And then there's the prologue, and you go, that's great. What's the next episode? And they're like, I don't know. And then like 3 months later, they're like, September. Hey, it's the clown car, the race car, the Koopa car. This is the level that Nintendo made to show off the race car. This is a element that like barely anyone ever uses because it is a pain in the ass to make feel good at all. And this level is fine. There's other problems with it, like it moves so fast and has such limited parameters that, like, yeah, basically you need to make a level like this that curves in on itself a bunch in order to have it be sufficiently long. And even this, I think, is a 100-second level, so it's not super duper long. And even this level has to be like, okay, you go up one layer, and then the next layer, and then you warp your way up, and then you warp your way down. And that's it. That's the level. It uses space very inefficiently. It moves fast. You can't jump very high. You don't have much control over it. And because you can't jump very high, you can't really... It's not really, like, as useful as, like, a minecart would be. Also, the fact that it's very optional and you have to, like, get onto it means that you can't just make the player use it. I don't know. That was an okay Koopa Trooper level. No one else has done levels like that in reality. That is a, that's Nintendo did that a couple times maybe in the Super World. In this story mode. And then, yeah, no, everyone else was like, no. Buzzy the movie. It's a Buzzy clown car ride level. I think I've made levels like this before. Though I think mine were faster. I think I made a faster Koopa car, Koopa shell ride level. Uh-oh. But now we have a very... I'm sure most of these levels were inspired by this. No, well, maybe some of them. Also, we have to get 80 coins. I'll say, I made a level like this in Mario Maker 1, which predates this, of course. So, jot that down. Do consider, It's not exactly, people knew how to do this in Mario Maker 1. I'm sure I didn't come up with the idea. Damn it. We need to get some coins. I'm sure I didn't come up with the idea. Hello, Melissa. That's right, it is America's anniversary. 250.
Oh yeah.
Looking a little old and looking a little long in the tooth right now, but 500 will be better. I'm sure 500 will be better. Don't y'all worry. Things are who could say? I don't know. Happy 4th of July to you as well. It's a fun day to have some hot dogs and to relax, and let's not worry about who exactly is trying to you know, who exactly is. Oh fuck. Oh, I didn't realize that hitting that would kill me. I didn't think about it. Whoops. Shit, that would have been it because I had enough. I didn't need that 50. It's I'll say the politicization of July 4th, I don't like it, and I would like to be able to just celebrate this shit. But it does make me go, does make me a little bit. It is fireworks day. Yes, fireworks are cool. You can see fireworks every day if you go to Disney though. Disney is great. I like Disney. Been to Disney a couple times in the last few years. It's always been a good time. Universal more though. Universal doesn't Universal also have Universal also has the fireworks, right? I don't know. I don't really care personally. I'm there for the roller coasters typically and the thrill rides, not necessarily like lights in the sky. Fireworks are cool though. I bet like later on, if I take off my headphones, I will hear them. 100 coins under the sea. We need every coin? Is every coin 100 or just might as well. I didn't look if it said at least or all 100. In any case, I'll do my best. It's an okay level. Nothing wrong with it. I'll admit that's probably not what you want to hear when people are talking about your level. Nothing wrong with it. It's fine. It's good. Swimming. Not the biggest swimming fan in games. I feel like it's always I guess the thing about swimming that's weird is in reality. Here's the thing I'm just thinking about right now as we're playing through this swimming level idly. In reality, when you go for a swim, you're not really going for a swim to, like, enjoy three-dimensional movement. Well, maybe you are, but I'm not. You're going for a swim to cool off and to get a break from the heat. In a video game, you don't got that. You can't feel how hot it is. There's no... Well, sometimes there is an emulated, like, oh, you know, leak is hot. Put on a magic hat. Maybe you get something like that sometimes, but oftentimes it's just like... you know, the water has no specific, element there. Is there any way to represent that in a game? Cooling off? Other than, like, a Link heat meter? That's, like, the main appeal of swimming, and it's just gone in water levels, and, there's just no way to add it other than if you have, like, a fan, and you hook it up to the game, and the fan turns on when you get to the water level. That's not happening. That's not going to be a core feature of the PlayStation 6. I mean, if it was, it would be a good reason to buy a PlayStation 6. As far as I'm aware, they don't have any plan to have any sort of, good idea in there. As far as I'm aware, that they're just gonna make it a little more powerful. That's not that's nothing. Make it blow cool air on you. Make it submerge you in water. I don't know. I guess the closest it comes is like when you're playing a water level, the music might be nice. The music being like David Wise' aquatic ambience is like the closest you get to like a cool off factor in a water level. That is the end of that tangent. We're in another level now, so it just kind of makes sense to be talking about something else. And I'm sure we will find something else to talk about as we play this level. Tweesters are fun. Fun enemy. I have nothing further to say. It's the best water music? Yeah, I think you're right. The remixes of it in Tropical Freeze are also right up there as well. Personally, I'll say, like, I do really love in the Banjo games, when you go under the water and it plays a aquatic version of the song you're listening to. I think that's pretty neat as well. I guess that's even more similar to, like, Cooling Off, because the existing soundtrack is replaced by a tropical version of soundtrack or whatever. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Like it has pianos in it or whatever. I don't know what exactly constitutes what exactly is the right thing for underwater music to have. It depends on the game and the composer and all that business. There we go. I did want that, so good looking out, Womp. Got it. Good shit. Maybe I'll get the flagpole at the top and get 10 extra coins. That's barely anything. Probably not worth the 2 seconds. Ah. We have more than enough to buy whatever it is next, so I probably should buy whatever's next. Main hall roof. Yep. This might be the end of any percent here when the main hall roof is done. So jot that down, I guess. I guess I could look and see like what an any percent time is, and see if can you submit for both, like, you know. Here's when the any percent is completed. Here's when 100%. It doesn't matter. And also, like, I don't know, all told, like, what the time will be. It will be anywhere worth doing. I mean, if it's like 7.5, like the how long to beat, then it's probably not. But whatever. What am I doing? The world's greatest cannon ride. That seems like hyperbole to me. But I've never been a big fan of auto-scroll levels in the first place. Ones where you could relax and do this. You made this level a little until a streamer told you to change it up a bunch. Yeah, that's fair. Just auto-scroll levels, man. They're slow and tedious, and they make you go like, okay, let's you're making me fight my instinct to just run and gun, and I hate to fight my instinct to run and gun. I like to not stop for nothing, and if I try to jump over these dudes at the wrong time, I'll get a cannonball to the face. That's not good at all. What else is going on? Don't stop for shit? That's right, that's right. I did see, I don't feel like I keep that close of tabs on the speed cubing world, but I did see apparently, like, the big organization for that, apparently canceled, took the event of, clock out of the, off of the thing. That's right, man laughing, man laughing. They took the clock event out of, official competition, which I'll say as a twisty puzzle, appreciator. I've never given a fuck about clock, and never had a clock, and, one of those clock puzzles, and I kind of don't consider it to be a twisty puzzle, personally, so, I don't know, to me the decision makes sense, but, they also added the face-turning octahedron to the event lineup, which is, pretty cool. I like the face-turning octahedron, and it's the last, last real new puzzle that I'm aware of. It's been a while since I bought any, Rubik's Cubes, any twisty puzzles. As far as I'm aware, they haven't been anything really new and exciting since the FTO, unless you're counting, like, weird mods or something. Which I could. I've made some cool mods. Made some good custom builds. And, at some point I should show those off in, like, a, dedicated stream where I show them from above and show what a solve looks like for this or that. At least using my casual-ass, algorithms and all that. But, I don't know. For me, it's not really about, like, perfecting. It's not really about speed so much. I just like twisty puzzles just in, like, in the same way that someone would like a physics cube, you know? It's just something to do with your hands while, doing other stuff a lot of the time. Which is cool and fun, and, you have to think a little bit to do it. But you don't have to think a lot. At least, not when you know what you're doing. Pretty straightforward, just like, okay, now I'm doing this, now I'm solving the sides, now I'm solving the bottom. Or if you're doing a 5x5, you know, it's like, okay, now first I solve the centers, then I do the edges, there it's all reduced, and then solve as a 3x3, you know, it's not, complicated, it just takes a while, and that's nice to have while, you know, there's no game to play, while you don't have something to put on your, your Switch 2 in handheld mode to keep you distracted, keep your hands busy. Always like my hands being busy. We don't have anything more to build right now, right? Just that. Maybe we'll have to build the flag. That'll be it. It'll be like a flag or something after the top of the tower. Or maybe it'll be, the castle. That'll be the castle. Dirty donuts. Dirty donuts. It's interesting that every level in this, they're donut blocks. This is a donut block digging level. It's interesting that every level gives you a set amount of lives to do it with. And if you don't do it in that, regardless of checkpoints, you start over. I wonder if they considered, like, oh, should we change that and make it the case for the rest of the game? Good that they didn't, because there's a lot of levels where you really, once you get a checkpoint, you really want that checkpoint to count. I suppose then, if that was the case, just makers could be more, prone to giving out, one-ups and stuff at the checkpoint. I bet if there was an actual limit, Endless Mario aside, on that sort of thing, just like every level would have free one-ups, at the ends, at the, checkpoints, you know, whenever it makes sense. Maybe even at the start. Why not? I do like a life system. I do like the tension there. Of course, during the regular Mario Maker streams, I do have a life conceit going. So, you know, that's fine. I know how to deal with it and all that. It's just interesting and all that this is like just part of the campaign normal style. 2 more and then the main roof is complete. If you want jobs, I got jobs. Porky Puffer ahoy. Oh, we're getting Porky Puffer. Now, this is a big, scary enemy that'll eat us. But, of course, we're gonna get through here first try. This enemy was originally in Mario Brothers 3. Kind of funny that it's not. That's right, beat me to it. I was going to say, they're eating my flesh. I was going to say that, but I'm going to be so good, you're not going to get the chance to hear me say it, sadly. I will not be saying, they're eating my flesh. I'll instead say, that's so human. Look at that, I killed them. How do you like my Girona? Now I have a star. Even better. These guys have, I'm eating their flesh now. Doesn't, work like that. They are not getting a chance to eat my flesh. They I'm too good. I'm too good. Give me a harder level with those guys in it later, and maybe they will eat my flesh. They did not eat my flesh that time. Girona. Alright, that's a callback to yesterday, how I kept saying the Deltarune voice lines over and over again. 06i got to it first. We didn't see any Porky Puffers last time, so I wasn't able to say they're eating my flesh. But I definitely wanted to. They're hammering my flesh. I guess part of the appeal of they're eating my flesh is just it out of context for no reason. It was a non sequitur. Not to say something anything so direct about the nature of these lines or why it's funny to say them. Because, you know, you shouldn't spoil the... You know, people haven't gotten to Deltarune yet or are waiting. Should be cool. But also, it's fun to spam them. And it's fun to say them. And, I enjoy it. I like it. I love it! That's a reference as well, but not to Deltarune. That's, Frank Drebin said that during a very funny scene. Naked Gun is really good. Fucking great movie. The original, not the junior. I mean, the new one is good too. Is great too, actually. About as good as the old ones were. But the line I was talking was from the old ones. That's what I meant. I didn't mean to, I don't mean to besmirch the new one. I quite liked it. My king. Excuse the occasional misspeak. You know, that's so human. I think that's just a really human thing. And, you know, your dad is my best friend. That's right, it is a clown car. What about it makes a Toyota Corolla? I have a Toyota Corolla. It's silver. It's not red. It doesn't shoot fire either. Is that like a joke that other people are telling on the internet? I'm not familiar with that one. Main hall roof's done. That looks like a completed castle to me. Oh, we got another rescue operation. Is this the end of any percent right here? This this toad rescue thing. This is like the biggest toad rescue thing we've seen. 5 toads to rescue at once. It's probably cool and chill, and we don't, it'll be nice. Probably won't be hard at all. Let's do it. The only inconvenient thing is waiting for the toad holes. To waiting for the opportunity to get out of a toad hole, because you have to wait for the bomb to go off. That is a mite bit inconvenient. I'll say, for what it's worth, for those, if Nintendo, if you're listening, you know there's a way to like instantly trigger those and have them instantly blow up that shit, right? You can set that up where it's like instant, and it's really good. I would recommend doing it that way. That's a better way. I feel like that way is the ending. We got more and more toads following us. Hopefully, won't be we won't lose any of them. This is a fine level. A fine use of the toads. Just some... Okay, good. I was worried the timing there. I might burn all my toads. Instead, we now have a complete pack of them. All of them all at once, and now I'm going to guide them to the end. Yippee! I do feel like people could have done cool stuff with this. I mean, I guess these are just collectibles, but it's annoying. Whenever one gets hit, they uncollect themselves for a second. But, you know, it's kind of cool to be able to place 5 things that you have to collect somewhere in the world. And I guess you can already do that with, like, big coins or something, so you really don't need the toads, except for the annoying part where they follow you and they sometimes get hit and lost, and, yeah, good job. It's fine that we don't have access to that. It's fine, actually. I'm fine with that. You know what? I got my fill of toad rescue, honestly. Stained glass, 2000. Oh, we just, we got... Okay, so that's the last thing that, that's the last thing. Next level, we'll be able to afford that, so... We'll do this level, and then we'll be able to buy the stained glass, and then, we'll, keep carrying on. I'll say, you know, this, technically, I think, would be any percent. So, like, technically, by the rules of previous, streams of this, we could move on from here. But I do want to see the late game. I do want to see every level here. Someone LARPed you, it'd be called the LARPer game. I've never, gone LARPing. You know, I do think... Fuck. Okay.
Oh no!
I do think that, I saw someone was talking about a certain YouTuber and was saying, like, it was calling them a LARPer and all that. And another person was like, you know, LARPing is, like, a pretty cool thing that, like, involves a lot. It's basically like cosplay plus, you know, cosplay plus roleplay plus this and that. Actually is a not a thing that takes some amount of effort to do. And, it's weird to just besmirch the actual hobby by making it associated with, you could just say poser, if you mean poser. And, I don't think I'm a poser. I'm not. I guess there's like a difference between a LARPer and a poser. Maybe you're thinking LARPer in the actual, like, LARPing sense. Like, if someone did dress up, they would look like me, I guess. Or like a comic book guy, something like that. Maybe you're picturing comic book guy. Maybe. I like The Simpsons too. Good show. Nice. Have there been levels with 2 checkpoints before? I know I'm a large fella. I know this. I'm aware. I don't really mind it so much, though. Really. It doesn't bother me, terribly much. So long as I can go to a theme park and have a good, you know, spend a whole day there, go the distance, I'm happy with, how things are going as far as that goes. Wouldn't mind, like, getting on the Ozempic sometime and losing a bunch of weight, but I don't care to. I'm not really, I don't really think it's very important. And, certainly it's not something that's getting in the way of, me doing the things I want to do. Part of, I do feel like, you know, I've seen people, yeah, we just gotta finish some jobs and this'll be it. Or at least this'll be it for, like, any percent, I guess. I will say I've seen people say stuff like, you've been on a chia seed diet since you've been on Ozempic? I don't do diets. I'm not really interested in that. Just not generally, not in specific, I just like to eat stuff. And, don't care to, be unhappy by, not getting ice cream and stuff. I like ice cream too much. That's another part of it. I really like ice cream and pizza and fast food, and I'd be sad if I wasn't eating it. I like the taste of it, and I definitely prioritize that versus, like, you know, goals as far as fitness or whatever. I should walk more. I should be more, get out more and get some more, walking and shit. You're not a fan of pizza and food, but ice cream cookies? Cookies are alright. Chips, I don't do as much. Sometimes I do it, but, you know, you gotta get a whole bag, and I'm not, always going through a whole bag. It's, I don't know. I prefer something where you have, like, a set amount that you eat, rather than just, like, a little bit here, a little bit there, and just, forever. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say fucking something. I forget what I was gonna say there. How many do we need to, do the mural? Is it, like, 5, or is it, like, 10, or... How many? 5. Cool. Yeah, and this'll be, it for thing. I wouldn't mind losing weight and stuff, but I just don't care to. It's just not a concern of mine. And, like, so long as I can do, so long as I have the stamina to do all the tourism and theme park, vacation stuff that I want to do, it's all fine by me. I mean, I could stand to have more walking around stamina and be able to, I'll say I could stand to be able to, I could stand to have more endurance, sure. But, you know, when I have a theme park day, they tend to go pretty well, so who's complaining, I guess. I don't know. I think another part of it is, like, I remember seeing people talking about, my generation, you know, millennials, and, like, the fitness standards that millennials were exposed to, and someone was saying, like, yeah, all the masculine, like, male figures, role models were like super jacked, like, you know, Schwarzenegger plus jacked, and it's like, I don't know what you're talking about. When I was a kid, the #1 role model, I say #1 role model as if he's actually a role model, but like the coolest, most masculine dude was Tony Soprano, and Tony Soprano was fat as shit. Yeah, obviously, honestly an unhealthy amount considering that actor did die pretty prematurely, not good. But like, he was the manliest dude, and after him, the next manliest dude that replaced him, like, you know, 10 years later, was fucking, Walter White. Old man who's smart. Maybe Mike Ehrmantraut as well, also vying for that cool role. Cool old man who can shoot people. Like, those, I feel like, were the most prominent, male figures in manly dudes in media when I was looking around, and you know, that definitely made it seem like relative weight is unimportant to relative coolness. Also, you know, I definitely like you know, watching streamers and getting into Giant Bomb. Obviously, Jeff Gerstmann and Ryan Davis, both of them are well, not to cast aspersion, but you know, they're on the heavier side. And seeing them out there being cool and you know, being cool dudes, playing video games, and you know, having good opinions and all that shit, was just really nice to see. I feel like before that, you know, you look at TV and you know, you didn't necessarily see someone like Jeff Gerstmann running around like as often. I don't know. I certainly thought it was cool and good, and left an impression on me, I guess. That like, oh, okay. You don't have to be like you know, super duper in shape to be one of the best video game journalists, most popular media personalities out there. That's great. I mean, obviously he's a good-looking dude. Obviously Ryan Davis and they both look great. They're a little overweight. Well, obviously Ryan Davis died of you know, what's it? Sleep apnea.
Oh yeah.
But you know, they made an impression. I don't know where I'm going with this. Shout out to them. And rip Ryan Davis. Died a long time ago. Like 15 years ago at this point. Wild that's been so long. Love Ryan Davis. Love Ryan Davis. I guess between Ryan Davis and the actor who played Tony Soprano, you do gotta be careful about your health. More careful than others might be. But I don't have sleep apnea, I don't think. I mean, I think I do snore, but I don't think that's not necessarily sleep apnea, right? I don't know. You have to get like a study to figure out. That's weird that the way sleep apnea works is you have to get a study to find out if you have it. And you should be like, you know, doing that thing. It's not just all snorers, right? It's like very specific snorers. This is a fun race level. Racing the bullet bills. There's also additional bullet bills from the side. It's fun. Bullet bills are far enough behind where it's hard to see them at all times. And they're not going to get close enough where they're actually a threat, but they were there and they were threatening. Now they're coming from above, and they're a little bit more immediately obvious. You can see them a little bit better, and that was a better executed threat in that second half. But still is, honestly, both parts were pretty good. Great level, Nintendo. That's a fun one. The Bonsai Bills, yes. Bonsai Bill level. One more, and I think that's any percent. And what time is it? It's about 6:20. We got an actual final level here. Okay, cool. We got a final boss with Meowser. Okay, that makes sense. Let's see what Nintendo's... Anyone remember what Nintendo's final Meowser level is like? What did they do for that? Like the plutonic example for what people should do when they use Meowser and how they should make that work. I wonder. You think Toadette will be in a cage? I don't think so. Is she gonna be in a cage? She might be in a cage. Was she kidnapped? I wasn't paying attention to what they were saying. Okay, so there's Meowser, and I think we're just running. I think we're just running with Meowser in hot pursuits. Or, I don't know if he actually follows, but we'll fight him later. The Nintendo's example of like a ultimate Meowser level has car in it. I guess, hey, they were really confident the car would be cool, and that people would like car, and there might be a bunch of levels with car in the future. There really were not. Probably the least popular element of Mario Maker 2 that there is. Is that unfortunate? No, something has to be the bottom element, and of course, it's the car. What else would it be? Okay. Here we go. This should be it. This is probably it. Can we get Fire Flower or something? No. So it looks like we're running by him. Looks like another... So I guess the message here is that with Meowser, you really need to just make a level based around running away from him. And I mean, I think that is true with how much he runs around and avoids direct engagement. Like, if you have to constantly hunt him down and wait until he's on common ground to get in, like, attack here, attack there, it can be pretty tedious. And case in point, we now have the POW. We have to wait until he's right here before we can hit him. And oh shit, not like a one hit. We gotta do like several POWs, and please stay put, Bowser, Meowser. It would have been great if this had been pre-gamed a little bit for us, so that we could. Okay, that's not too many hits. Meowser is always an awkward fight because he runs away, but that was all right. 4 POWs is not too many. Those POWs, I guess, they were made strong. Oh, there is the Toadette. There is a Toadette in a cage. Cool. That's a cool custom element. And we're getting a double dance. I guess you could get this double dance in regular mode if you were playing multiplayer. And you both flagpoled at the same time. More or less. I think that's any percent. Yes, I think that's any percent. That took around, it's 6:20. We started around, what, probably like 2:50, 2:45. That was probably like, trying to do the math, 3.5 hours? Check it later. Check it later, I guess, if you're curious. Check later, see what the exact time is. It doesn't matter for the purpose of this stream, but maybe I'll submit it to the speedruns if it's like... Let me see. Let's like the Mario Maker 2. This will also give us a good idea, like, how long it should take for the rest of this. Let's see. Story mode, any percent. Okay, so that was like, what, 3.5 hours? Yeah, it's like bottom of the any percent. With no Luigi assist, that's like 38. So if that's the case, then the story mode all jobs probably, there's only 18 runs of that, but 5 hours is within the top 10, so if, maybe these aren't so equipped. There's a lot more story mode any percent runners versus all jobs. There's like twice as many runs. Maybe this is just a much more competitive category. I will say, not last on the list if we were to just submit this as any percent. As far as I'm aware, just doing the math, it'd be second to last, which is, valid. Which would be, doable. These are interesting crits. I haven't seen these crits in years. Great game. If we were, not going on to do all jobs, we could, stop here and now. I suppose it's also worth noting I did watch the intro cutscene, and that doesn't make a difference. That doesn't make a real difference. I cannot run around during this. There's a timer, but, it's all fake. It's all this fake art. This is a fake art style. It just never comes up in the actual game. Huh. Funny. With fake, grass and, ground art and, sprite work. Cool. That's Mario Maker 2. That's Mario Maker 2, story mode. Like I said, this whole... for the last couple years, I've been doing streams where I've gone through at each of the Marios as fast as I could do, you know, off the cuff, and doing like 8 in the first stream, 4 in the second, and 5 in the last. And Mario Maker 2 is now the last one. How many level designers are there? That's a good question. Did we miss that category? Or is it still coming? Keep an eye out. Keep an eye out. Mario Maker 2 is a lovely campaign. I think all those levels are really well done. And I think they, even today, you can get good ideas for, like, what to do in Mario Maker by looking at those story levels. And I think they should be proud of that. This is definitely the best they've done as far as, like, a Mario Maker story campaign yet. It's kind of weird that there's a couple levels with stuff that you can't use in the actual game, like the toads and the stone blocks, but also, you don't really want those ones, actually. I feel like you don't want those ones, so it's like a fun novelty, but also like, it's not a bad thing that they were excluded from the rest of the game. I guess it would have been nice if we had the block to be used as like a peg, the equivalent of a peg, but without the chain chomp attached. Could have been used as a peg in several, lots of cases, those, big heavy blocks. There's a whole minute left of this credits. I think we probably missed the, level designers already. You can rewind the tape and have a look later and, see how many credited level designers there were. Curious, like, how many actually, were contributing to the story mode. There's also, of course, the Ninji levels later on that, after the game was done. How do you credit that? Do you just add people to the credits? I don't know how people are credited in live games and things of that nature. Mario Maker 2 rules. I do think that, like, they added so many amazing things to the game, and I think, you know, this campaign shows off not only how to use that stuff, but to use the old stuff as well, and, charming progression. I do think, having seen so many more levels, I think that I was more impressed at the time, and less impressed now, but it's still a good it's still a good solid campaign, and I think the best the franchise has had. Just about. Okay. So, we did the any percent. We've now completed the game, essentially. But there is more to do, because we haven't done all the courses and all the tasks and stuff. And we're going to continue on with this. The whole gimmick of these streams has been beating them as fast as possible. You know, the last few July 4th streams has been like, oh, you know, I want to do as many 2D Marios as possible. And that means using all the shortcuts and doing the any percent minimum levels, but in this case, Mario Maker 2 is my main game, so I want to see all these levels that we haven't done yet, and I'm wondering if we might have to run around and get some more side ones as well. Should we run around first and just see, like, oh, has anyone got a quest overhead? They might do by now, and it'd be good to knock them out first. Weird that you're running with the... Anyway, let's go around and find them, and then we'll that doesn't do anything for us. Let's run around and find them, and then we'll see what happens. Hello. We didn't go in this door before. Do we need to go into the other door from the top side? I don't know, we ever came down on the left. So, that could be another place where an NPC is hiding. Let's do this. You think there'll be a, yeah. Princess will be a playable character. I do think that anyone who's playable in Wonder stands a good chance of being playable in Mario Maker 3. I do think that's true. Right now, there's just enough for one player per, for a four-player game. You think if they do, like, a half-dozen playable characters, do you think they would have, like, a 16-player multiplayer mode? I mean, that might be way too much. Like, levels to now that are, like, multiplayer versus have to, you know, split things up just so to make 4 players work. To make 8 players work, you need twice as many, little segments, and to make even more work, I was not paying attention to the clear condition. You have to have even more. This was a fun level, but now I have to go back and get the clear condition done. One more 10 coin, and we're done. I don't see... There's 4. Just need 6. And there they are. That was all 50. All 50. I do feel like, personally, I did get some inspiration from these levels, and not this one in particular, but I think there was some some campaign level that had the check, it was clear check, right? Checkpoint. That had it set up so that, like, when you start the level, you cross by the flagpole, and I still think that's the best way to do a clear condition level, right? Like, just show them the player the flagpole, and show them, like, oh, it's not there. And then they know, like, oh, I gotta go somewhere else and get that mission done. That's why I always try to run the player by the flagpole when I'm making a clear condition level, though it's not always possible or feasible or advisable. But it's a good idea when you can do it because, yeah, you know, it lets them know, hey, buddy, you gotta go do something else first. Okay, let's do POW block wake up call by Purple Toad. Do you think the person who designed the levels of Purple Toad, do you think they have a purple hat like that? Do you think they wore purple? It's a cool level. Jumping over these and that is a cool damn little level. And also, this was a great example of showing you the flagpole, and that it was gone before you actually go and do the destroying of enemies. Like, that's how you do. I think that's how you should do a clear check level, and really, like, you know, let you know right away, like, hey, you need to do something. Good way of structuring it. It is done, yes. I gotta deliver some stone. I'm tired too, Yellow. Don't make me yawn. Look at all these stones. This is like a quarry. Wait, holy shit. There are actually grabbable wall rocks in these walls. They actually do have just... That's a great way to use those grabbable rocks, is just have them randomly flashing within random walls. That's really good. Wait, can Yoshi carry a wall block without slowing the fuck down? That would be really nice. Well, regardless. Oh, I gotta get it out using Yoshi. Okay, which wall do I go with? This is cool, but also, now I want to know, where am I digging? Right here. There we go. And look at that, Yoshi can carry them normally, negating the entire gimmick. It is cool aesthetically, though. Oh, and you know what? Now with this, I can get over this wall. This level is actually a pretty cool block level. Pretty cool block level. Shows you that it can actually be okay in combination with Yoshi. And also, it's kind of cool aesthetically because it looks the same as the other blocks. That one was a better one. That's the better of the two levels that use it. I assume there's two. Might be three. Or maybe this yellow toad has a whole set of them. Yeah, this toad totally has a whole set of them. "3D World Stone." In this case, we can open up walls and, with the cat, and then, you know, get through with the stone. I don't know. Pretty self-explanatory, really. Just a little bit slow. This one's slow. This one's not fast like the other one was. Like, I don't know about this stone gimmick. Other than cases where it's entirely negated, the heaviness of the stone, it's like, okay, you made like a slower type of level than like a swimming level. Good job? Good job? I don't know. I don't know if that's quite what we're looking for in a level, in a mechanic. Which, again, therefore makes it fine that you can't actually use it in actual Mario Maker creation. It's just not there. It's fine. Kind of sucks. It's kind of just interesting for puzzles. Interesting for puzzles like that. But I say interesting. I don't say great. I mean, it'd be nice to have more things that you just, like, collected and throwed or whatever. Throwables. Stone from the river. Swimming stone? Sounds like a swimming stone. This looks like New You. And I'm betting, yep, hybrid water level. So the water will rise, and we will float. Very slowly. Now, fun fact, whether you're holding the A button or not, makes you faster or slower when swimming. But that doesn't seem to be the case while you're holding the block. You, like, kick your feet based on whether you're holding button. That doesn't seem to be the case here. Who knows? Maybe it's I don't know if it's in this this theme, honestly. I don't. Maybe that's just specific themes or specific cases. You know, maybe it's just in Mario Brothers 3 or something. Or maybe just like, yeah, whoever made the block didn't know about that. And I think it'd be pretty reasonable, you know. Why would you? I didn't know about it for forever. Up? I feel like we're going up from here. All right. Perfect, beautiful, nice. Don't care. Do we need coins anymore? I don't know we need coins anymore. There might be another thing to build. Maybe we should be investing our coins in Toadette. Check with Toadette, see if she has anything. I believe we're done with this guy. Might be time to return to the mainline levels. What's up? Anything more to build? Nope. Okay. At some point. Oh, I see. Purple Toad is like is helping us unlock more of these dudes, and we get these dudes by completing the purple helmet ones, Purple Toad's levels. Let's do it.
Oh no!
What are we doing? I guess you lose coins just to make it so that, like, when you're dying, you're not, like, getting an opportunity to, like, grind them necessarily. You're just... Also, you're losing only some of them, so it's, like, not that bad, but it's not like, oh, you know, you get to keep all your ill-gotten gains.
Oh no!
Only 4 course level designers? Huh. That's, fewer than I would have expected, but, you know, hey, they did a great job. Surely they picked the, best folks that they had that were, they are making. Are they all, like, from the main team, or do they all have, like, other roles in the production, or are they all, like, I wonder how that worked. Probably not, or maybe, I don't know. Level design is obviously a full-time job in most cases, but, you know, in this case, it is a level creation tool, so, like, the point is anyone should be able to get the hang of it. And also iteration, you know, there's probably more testers and more feedback from those testers, and that can help shape and perfect the thing. Most of them worked on Wonder. That's really cool. I didn't know that. That's cool. That's interesting. Wonder is a great game. It turned out wonderfully, as you know. Oh, I guess we got the hammer now, so we can break blocks. Look at this. It's the crotch of a giant robot. I'm fucking hitting this guy in the nuts. And now CourseBot is waking up as a result. He is a very tall fella. Look how tall he is. His head is way above his balls and nutsack and asshole. It's like a wiener dog. Beep boop, hello. Yep, you got, like, levels or something? Oh, this is just videos. This guy's just videos. I don't need to, watch those again. We already watched them earlier. We're good on videos. Is there anyone else up and at 'em? Are we all done with NPC characters? I think we might be. I think we might just have the main set of them to do now. Frog in the clouds? How do we get to Frog in the Clouds? What's the step there? If you know how to get there, I've played this before. I know. I should know. I should remember. I mean, it's not important. You don't have to worry about spoilers. Just how do you get it? Oh, it's probably with this, but how do you do that? You only know he's in the right side? I could Google. Or we could just start doing some levels and come back to it later. There's also the blocks that are under those question blocks. I think that there's like a hidden block or something. Maybe Frog in the Clouds Mario Maker 2. Let's see. Let's see now. Fucking fandom. Page went white on me immediately. Let me go to the URL and type anti and see the anti-fandom version. Let me see. Okay, so locations. I guess. Let me find where it says jobs. I'm not sure. For individual jobs, see story mode jobs. Okay, let's have a look. Having a look here. We can just start chugging along on these. How many pages are there supposed to be? I think that it's like 20. Jeez, I guess if we're 12 of 19, it's worth noting that a lot of the side things are at the end, so we're not like halfway through these. There's just more at the end than in the, you know, middle. It's gotta be like a wiki that actually has like a walkthrough or something. That's not a wiki page. Hey, poor player. Okay. After clearing Partrick's thing ahead, yeah, it looks like an invisible block. Hop around to and produce a hidden block. Yeah, there's a hidden block above the red flower. Okay, well, I had the right idea. We'll come back to that. That's we don't have to rush. Well, I mean, we should. I do want to get to 3DS and Maker 1 tonight. I would like to do all the Nintendo-made levels. I mean, I guess this won't. I'll say this isn't all the Nintendo-made levels because there are Ninji levels, and we're not doing those. There are Ninji levels. There's also were there Ninja levels in the original Mario Maker? Those are gone now. If they, those are gone now. So, you know, it's no matter. Let's check that. Oh, hang on. I got it. Oh, it's like not in the center. You have to like run up a little bit to get it. Had the right idea. Any other characters here? Any other mission givers? Mission givers, Mario Maker 2. Successfully building Peach's Castle will require you to complete about 2/3 of Taskmaster. Identities of job. Story mode, chapter side jobs, how to unlock and stuff. Purple Toad, Yellow Toad, Mr. Eraser, Heart Trick, Sound Frog, Undo Dog, Yamamura. I think that's it. I think that's all the dudes. So yeah, I think this is the last one, if I'm not mistaken. Oh geez. And then in this level, we get like a second to look at the whole pattern, and then we gotta get going. This is a cool use of darkness. I think a thing that's underused in dark levels is showing you what's up with a quick flash of light, and then forcing you to do darkness stuff. And this is exactly that. Yeah, it's kind of hard.
Oh yeah.
Parts-wise, what would be the thing? Okay. I think the parts are always the same. Let it be said. Is it, if you open the parts menu, does that count against, like, no Luigi assist? I did not use it, I just looked at it. I guess, like, if you're doing, like, a speedrun, you're not, typically just trying to find out, like, oh, what's that? Not, like, concerning yourself with such things. It's just that, you know, this is more of a casual playthrough where the goal is to go fast. A blind playthrough, so I don't know what's up with that shit. It also, like, doesn't matter. I wouldn't use it even if, no matter. I think there's just two different categories for Luigi assist versus not. What the fuck? I gotta go up on the other side. That's the fuck. Is the frog going to be all underwater levels? That would make sense. Though, also it would make sense if he gave me some frog levels with the frog suit. That would also make sense. God damn it! Once you see the frogs, it's kind of too late to... The fish, it's kind of too late to turn around. Okay. Yay. Whoop! Okay, there we go. That fish was very close. That was a very close fish. Too close. What else you got, Frogman? All right. Flowers. That made flowers bloom. Is that it? We got more, okay. I think there'll be like 3. There's been 3 so far with these guys. Reach the goal without getting out of the water? It's like a... You know in Marco Polo how you can't leave the water, you fish out of water? That's us if we leave the water. We're fish out of water. I don't know. I've never actually played Marco Polo. I never played that as a kid in pool scenarios. I mostly in pools I've just done you know, you play with noodles, you whack each other with noodles, you do the torpedo, and you might have like, you know, diving toys, you know, like little rings, little plastic rings that you know, you throw in there, they sink down into the deep end, and you dive, and you grab them and retrieve them. Those are the pool toys that I think of when I think of pool toys. As far as, like, Marco Polo goes, no, never. I don't think so. Y'all play Marco Polo? Is that like a super common thing? I know like Fish Out of Water because there's that episode of, I mean, I'm sure I would have absorbed it from somewhere anyways, but there is... Fuck you!
Oh no!
Asshole appeared under me, bouncing me up. What a dick! This is a long level too, where we can't move fast. This might be one of the worst, I'll say. I think this might be one of my least favorite water levels of all time. Just insofar as like, yeah, it's like a water level where you have to start and stop. And you can't just keep going. And also enemies, by jumping on them, by doing the normal thing, and by randomly chancing on landing on an enemy, they can fucking just end your run immediately. Just by being in the wrong place at the wrong time. It's dicked up. I don't know Marco Polo, really. I've never played it as a kid. Not something I've ever done. Doing like cannonballs into the deep end, that's a thing. That's fun. That's a pool activity I know quite well. I feel like, you know, I've only seen, you know, my parents have a community pool that they go to sometimes. I don't know, like, how most community pools are, but it's, like, all shallow end. There's no deep end at the, community pool that my parents go to, you know? Like, if I want to go somewhere where I can't, just stand up and be at the... and stuff, I can't. I will always be, I will always be in there.
Oh yeah.
And, maybe nowadays, you know, community pools like that are prevalent. And kids today, they don't know the joy of doing a cool cannonball or a backbreaker. Y'all know a backbreaker? Backbreakers, well, they'll break your back. You don't want to do them, honestly. They kind of hurt. Can opener. I think that's when you, like, you have one knee up, and you have the other knee going wide, going long. That's a good move. There's a lot of good moves. I remember can opener, I remember cannonball, I remember the, there's the, backbreaker. I can't remember any other dives. I guess there's the one where you go in head first and you don't make a splash. What's the point of that? That's not the one that you want to do. That's, barely should count. Whole point of, diving is you make a cool splash. No? Maybe not. For some, I'm sure it's, more of a... You know, there's, like, professional divers, right? Who are trying to do, like, weird flips or... What the hell? Trying to do weird flips and such, I guess. I don't know. I never partook in any of that. I guess there are pools where people would do those sorts of things. Maybe they're not like, you know, outdoor pools for communities, but like, you know, you picture like a gymnasium or something. I've never been in an indoor pool, I don't think. I can't remember any time in my life going to an indoor pool ever. Maybe the standards are different there versus like a community pool or what have you. Or it's just like, hey, here's or like a apartment pool. Alternatively, there is an apartment pool. I think my apartment's pool is all you know, is all shallow end as well. I don't know that they do that many deep end pools anymore. I don't know. I need that shell. Cool, good. I can just come through this way and then, yeah. go. Now get this guy to go, and then we'll be done. Oh well, I lost my Shelmet. Please tell me I don't need it. There's a point of no return. Oh, there's an extra Shelmet right here. Okay, good. Very good, very good. Also, we can... Let me think. I mean, now that I have the Shelmets, I can, I guess, return over there and do something with it. Maybe that's what we're supposed to do. I think this is the way. Yeah, this is definitely maybe the way. Now the red on-off is, boop, 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 boop. Uh-oh. You know what? Actually, it might be important to go through here and to keep this flipped. So as to have red on-off in this section. Oh shit, I got... I see. I see what I did wrong. There's a door right here. Didn't see that. I'll say things like this make a... make like a more conservative estimate. How long the beats estimate seem more accurate. Certainly, we haven't been going super duper fast, and if everyone, it depends, right? I'll say like the like world record for like all quests, all missions on speedrun.com is really, really low. It's a lot lower than 5 hours, let me say, but I don't know if that's like a pity, like, oh yeah, that's just I don't know like how good of a time that is, but we're finding out that it is a fairly decent time. And, yeah. At this rate, I do think we'll have time for 3DS. At least, I think so. It's like 7 o'clock, so we've been going around 4.5 hours? I don't know. It isn't important to think too much about. 4.5? How close are we? I don't know. At this point, have we unlocked every side level? Have we done all the Yellow Toad? I should have had a closer look at the, should have had a closer look at how many missions are, were unlocked in my 100% file that I had from ages ago. No. Okay, sure, dance a little bit for us. That's fine. You can do that. I think they worked really hard on that animation. We'll see it again. Again for 2 seconds. Okay. Now then, what's next is, we did all the side characters now. Okay, yeah, I think 20 pages is how many there should be. And I think they should go, like, halfway down this page. I feel like there should be more then. But, let's play it by ear and let's just go through the stock ones. There's, like, 20 here remaining in, like, the, set. And take my headphones off for a second. And, is this like a 20-second one? Like a nice and quick, do some long jumps level. So very cool. This is almost like a 20-second level from Nintendo during the might literally be a 20-second level. I'll say, they do. This might be Nintendo's version of a 20-second level. Insofar as it's pretty linear, pretty straightforward. this might be Nintendo's version of a 20-second level, insofar as it's pretty linear, pretty straightforward. You're just doing long jumps over and over again, and you can't not but move forward at very high speeds. It is interesting that unlike most 20-second levels, there are like different routes, and you can go up or down depending on like whether you go up or down. I do believe that was about a 20-second level, so yeah, this is totally their take on it, and yeah, they added a little extra. They added a little option, a little bit of variance there, which I think is cool. More could have that.
Let's go.
On-off Koopas. Seen levels like this before. Guiding a Koopa. Alright. Sure. I can do that. On-offs make levels like this a lot more possible? Yeah, I think so. And I think that's great. You know, definitely before... Damn it! Before Mario Maker, before Mario Maker 2, I don't think there was really a big niche of levels where the gimmick was you have to guide a friend, you know, a friend enemy. In most cases, if you did have to do that, it'd be a mole, if anything. There were levels where you guided moles around, but moles are more janky than, these guys. They're screwy because when they start falling, they reverse course and just pull heavily to the wrong way. I wish this was a little bit closer to the ground so that my swapperoonies were faster. Might be the progenitor of levels like this, but suffice to say, I do think it's done better. I think it's been done better in more recent. In modern making, they've realized that you don't have to see Mario. You can have Mario hidden away below the screen and just people understand the on-offs going on-offs on their own. And you don't have to, like, literally see where literally Mario is. And also, people know to hit up when they get the key, so they move on to the next bit. Easy one. This is definitely a model of level, a type of level that has come a long way since. What the hell? Wait, I think I know. Because these guys turn around when they turn around, if you... hit them after they turn around. Oh, right, I can hit them, with the, yeah, I got it. Oh, I see. I need to make them so that, yeah. Okay, I got it this time. There we go. And now it walks, and now it can be dropped down. Okay. I think this model of level has been improved by the people since Nintendo, you know, put it in story mode and came up with the basic idea. There's been better versions of this in years since. That's interesting. Let's go. Yay. Shoes in the cloud. I do think playing this again, the best way to play Mario Maker Story Mode is to do a little bit at a time. I do think playing 500 levels in a over 100 levels in a row like this. In retrospect, not the best way to go about having a good time with the game. You know, I do think that playing there we go. I do think it. Oh, I need a shoe. Do I need a shoe? I might be able to get by with that one. Faster, faster. Thank you. We'll see. We'll see. Am I good? Yes, there's a checkpoint. Good, good, good. Lovely, save. Okay, now I don't have a shoe anymore. And I'm beyond the point of shoe. Let's just wing it. Let's just go. I bet we're fine. We're fine. Okay. Okay. Very good. Very good. Sometimes you don't need a shoe. Barefoot Mario. Anyway, how many are left? 6, 12, 18 levels. At least the ones that we see. Plus, there's one at the very end. And I think there might be more that are hidden from us currently. Whether they're hidden from us or we need to talk to an NPC, I'm not sure. We'll worry about that in a bit, in a minute, in a fashion. Oh, jeez, auto-scroller. Not my favorite. Even this late in the game, I do believe I can put the controller down if I cared to, and just let it sort of play out by itself. And, I don't love that. I think the temperature in my apartment has risen since the start of the stream. In fact, the AC does not seem to be keeping up with the keeping up with the cold, which is not good. I might need to. It might be one of those things where I need to turn it off and on, and like deal with hot air for a while. I hate that. Why can't these things just be built in such a way where they defrost on their own time, or if there's, why can't they have like a fucking backup system that provides the cold when the main system cannot? These things are badly engineered. The problem is that fucking no one cares. Also, the fact is that for these apartments, no one gives a fuck about apartment ACs. If they give a shit about anyone, there'd be one that they actually have to live with and deal with. Go fuck yourself, basically, is the motto of any apartment landlord. Legally, I guess legally, if fucking they were saying the other day, so long as it's above, so long as it's below 78, that would be within the that would be okay. It's like, no, that's really bad. Also, like, if it has to defrost, like, then like automatically turn off when it's sensed that. Sometimes it automatically turns off and I'm annoyed because I don't know why it's doing that. Maybe it is trying to defrost, but usually it just seems like it's a piece of shit and it's just doing whatever it wants for no reason. I could go check the in between these. I'll go check. Maybe I'll go get a fan for myself and just let it have some time off. I gotta kill all these guys. This is a nice fast one. I like that. I like that a lot. Uh-oh. Fuck. It's a pretty nice, pretty fast one. Could be nicer, could be faster. AC gives me trouble a lot. Gives me a lot of fucking trouble. And I low-key hate it. I don't know if just like, oh, you know, you ran the AC too hard and now it's all busted. Or just like, it needs Freon. I feel like they've been saying, I feel like there's been a couple cases where I have to call them over and they're like, yeah, we refilled your stuff. Like, if you need to refill the stuff, just on an every month basis, refill the stuff. But, like, I feel like if I put a service request every month to refill the stuff, they're gonna go, huh? I don't get that. And they're gonna be it's gonna be annoying. Like, I asked them last time, it's like, okay, well, is there something you can do as far as, like, regular maintenance goes? And they're like, They seemed like they didn't know what I was talking about. So maybe that's not a thing. I don't know. I don't know air conditioners. I'm not a technician. What the fuck do I know? All I've known, I think they've said, I think they've told me a couple times, like, yeah, your Freon was basically out. Your Freon ran out, and that's why when I refilled it, the AC started ACing again. This is a cool level. Having to defend against the Lakitus by hitting the POWs. That's a really cool. This is a really cool gimmick. I don't mean to be rude about the maintenance dudes, but they are somewhat mostly unhelpful about this whole thing, and also the fact that it has broken like clockwork multiple times per year. I don't know, maybe it just needs to cool down. I have been trying to like turn it off a little bit in the morning. You know, I have the apartment all nice and cold in the morning, and it's like, okay, well, I can just let it get back to a nice higher amount, and that's fine, and gives it a minute to break. And then it can cool in the afternoon and work, but, you know, sometimes you get it hot, then it's just like, okay, well, it got really hot really quickly, and did it defrost in that time? Maybe not. Maybe it's just all fucky. They should engineer these things better. I never had this problem in previous apartments. I don't know what they're doing wrong here other than, well, it's probably just a much older build, a much older AC. You don't know if this thing's like 30 years old or whatever the fuck. Should I just turn it off? Should I just turn it off right now and hope for the best? I'll give it a break. I'll turn the fan to auto. Give it a little bit of a break. It's gonna get hot. I reckon. Oh, we need these coins. We need to throw these coins up into those things. Simple, easy, fast. I don't know. That shit annoys me. Wish it was better. Wish it was reliable. What are you gonna do? Can't move. Not yet. So, all I can do is just hope for the best and, try a deal. Or try to get them to just replace the damn thing with something better. But, I have had the AC guys go like, yeah, all of them are like this in this complex. They're all like this in this complex. This isn't abnormal. So, fucking go figure. It's all, it's not, you know, if they're all 30 years old, that makes sense. So, you know, what can you do? We gotta carry a stone in this one. Great. I'm gonna let it just sit for a bit, and then I'll give it some time. Hey, Rock Party, what's up? Oh, I see. I think I know what the gimmick of this one is going to be. We're gonna have to use the stone to... Actually, I have no idea. What's the gimmick of this going to be? We got, like, get various keys. You think they would have used, red coins if they're Come to think of it, how many red coins have there been in this super world? I say in the super world, in the story campaign. Every time they need to use, like, multiple, I feel like they're using, I see. I'm supposed to do this and use it to, get that to go back out. There we go. Okay, so each of these doors, yeah. Use toads instead? Ah! I guess they are using toads instead of red coins when they could have a thing like that. But the thing is, with red coins, you don't have to, you can have repeating checkpoints. Much better way to do this sort of thing. I guess in this case, you have to have the clear condition, so you can't have this be a, motherfucker. You can't have this be a, I mean, in this case, you literally do need the stone to solve these puzzles. So they could have had it so that, they could have had it so that, this shit is swinging. That's not a problem, right? No, okay, good. They could have had it so that you didn't have to carry the thing and then had a repeating checkpoint, but maybe repeating checkpoints not a thing at this point? Red coins were around in the original Mario Maker, so like repeating checkpoints, by extension, were also known at the time. It's funny that red coins just aren't a big part of, aren't a big part of this, aren't like featured very, heavily. I say it's funny. Unfortunate, especially in cases like this, where we have to do 4 rooms, and we can't, we don't get a checkpoint in between each of them like we would in a repeating checkpoint red coin level. This is the modern standard. One more room. This has been a long one, so let it be easy. I see. This one we block the bullet bills with the block, and we can get the thing. I can just leave that though. I can go get one from the main room. Very good. I think that's enough keys. A red coin based solution would have made much more sense here than like 4 coin doors. Very odd choice. Cool use for an item that ended up never getting seeing the light of day. These stone levels might be the best possible use case for stone. Honestly, they might have. I don't know. Maybe if we had the stone, people would be using it and it'd be really popular, or maybe it'd be like less popular than car. Honestly, I don't know. Did we miss anything? Are we not missing anything? I don't know. I really don't know. How can I know? They could also have used toads rather than key doors. That would have been faster. But in this case, they need to have a clear condition. Big mushroom. Big mushroom's really good. I love the big mushroom. S tier power up. Very fun, very flavorful. They should add the big mushroom to actual Mario Brothers original. That'd be fun. That'd be good. Imagine. Be fun. And good. Am I just going to say it's been fun and good repeatedly and just leave it at that? Yes. It would be neat. It would be novel. And you know, you never could do that in the original game. Nothing further. I don't have anything else to say about that. So many levels. So many levels. Oh. Alright, we got like 2 pages of these left. Let me look around real fast and see if anyone is mission right now. Ah, good. Yes. Yeah. We need to do another purple. And I think there might be like a couple more after this. I think 20 is the amount of pages. I checked on my clear file before this stream and my original account, and I didn't see. I saw like there were 20 pages or so, and the last page was like half full. Play a Metal Gear game? Not tonight. Not tonight. You are pushing for the thing. Big streak? Oh, you got a big streak? Let me see. 105. That is huge. That is big. Hell yeah, Rock Party. I appreciate that, the stick-to-itiveness. The numbers are getting pretty damn big. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We never did come up with an incentive to, make that, for that sort of thing. Never did come up with an incentive. Should we have done? Do you have any ideas, like 105 in? It can just be me saying, like, oh wow, good job. I mean, should it be just that? Is that enough? Could be more. It's cool. Good work. It's also just been a lot of streams since that feature was introduced. Like, was that late last year? 100 streams is a lot of them. I do a lot of streams per week. On average, I suppose. Wow. To hit even that number. Like half a year or so. That's rad.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
That's a nice level. Shelmets. One of the best things about Mario Maker. And I think it's only worked within Mario Maker, really. Nice helmet purple. I heard a click noise. 06i, what are you on, streak-wise? That's a good question. Oh, that's just an unlockable. That's just, it's not a course at all. I heard a weird click. I will say, my preview monitor is, like, held up by a arm. Like a hydraulic arm mounted to a little side table. If that thing were to fall apart, that would be bad, because an expensive monitor would fall to the floor. Oh, maybe it's, maybe that was, fireworks or something. Maybe that wasn't my, hardware. Let's hope it's fireworks. It's like 7:30. I guess that's fireworks time. Could have been fireworks. Could have been fireworks. Probably fireworks now. Again, it's the 4th of July here in real time. Now, these Mario All-Star streams have been on the 4th of July since I started doing them. And part of the gimmick has always been doing as much as I can on the 4th itself. In one stream. Across a whole day. Yeah, so here... Does this look right? There might be more levels that unlock, like, after you finish, all of them.
Let's go.
How many... Hang on a second. How many levels Mario Maker 2 Story Mode? There are 120 levels exactly. Wait, so exactly 120. But, that would be exactly divisible by 6, no? That'd be 20 pages exactly by 6. Unless it's counting, like, a couple of extra jobs that, aren't in the list. Like, maybe you can't see the ones from the end of the game. I don't know. Kinda seems like there's a lot we haven't seen then yet. But we have gotten like 90 of them unlocked, so that's good. Okay, I don't like that. Oh, we're sliding. You can slide on conveyors, but not on on tilties. That seems weird to me. Especially because apparently you can slide up just as well as you can slide down. Like, both are viable. So, go figure. It's not, it's only when it's flat where sliding wouldn't make sense on those, tilty motherfuckers. I think it's weird that the tilty platforms work like that, but whatever. And, it's all good. Another level in the books. Yeah, so if there's 60, there's 6 per page, and, that would imply that there's, 3 more that appear. Maybe they appear after we do all the rest, or maybe we're missing one quest giver. Either way, Let me pull up IGN's guide real fast while we do this auto-scroller, I guess. And try to hit the on-offs as we go. Scrolling. Let's see now, okay, this is going well, by the way. Very nice. I see the 90 listed. Are there 3 stages we haven't unlocked? It's 69. Okay, I needed to have both hands on the controller for that. Yeah, mole on a twister, that's true. That was what happened there. Trying to figure out what we're missing. This is definitely a better way to do this, by the way. Upper track rather than lower track. Story mode character jobs. Let me see. See the characters that appear after the credits roll. Yeah. Princess Peach jobs. Whoa, there's a job from Princess Peach. Okay, so when we do Princess Peach's job, Let's Go Builder Mario, we'll get another one from her, and then we'll get another one after that. Is there, then by that logic, we should be missing. Do you think after we do that, there's one more? We could do Princess Peach's right now, I guess. So we get a 90 here, 3 from them, 3 from those guys. Wait, why do I only have 2 from the bird? Is the bird, where'd the bird go? Oh, the bird went up the tower, right? I think I'm missing 1 from bird. Is that right? It might be. That would be, so Purple Toad, we got all the Purple Toad ones done. Mr. Eraser, Partrick, Sound Frog, Undog, and Yamamura. Yeah, I think there's 1 more from, Yamamura. The land on the left side of the road between the floating blocks and, okay, he's over on the left now. Okay, he just moved a bit. Have you seen Yamamura, the bird? He's hiding in the fucking house. Dude, I didn't know you were there. I interacted with this before. Okay, there. Okay, we found the one course that we need to find. Okay, good. We're officially super on track for finishing very soon. Looking like around 6 hours, which I will say I do think 6 hours is like not bad as far as we'll see what it ends up being, but as far as I'm aware, like they're like not bad. I wonder how much time like the Luigi assist can save. Like they just let you, you know, get a power up now and again. And also maybe you can skip part of the level with those blocks that they let you do. This level's really cool. This is maybe one of the best auto-scroll levels I've ever seen. And the fact that your big boot means that it's easy to land on these things. I gotta say, kudos to Nintendo. In this Mario Maker Story Mode, they made a goddamn excellent auto-scroller level. One of them. Good. Great. Good job, Bird. And we got the shirt from completing it. That's a damn good one. I think that might be my favorite auto-scroller level I've seen tonight, playing through this again. Right then, so now the Princess Peach 3 are the only ones that's left that are like a whole set, and we'll do those last. So we're getting down to it. There's like 81, and this goes up to 90. There's like 10 left here. There's like 10 of these left, and then 3 more after that. Don't add those up. Bad luck. Not bad luck to do addition, but in certain cases, what you find will not be quite so pleasant. We'll do the math after this level and figure out how many levels we have left after this level. We'll add the previously aforementioned 2 numbers. Ah, shit. See, it's bad luck. It's bad luck. We got some bad luck here. Also, I got careless. Levels like this, man, they get you. Because you're not paying attention and you don't, they're kind of boring. I know Captain Toad is like a whole game of this, kind of. I don't know. I like to jump. I like to jump in a video game. A Mario Maker game especially. Like, a Mario game in general. Yeah. Can't, not a big fan of not jumping. It's cool as a challenge, I guess. Cool as a challenge, but a little bit more annoying than fun. If I had to say. I don't have to say. Ending? Give me an ending. There we go. And there we go. There we have it. Very good. Oh, and there's bounties down below if you fail, so that's cool. Either way. Okay. Now, how many are left? Let's count. How many are left now that we're in between levels and we can look? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Plus 3 more at the very end here. These 3 peach levels, of the first of which we can see. That adds up to 12 more levels remaining. We're in the last stretch, folks. Just 12 levels left. I don't know how long we've been going or how, you know, long the total count will be, but I do think we have time to go to the other 2 games. I'm reckoning that this will be good, and we will be doing 3DS next, and then after that we'll go to Mario Maker and do its like paltry selection of not really very I'll say Mario Maker's pre-made levels, sample courses. They're not really that crucial, but we'll do them anyway. Fuck it. It will be fun, and it'll be the last possible thing that could qualify for this, you know, Mario All-Star, 4th of July All-Star stream thing that I've been doing for the last 3 years. I'll say there are other games that potentially could be done in this fashion, you know, other 2D Marios, or hell, you know, I did Yoshi's Island. I included Yoshi's Island and a couple other games in this way. But the thing is, a lot of the Yoshi games, you know, you can't speed them up. There's no way to finish them early or no shortcuts, so they're gonna take like 5 hours, and with a game like that, you can only do like 2 of them in a long stream, and well, I'll say this much. I don't plan next year and coming back and being like, okay, Yoshi's Island 2, which is a little bit suck-ass, and Yoshi's Island DS, which is also suck-ass. Let's do both of them. That sounds like a suck-ass stream. That sounds like, oh, those 2 games, don't worry about them. You know, they are Yoshi games and all that, but, yeah. There is also, the new one. There's also Mysterious Book, which I will say I did really like Mysterious Book. I do think Mysterious Book does not benefit from speedrunning or from going fast. I think that game is a game where you want to luxuriate a little bit. So, like, you know, I have no plans on it. I don't think it would be a good fit for this format anyway. This format is done after tonight, and next year, maybe I'll go to a barbecue instead or something. Maybe I'll have a social 4th of July instead of a stream 4th of July. Maybe that'll be fun. I don't know. That's a year out. Maybe we'll have another idea for that. Okay. Well, shit. The first 4th of July, I was his streamer. I will say this 4th of July All-Star stream concept conceit was born only the second time I did a 4th of July stream. The first one I did was at the end of a big week of streaming. I took a week off. I took a whole week off at one point and did like daily streams for a whole week. And at the end of that week was the 4th of July, which was, I believe the concept was it was a red, white, and blue stream. So I did like loading my last save of Scarlet Nexus. I also did Neon White Level Rush, and I also did just 3 hours of Mega Man Battle Network 3 Blue. Odd set of games in retrospect, but sure, red, white, and blue themed. That's fit the criteria of what to do on 4th of July. And you know, since then I've kind of gone more with the stars aspect of, like, you know, Stars and Stripes, Mario Stars, All Stars. And you can sort of get from there, you can sort of get from the holiday to the idea for the stream, for these streams from there, and they've been really fun. And still, the way that a lot of these games have been played on stream, I will say, you know, going into the future, you know, the streamiversary this year will be Mario Brothers 3 and World, so I will actually be playing them 100% style pretty fucking soon, you know, and not just a little bits, not just, you know, not just I'll be playing the whole damn thing rather than a little bit at a time. Oh shit, that's a pit. I thought that was like I thought we were like above where we started with, above where we started or something. Cool, cool. So, like, you know, the streamiversary will have those two games, and it'll be using the gimmick I've done many times before, where I, hey, red coins, by the way. There's red coins in this, bit. How about that? Did you notice? It's cool. I will say, the streamiversary will be using the, you know, where I switch games every 5 lives or whatever, but with Mario World and Mario Brothers 3, that's gonna be good. I'm really looking forward to doing those two games again and doing them in full for the first time in years, and it'll be fun to play through those on stream. I'll say I feel like the fact that I want to do a lot of the games I want to do on stream, I feel like it does limit me somewhat, insofar as, like, you know, yeah, I do want to play Space Station Silicon Valley at some point, but instead of, like, loading it up on my Thor, I'm going to, eventually do a live stream where I do a whole bunch of it, as much as I can manage in one session, over the course of, like, 9 hours. I'm gonna have all the time I need to, like, I'm going to take all the time I need to, like, do that, you know what I mean? What's the gimmick here? Oh, I know. Drop that in there, and then this can, this is a cool puzzle level. A lot of good, little puzzles with the, dry bones. They did a puzzle level in this, in the story progression. Puzzle levels are cool. That was a good amount of puzzles, and I enjoyed them. There are good levels in the story mode. Good levels in the story mode. Good levels in the story mode, folks. But yeah, that's all, coming up. A lot of stuff in the future, this year, etc. And, it will be a lot of fun. We got, 6 levels left here, and then another 3 after. We are in the last 10, folks. And we have been for the length of that last level. Let's see some nice quick ones. Let's see some ones that just go real quick. A can't jump level doesn't quite meet the criteria of real quick typically, but maybe this one will be moderately quick, relatively quick, compared to other levels of this sort. Certainly doesn't look so bad. Certainly looks okay. This does look fine. This does look fine. I see. Oh, that's just a... one up. I don't need that. Those guys will, I see. That drops the platforms, and then... yeah, these are some quick puzzles. These are some quick puzzles. And that's nice. Can we... Will we... I feel like in this case, the answer isn't just to take a ramp up. Like, that probably won't work. Oh, also, if we throw it, it'll explode, so that's the reason why you have to do it like this. Alright. Not gonna bother with that. Just want to end. And there we go. Reasonably quick, reasonably quick. I could look at how long the recording is going. And that would give me a good idea how long we've been going. The recording is at 5 hours and 5 minutes. Okay. You know, we're just over 5 hours, it looks like. You know, we still might be a top 10 time as far as the leaderboard goes. Well, there's... I think, like, top 10. Let me see. What is actually the top 10 of Story Mode All Jobs on, Mario Maker? Story Mode All Jobs.
Oh,
The top... Yeah, so... 5 hours and 18 minutes would be number 10. And if we're above that, there's like another 20 minutes until number 11. So, like, you know, would still be almost definitely top 20. I mean, there's 18 in the list, so yes, top 20 is basically guaranteed. Unless I don't submit, which I might not. But, at this rate, assuming we took about 10 minutes to start, I don't know how long we took to start, I'll have to check the VOD later, but we're probably on track to get like a 5:15 if I had to guess, I don't know. Not important. I'll say again. But what is important and good and fun is that we have time. We have time for the other games. And I'm looking forward to that. I will say in between the games, I will take a quick break. I will have some hot dogs. Oh, crap. That's not helpful. I will have some hot dogs. Yes, this is seasons where you go and it changes the... Yeah, I get the gimmick now. I was expecting a platform there because it made sense to be there, but I should go through the pipe every time that it doesn't make sense, and it'll all make sense. Anyway, will be... I think this will be good time. Ah! Let's go, get that, and then we'll, go through here, and that'll be what we need to do. Okay. Hope this level is almost over. I really do. This will be the other side where there's vines, and we can climb them, and then we need to get rid of those guys. Can't we get through that gap with little Mario? I think we might be able to get through that gap with little Mario, for what it's worth, but let's do this the intended way. Let's do it, also, you know what, that gets us to the ending in an easier fashion. That's a quicker ending, and that's good. Okay. Because we started in ice. Makes sense. We'll check the time later, but it's like 5 hours, maybe 5.5. Yes, I've talked about it SGDQ a bit. I looked through the schedule a little earlier whilst trying to do a auto-scroller level. It does look like a really good schedule. Like I said, a bunch of games that I noticed, like Pragmata and DKC2 to start. I gotta figure out where I'm putting my donos, and also how many I realistically can do. I can probably do like 20 to... I probably can do like a... No, 25. Up to 40. I'll have to think about it. And look down the schedule and decide when I'm shooting my shot. You know, doing my bit. I like to do... I've not gone a SGQ without doing a dono, but an SGDQ or an ADDQ without donating. But admittedly, situation is different this year, so I should probably be a little bit. I need to just do a little bit rather than a lot of bit. Small donos. I'm looking forward to that. That'll be nice to watch some stuff. I will say, I said earlier that probably the Mario Maker will be delayed on Friday because the Mario Maker race is starting at the same time I would usually start. So I'm gonna watch the race, as I think many people might, and then we'll start the stream after the Mario Maker race is done. And that'll be a good idea, I think. Maybe it'll be earlier than scheduled. Maybe they'll be ahead, and I won't actually have to delay that much. But it'll be fine. Don't worry about it and such. It's a lava survival one. We've all seen levels like this. I made one that's well, I made one where it wasn't your platform wasn't getting destroyed from under. Fuck you.
Oh, no.
Father of Nain withheld. Yeah, Fire Flower I think is best for defense here. And I can get that guy to fuck off and stay real far back. He will die now. Now we just gotta worry about this guy who Fire Flower will kill real fast. Hey, Fire Flower, that's the one you want to use here. It's way better. Maybe the other one can go faster in some cases because you're able to like claw up these things and maybe get a little bit of a boosty boost at the endy end. But I wouldn't count on it being that relevant. Well, it definitely would save you like a minute. Also faster at destroying these boxes. I stand by Fire Flower. Another level down. Not that many more to go. Yeah!
Let's go.
Okay, we're down to like 88. 3 more here, and then 3 more after that. So we're down to the last 6 levels. This level looks quick. This level looks nice. Nope. Too late for Yoshi. Sorry, Yoshi. I'm moving on. I'm going fast. Speed is of the essence. Let's do this. Eye on the prize. Could be top 10. Not going to be, still could be top 10. We'll be above 5 hours, I think. But, I don't know. We might be just number 11. Number 11 is fine, too. Nothing wrong with number 11 from from like a casual, playthrough that, I did not go out of my way to practice for or anything of the sort. A blind, replay. That's pretty good. That's not bad. I wonder why there's not more. Maybe just not that many people playing through all quests very often. That's probably just the reality of it. Not many people going for all quests that frequently.
Let's go.
I could have also saved a few minutes if I had skipped cutscenes, which I didn't do. And the credits, which I didn't do. It's nice to see the credits. I wanted to see them. And like I said, any sort of like time-based thing is a secondary thing. I'll say the thing I'm most happy about with this is the fact that I think we will. I know we will have time for the other games, and that is lovely. This will be all 3 games then. All the Mario Maker single-player content in one go. Honestly, we might have time to just throw in the Ninji levels after Mario Maker 1. If we have time for Ninji levels, we will absolutely... I could throw those in after Mario Maker 1. There's no guarantee of that. Time allowing, but it's possible. That might be a thing that I can do. In which case... maybe. Hello, Japanese viewer. Currently, we're not taking viewer levels. I am playing the campaign. This is the story mode. Viewer levels on Friday. And I guess in Japan it'd be Saturday morning for viewer levels and Sunday morning for or wait, it would be the other way. Not sure, like, what time is it right now? It'd be like 24 hours ago would be viewer levels. Whatever weekday was a day ago. Shit. Tell me there was a checkpoint. It's been a... Come on, checkpoint. Damn it! We got a Metroidvania castle here, and it's a mite bit long, and we gotta get it good. We gotta do it in one, and do it nice and cleanly, and shit. I bet all the other times in the top 10, a lot of the other times, other than like the top contenders, are like casual players also just doing a quick playthrough, not necessarily people who are like trying that hard. You know, sometimes when streamers do a playthrough like this, they, you know, they do what they can, and then they turn around and go like, you know what? That was, you know, there's not that many times on the leaderboard. That was on the contention. And provided you're not breaking any of the rules as far as submission goes, go ahead, submit it. Some are really strict about things like, oh, you know, you need to have the whole game on screen. You can't cover things up with alerts or anything. I don't think there was anything of the sort for Mario Maker 2, so I think whatever is cool. It's all fine, and no worries. Oh, God. Damn it!
Oh,
There's another mushroom right there. Fuck! I wanted that mushroom so bad, I died for it. Now we have to do this again. Very annoying. I wonder if there's a way to get into that pipe without, waiting. I mean, using Luigi Assist would be a way. And I'll say, again, for some reason, with, there's just one pool for, max courses, so you can use assist features. Assist features are allowed for, max %, so I could use that to save a second. Save, 10. But I'm not going to because I'm a man of honor, and this is just how I would like to play this game. Doing it the proper way. Intended way, intentionally. Wait, can I just... No, I don't have the way to, like, hit that with a, thing. Alright, we got through with our, mushroom this time. That's way better. Also, we can, see these are not, giving us any, advanced power-up or nothing, so... Whatever, man. You doing something with these guys? Oh, I see what we need to do there. Shit. We need to, P-block puzzle. I guess this will be how we get the Shellmet. for the key. So let us get the Shelmet. Oh, checkpoints. Feel like a mini boss right here? No? No. Okay. There's the Shelmet. Very good. Now we can go down and go finish this up. Oh, I see how this works. This is a way back. On the way back, you can open that, and then, yeah, easy. Makes sense. Good routing, good everything. Now we go through here, and bit of a race against the clock as years approach. And, well, I'm gonna go up here, and then I need to go down here to see what's what, and there's the thing. Lost the shell. But I can just wall jump up there. Perfect. And there we go. That was a long one. That was real long. But a good Metroidvania type level. Good progression, good, like, backtracking, pretty easy to figure out where you're supposed to go next. I mean, it was all based around a central hub, which is a smart feature that I feel like a lot of Metroidvania levels don't do. Like, just put everything off a central hub. Here's the last of the, of the 90 main core levels. There's 4 left now, by the way, for those counting at home. And this seems fun. We're a wind-assisted star run. It's not super duper easy, but I think it's gonna be a pretty fast one. I mean, the timer is locked at 30 seconds, so this is like your 20 seconds. This is like a 20-second speedrun level. Pretty choice, pretty cool. Pretty nice. Let's do this. Invincible Wind Sprinter. The last level of Mario Maker 2 Story Mode. Very fitting choice. Very fitting choice. It's also just fun as like a speedrun level, but it gives you extra boosty because of wind. And also you should, like, not try to jump over the treadmills, or else the wind will not be in your favor when you're jumping at the following jump, and then you won't be able to get through. And if you are doing it right, you will be able to, and it'll be easy and fun and very satisfying and a great final level. Good job, Nintendo. Except it's not the final level because there's 3 left, actually, the beach levels, but who's counting? That was the last of the numbered ones.
Let's go.
Oh, I guess Builder Mario is unlocked by beating the game, so these Peach levels, I guess, are showing off Builder Mario. Feels so quaint. I forgot. You forget that Builder Mario was a unlockable, but it was, so you wouldn't necessarily have Builder Mario to begin with. Also, you know what I realized? I don't think Frog Mario was featured in the Super World in this either. Wait, was Frog Mario at launch? I think Frog Mario was added later, so that explains that. But the Mario Land Mario, Super Ball Mario, that was unlocked through the story mode. So that also just hasn't gotten any levels yet. I wonder if this is going to be all Builder Mario, or if one of these is going to be like, hey, it's Super Ball time. You know, the item that you unlocked a little bit ago. Assuming you did the things that you need to do to get that. Oh, I know. It's been so long and no longer feels like any sort of special anything. But one point, this was like oh, look at this, Builder Mario. What the hell? You don't got this for a bit. But then now everyone, everyone builds with it. Levels have it as a thing without even thinking about it. It's not really, it doesn't really feel like a surprise, or I guess what it is at best a thing where you play the level and you go, hey, where is that in the tools? I don't see that. And then you find out if you do the single player, oh, you gotta unlock it. And, deal with that. Oh crap, these guys aren't destroyable? Yeah. Right. They're like not. They're like super tough. Whatever. Can't get by them. Guess that's what that's trying to teach you. Good level. And we unlocked a dress. That's very useful. March of the Rookie Toads. Oh god.
Let's go.
A level with 10 toads. Okay. For the penultimate Peach level, yeah, sure. A level with 10 toads. That's great. And we get them all at once. And now we just gotta... Oh my god. Okay, well... The high road is bad. And if we take that road... we will die. Our toads will die anyway, and that's as good as supposed to die. We have to take the low road. Lesson learned. This is probably the most annoying the toads have been. Mostly they've been fine. And maybe that's just a testament to pretty solid level design that doesn't really get too weird with them. But yeah, no, now we have to like protect them and shit, and well, at least these semi-solid ceilings will block a lot of the bullshit. That hammer is definitely gonna hit one. It did. And there we go. It's not that bad. It's just...
Oh yeah, Mario time.
we had to do a little bit of duck and cover, which, hey, that's a cool thing to have to do in a 2D platformer, to go low rather than stay high. One level left. What? Where is it? There's another Peach level. Let me see. There's an on-off right here. That makes the bird appear. Let me look at IGN and see what IGN says real fast. Peach's third job becomes available after clearing all other courses. Did I miss a course? Yes. Tell me I don't have to build whatever it is this. You guys. I don't want to be a dick or nothing, but I've done... yeah, I've gotten a bunch of coins here. Yeah, I've got 5,000, so let's dump all these in here. And doesn't this make a big Mario? I made that the thumbnail of the live stream of the YouTube side. Thought it was good and cool, but maybe not see it because I guess this is like a pour your coins in thing. I might have had to grind for this back when. Let me scroll through and check real fast. Now we got like half a Mario. Yeah, just let me give it you all at once. It doesn't say anything about... It just says clearing all the courses. The statue is composed of 10 parts. Yeah, we can't afford the whole damn statue, but still, we can get that far at least. One more is what we can afford, and there we go. I mean, I don't know if I did this. I don't know if I went through this this amount of coins. Maybe I did. Maybe I went and grinded them somewhere. Let's see. Now, are we missing one? I think we got them all. Not done. What are we missing? I've got 3 from... Is there like an NPC somewhere that is Peach somewhere? What the fuck? There's the Toad up there. There's this guy down here. I can play sound effects and stuff. Nothing over here. Is Peach somewhere where we can talk to her and get the thing? Not based on, like, getting the statue completed, right? Oh no, it doesn't mention IGN doesn't mention the thing as being a prerequisite for Final Peach, but let's see Final Peach. Final Peach level, Mario Maker 2 Story Mode. How do I unlock the final Story Mode job? Have you completed all the things? Yeah. Your job list should contain 1 through 90. 3 from... Confused now because we got all of the ones that are open completed. Final job, I've cleared all of them. Your list should contain 1 through 90. Check. 1 through 90 are done. It should contain 3 from Undo Dog, 3 from Eraser, 3 from Partrick, 3 from Soundfog, 3 from Yamamura, 1 each from Red, Green, and Blue Toad. Red, Green, and Blue, yes. 3 from Toadette. Wait. 3 from Yellow Toad, 3 from Toad Jobs. I think they meant in this case Purple Toad, not Toadette. Yellow Toad, 3 more Toad Jobs, 3 Peach Jobs. You have to have... Okay, it looks like I have to, I have to earn enough coins? Is that true? You have to complete the statue? IGN does not mention that. You have to give Toadette 10,000 coins. Oh, shit. We did like 7,000, so we're like 3,000 short. Well, there's nothing left in the game, so... What's like the best... Hang on. Best place to grind coins, Super Mario Maker 2 Story Mode. $70, Freezing Rain. Okay. Folks, we need more coins. I need to get more coins, and we need to grind some more coins so that we can give into Toadette. So we are now having to grind some coins. Okay, so that accounts for maybe the I thought it was kind of the end was in sight and it was pretty simple to do. And I guess the trick is between a speedrun and a casual playthrough is that a speedrun has to account for some way to grind up sufficient coins while also completing levels, which we did not do. So yeah, that's our next agenda, to just like grind a couple more thousand fucking coins. I forget how many we had when we started buying, but we might have like 3,000 left. So, and looking around, this might be the fastest level. I googled real fast. If you have another suggestion, let me know. I guess maybe this is like the reason also why, you know, any percent is preferred, because yeah, you know, coin routing is a big part of max everything percent, and that would explain a little bit of a difference. Also, like if seriously, maybe people do route in enough coins on the way, or maybe there is just a fair bit of grinding. In either case, it's annoying. So yeah. This is relatively fast, I'll say that, but it's not great. Also, yeah, at this point, with the grind that we need to do, yeah, probably not top 10. But might be still in a decent spot, honestly, and probably still short of 7 hours. Like, we probably definitely still have enough time to go do 3DS after this, and the sample courses after this, and maybe even the third thing that I said maybe after this. But let's play it by ear and see what happens. And ooh, please excuse this bit of grinding at the very, 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 very end. I got a few more 50 coins along the way. I really do. Would have been helpful. A 10 coin here or there, though, that probably doesn't account for much, honestly. So yeah, this is 80 coins every 19 seconds. That sounds about right. According to the thing, according to what we're getting now. Yeah, it's not exactly the most exciting gameplay-wise, but please, yeah, you know, it is what it is. This is one random answer to a Reddit thread from 7 years ago that I'm basing it on, so, like, if anyone else has done the research since then, it did not show up in a quick Google, and, this could be wrong. But, I don't know, this seems pretty fast. So what else is going on? How are y'all doing? Hope you're enjoying your weekend. Hope you had a 3-day. If you hope you have a 3-day weekend. I'll say I hope you have a 3-day weekend, regardless of what your normal work week looks like, or if this is your weekend at present, or if this is your time off, etc. Typically. But I hope you had Friday off, or hell, maybe even Monday. Whichever way it goes, I hope you're making the most of that time. Time off is always invaluable. You can't, well, you can get more of it, but, you know, it's very valuable. Well, even sometimes you have unlimited, but still, even then, there's a limit to how much you can really take reasonably, and, you know, you need to do that within like reason. I hate how much in between level time there is. I'll say that much. It should be, if we could just redo and redo and redo and redo, it'd be faster. Like, it takes 20 seconds to get this many coins, but it takes like a minute to get back in and do another one. That's probably not true. Probably like another 10, 15 seconds. Time it. Time it next time. I guess maybe I could, like, die at the very end, and that would lose me, what, half my coins? 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi, 7 Mississippi, 8 Mississippi, 9 Mississippi, 10 Mississippi, 11 Mississippi, 12 Mississippi, 13 Mississippi, 14 Mississippi, 15 Mississippi. Yeah, about 15 seconds. Would it be worth it to just die at the very end? Let's try that. Let's see. Like, if we die and keep half our... Oh, there we go. It does take around 5 seconds to start back up again, because it has to do the whole thing. That's like a third of the time we spend waiting. Try dying at the very end and seeing how that works out as far as coins kept. Okay, so we got an extra 20 from that first run, and it cost us like I don't know if that's more efficient. I think it might be faster just to do it this way. Just to do it right.
Let's go.
There was a level where there was a whole cache of coins that I could have used a POW to get. Instead, I decided to go fast. That was a mistake. Didn't realize. Let's say, obviously, when you don't go in prepared and you don't know what you're doing and what's required for everything, it can be slower. But also, it's more fun to, Okay, I'll take a hit there. Maybe I should have just died there and done a 30, collected 30, 40 coins from that, and then did it again. Hey, that's 1,000. That's our first cash in. How am I doing on heat? My apartment is slowly heating up. I do want to turn the heat back, the cold back on soon. But, at 80, this will take, like, 10 will get us to 800, and then it'll be another 3. So, like, 14-ish. Yeah, around 14-ish. Alright, around 13. Get 13, 14 to get back to again. What's up with your AC? Ah, it was just not cooling efficiently earlier, so I turned it off so it had a chance to defrost or whatever. And I'm wondering if it's good now to turn it back on and let it start cooling again. Not doing levels, Rock Party. You know this. We've been doing this. After this, we'll do 3DS. It's gonna be more story mode. More story mode. We're trying to get through this to get to more story mode. I'll say, of 3DS, I'm pretty sure it's just level. No Chrome, no campaign. Hey. No nothing. Ow. I can't defend myself right now.
Oh no.
Okay, so if we die, we end up losing like 40. And we end up keeping like 40, 35, something like that. So, let's, it was good to try that out and see what happens, but, I think it might be faster to just do it right and to, yeah. If you did keep everything, it would be best to just die X times, and that would be efficient, and that would let you do, like, multiple runs and multiple things, and etc., but no. I want to finish this before before I turn back on the air. And, we'll do that. Oh, and if you're wondering why, it's got an app. It's got an app. I'm looking at the app right now. I can see my thermostat via application. The thermostat is relatively new, and I kind of like low-key. You know, people talk shit about smart devices. It's really useful to be able to do the thermostat from your phone. Really damn useful. Means that if I'm feeling hot, I can look at that from right here and go, oh god damn it, or you know, whatever the fuck. It's just nice. I don't mind that. Good. We're a third of the way to the next 100. That's not true. We're 30% of the way to the next 100. The next 1,000. I don't know if we need 1 more 1,000 or 2 more 1,000, but this is our lot in life. This is the segment. This is what we gotta do. I complimented this level earlier on for being a speed run with some routing and some skill expression, and I do still feel that way about it. I do still think it's really cool, but a level can be only so cool when you have to do it 5 times, 100 times, a dozen times, any number of times, more than 1 times. It wears fast. It wears thin. I'm gonna take my headphones off for a second. Definitely helps to have the headphones kind of make my head a little bit hotter than it otherwise would be. So giving my ears a chance to breathe is nice. They're kind of stuffy wearing the headphones. I'll pick them off the floor though, and I'll rub down the headphone hair. It's not that long. It's not that slow. We're doing this about the fastest we could do. I wonder if there's any levels I can Google real fast. Try to see if there's other search results for this. Coin farming, Mario Maker 2, hang on a second. So there's a game facts thread. There is level 55, the race car level. You can get over 100 coins in less than a minute. Well, over 100 coins in less than a minute is not great compared to this, where we can get 80 coins in like 20 seconds. I think this is still the best. I think this is the way. But if there's any other threads out there, what is the speed? The speedrun probably routes in like the coins properly. Probably accounts for it in a rational way. It's just routed better, and you make sure to get them in levels. I found that Buzzy the movie The book The Ride was good for farming. I don't think that's right. That level's long. It's not that's coin dense. I need stats before I would commit to changing a level. Changing from this, because this is 100 over 20. So if there's like 100, what does Gaming Bolt say? Oh, Gaming Bolt, a coin. We can try out the other ways. We can try out the levels real fast. I mean, what else are we doing? Otherwise, we'd just be doing this one over and over, and you know, it's already fairly rote. Gaming Bolt says it's a website apparently, like a strategy website. Job 55. You ride a car through the level of 50 coin is there if you're brave. Possible to earn 120 coins in a run. Okay, that's like the let's try that real fast and just remember we're the one to beat is the The one to beat is 80 and 20 seconds. So if this is 30 seconds to get that 120, it's no good. Let's do some comparative shopping real fast. It is another short level, so this one will take not that much time. But also, you do have to do card jumping, and the card jumping sucks. Keep that in mind. And we have to get the 50 for this to really work. So also bear that in mind as well. The car sucks. That's another thing to keep in mind. And yeah, I'm not particularly loving the chances of this. I think even with the time loss where I messed up one case, it wouldn't be under 30 seconds. 30 seconds would be a pretty unlikely time. And wherever the 50 is, it wasn't on the critical path, so might have to find it. You have to be crafty. Job 56 has like 150 coins in it that we can get, and you need 80 of them to finish a run. Okay, that is Buzzy the Movie, the ride, and that is the one where we ride. Okay, so 150. I think if we can get 150 in like 40 seconds, then yes, that works out. But let's see if we can. Let's see how this works. Like, yeah, I remember this one. This is the one where you have to like the last bit is hard. There's like a 50, but you really have to nail your shot. And also, if you miss, you might die, which would defeat the purpose. Okay, well, we didn't die, but it still wasn't great. We got 90, and that took some skill, and it took about 50 seconds, so that is way behind. Too much skill required in this one. Job 70 is the 80. We already saw that one. That one's real good. We already saw job 80, so that one's no good. What about 90? A short level, 55 coins if you do it right. Yeah, in a few seconds. Yeah, so that's a lot of coins for a short level, but it's less coins than 70, and you gotta take into account how much time it takes to like switch between levels. I think this one is not the right. Also, you have to use more skill to get some of these 10 coins and such. Definitely going to end up with less coins than yeah, we got 40 there, and it took about 15 seconds. I think it's like 20, maybe 30 for job 70. So yeah, that's better. Yep, it's definitely job 70. I think that's the result of our research is like those ones might be good if you're looking for something that is interesting to play and involves decision making, but we don't need that. We just need to get coins fast. It was interesting to look into that and to give me a break from long jump, regular jump, long jump, regular jump, long jump, long jump, long jump, long jump. I think we're nearing the next threshold. The next 1,000. I hope we're nearly there. I think we might be another 1,000 off. I think we might have started off with 7,000. I forget if we started off with 7,000 or 8,000. I think we sunk 7,000 to start, so yeah. 7.5 hours is a good estimate for this game, given that at least for completionist, given that you will have to do the coin grinding or otherwise grind up at the end. They were right. The how long to beat was correct, basically. I think we still will be a good deal ahead of them, ahead of that estimate, but, and still have time to do everything else that I want to do tonight, but this has been a whole lot of, grinding. And not terribly interesting grinding at that. Probably the most repetitive sequence that's been in this whole series is of, trying to do 2D Marios as fast as I can. I mean, I'll admit, part of that is because for all the other ones, I did not go for 100, I went for any, and if we had just went for any, this would be over right now. But, no, I want to see everything. This is my main game. I think it deserves a little bit more than all the other ones do. And also, I'm sure all the other ones, there's a good chance we'll come back for a full playthrough someday. Like, I know World and stuff. Is that it? Yeah! Okay. That does it. Does it do it? Do you have jobs? Damn it. Okay, shit. There is still one more set of 1,000 to do. We did start with, how many do you want? Okay, she wants another 1,000. We did start with 7,000, so we need to grind up, another 1,000, I think. I'm pretty sure. Tell me we didn't start with 6,000. Tell me there's not, like, another 2 whole rotations of this. This month, got a bunch of stuff scheduled, just pretty much playing new games when new games hit, playing a couple of old games randomly, and, you know, the DK challenge as well. And this is the big stream of the month. Next month, we'll be, doing a trip, doing Cedar Point at some point. We need to get that all scheduled, and, as a result, I think the schedule will be more tuned towards a couple of big streams with a week-long hiatus while I go travel to Ohio or whatever and do that, and maybe Kings Island as well. And then, you know, I'll come back and tell you about it, and, you know, I'll do some other stuff. I think it's finally time to do Space Station Silicon Valley as much as I can do. I'll say, like, I did do, like, half that game in a relatively short block of a Streamiversary a few years ago. I think the 3rd one. But I want to do that as a whole thing. I want to do as many levels as I possibly can. And if that means... I'll say, the plan is to use a cheat code to unlock them all so that I will not be blocked by any given level. And I can just move on and try the next one and, hopefully beat as many of them as I humanly possibly can. And over the course of a long stream, I think it should be, I'll do my best to get as many done as I can. Some of them are just evil in that game, and, I don't think, it's not really, that possible to beat them. It's not really that, doable. It's kind of a little bit, bad, I guess would be the word. Even the first world, like, gets impossibly hard right after it unlocks the second world, pretty much. And the second world, comparatively, is a lot easier for no reason. The third world is pretty much difficult from the start, and so is the 4th world, so, you know, that's cool. We missed, 10 coins there. That's fine. Be nice to do some more randomizers as well. I definitely want to do Twilight Princess randomizer at some point. Honestly, I wouldn't mind doing Hollow Knight's randomizer again. Kind of waiting for like Silk Song to get a randomizer. I feel like I'm just wondering when that's going to come through and you know, how that's going to be. Someone's gotta be working on that, right? I saw there is like an item randomizer that doesn't actually randomize the critical items, so it doesn't give you like a different playthrough, which, you know, is like, that's fine, I guess, but I'm looking for the kind of randomizer where, you know, the items you need to go places are anywhere and who knows, and as such, the order of events gets shuffled around as a result. I wonder how good Silk Song is going to be for that. Who knows, you know, it all depends. I guess I could think about that and go like, okay, well, kind of Silk Song is a big, first you go around in a big semicircle, and then you have multiple ways into the tower and all that. So, like, anything that didn't affect, that affected that progression, I don't know that the future abilities, like, give you alternate ways into the tower. But then again, that game is really built in a way that encourages that sort of thing. So there probably is some amount of just, oh, you know, if you get the double jump early, you can go up there and start, you know, instead of going to the right, go up to the thing. I'll say, like, randomizers are, in effect, just randomly designed insofar as, like, the game is the way that it is, and then the randomizer adapts to how it is and how all the items are distributed and how the items let you get around it. You know, and if that doesn't result in interesting pathing and interesting logic, then, well, your randomizer's kind of sunk already. And it's kind of random, like, whether your game will just naturally fit. But Silk Song is one of the best games, so, you know, somehow a lot of the best games have really great randomizers. So hopefully it'll work out the same. I'll say I want to do the Castlevania randomizers at some point, and honestly, September, October would be a great time for those, given that there is a new Castlevania in October. So doing one of those at least before new Castlevania would make a lot of sense. But I've looked at the trackers for those, and it just seems like for a lot of those games, for a lot of the abilities that you get, it's like, okay, so there's the floats, okay, then there's a double jump, and then there's flight. It's like, okay. And each of those basically is your main unlocking move that unlocks more of the map. Like, got it. So, like, if I get flight first, yeah, that opens up the whole map pretty much. Like, okay, that's not very interesting logically, is it? That doesn't actually give you a lot of variance in the way that a seed can open. Like, it can either open all the way at once, or it can open a little bit of the way. And if it opens a little bit of the way, that's basically vanilla. So it's not that good if that happens. And how does that feel? How does that work? I don't know. You also have to deal with levels and experience and you know, scaling items and stuff. I suppose, like in a randomizer, probably like you end up getting an overpowered weapon. If all the items, if all the weapons are randomized as well, you end up getting an OP weapon pretty early, and then like, oh, you got the thunder staff that when you hit the button, it thunders and does a bunch of damage. Like, you get that early, you're feeling pretty good, and even no matter your level, you're doing pretty well, no matter where you go, right? Maybe. Same if you get like the best armor like right away, and stuff like that can make up for like, oh, you probably don't want to grind for a whole game's worth of game in your randomizer. You probably want to be able to go fight Dracula or whoever at the end when you're ready to fight Dracula. I think for that reason, being more level generally, I think Metroid games make better randomizers typically. To, Zelda's as well, where, you know, the swords are maybe your main damage increasing thing, and they're also required, so you will get them before you go fight Ganon, so you're not going to go into Ganon with a stick.
Let's go.
And honestly, you might as well just start with them, because other than Ganondorf, they don't affect much. So, you know, you can just start with a fully powered sword and not worry so much about finding swords and worry more about finding items, whereas, well, I don't know. Maybe that's possible in Castlevania. Maybe I start at max level and then just be overpowered the whole thing, and then it's more about finding my way and finding double jump. At which point, how interesting is that? I don't know. I have a lot of questions there, and a lot of skepticism, but, you know, it could be not so bad. It could be good. We're about to hit 1,000. Oh, boy. Oh, shit. This has been a long, detour, but, it's possible it's over. Let's see if this is it. After this, I'm gonna put my headphones back on after this one, and then, we'll see what's what, and we'll do the final level, hopefully. Okay. Tell me that's it. Yeah! Folks, I think we've done it. We built everything. And we now have access to the final job, which, was very annoying to unlock. I, had to grind for I don't know how long. I feel like probably now we're sitting around 6 hours total. Let's, finish this off. Oh, it's a 1-1. Hell yeah. This is like the, everyone loves a 1-1. Lots of people have made their own 1-1s, and you know what? It turns out so did Nintendo. This is the final level of Mario Maker 2. Story Mode. And this is the final level of Mario Maker 1, this is the final level of Mario Maker 2 Story Mode, and it's a 1-1. Again, people love making 1-1s. I don't think that was 2 hours of grinding. We had to grind a while to get here, but I don't know. Let's do this. Let's finish this off. This is a very involved 1-1. I like it. I think it's really cool and good and, well put together. This is one of the better 1-1s I've seen. What the hell is this? Blind jump? Good. We got over the blind jump. There are no mushrooms for us. There's a Bowser over there, but it don't matter because we finished and it's done. That's it. That's it. I've completed all jobs as Mario. Time, I suppose. Did I ever do this in the I forget if I did this in my original file. I feel like I might not have. The timer, the recording, the VOD is currently at 6 hours, 8 minutes, so that probably took around 6 hours. Probably we're like, I'll say, looking at the speedrun.com, if this took about 6 hours, that would be, number 16 in the world. So that's not, like, super bad or nothing. Maybe 15th. But, it's not top 10. It was not 3 hours of just grinding. I think that was like an hour of grinding tops. It kind of felt like forever. I'll say. It definitely felt like a lot. I did not know that was coming, And I'll also say, I'm not going to go back and perfect that time. That's the one time I'm doing this on stream, and that was fun. And yeah, all right. 4 hours of grinding, 3 hours of grinding. It did feel like forever, but it's over now, and that was a lot of fun. That last level was worth it. I'm pretty sure, like, if I, let's exit here. We can exit now. If I, go in as my actual account, I'm pretty sure I never did get this all finished up. Like, I looked in story mode before we began, and I looked and I saw, like, oh yeah, we did. I'd have, like, I definitely never did this. I never finished all jobs before, I'm pretty sure. And we can see as soon as it actually loads up. And we go into my clear game save file. Maybe I'll finish it off stream then. Like the original story mode that I did, including all the grinding. Yeah, like if you look at my Taskmaster here, you can see I'm missing a I'm missing one of them. I don't know which one I'm missing, but I'm missing, oh, I never got the third, this dude. This dude was hiding in the little house. I never figured that out back when, and as a result, I never was able to unlock the last Peach level. Did I get the statue built at least? Oh, no, I never built the statue, or never finished the statue anyway, in my original, save. It might need another couple of ones and all that, but whatever. That's the important thing is in the file that we just did, we finished it all off, and it is all done, and we made okay time. We maybe spent like half the time that we could spend today on Mario Maker 2, and that leaves plenty of time for Mario Maker 3DS, which will be the next game that we go to. Now, we're going to do Mario Maker 3DS too tonight, and it's not going to take us long. There's no grinding. It's just you play the levels. There's no exploration. I'm going to throw to a break. I'm going to refill my water, get some hot dogs, get some food in me. This will be a longer break than normal. People watching the VOD, you will see no break. Don't worry about it. It'll be edited out and all that, but long story short, we're gonna go to a break. We're gonna come back with Mario Maker 3DS. Let's go. And then later we're going to go to Mario Maker 1, and then I think we're gonna do Ninji levels if there's time, after that. Break time! Mid-break check-in. Still on the break, by the way. I decided to come back a second early to show, yes, I have 3 hot dogs here that I'm going to eat. In the original, you know, I mentioned at the top, back, the first couple of times that this was done, a hot dog was eaten after every single game completed, which, when they were coming more rapid-fire and less slow style, it was, more of an interesting gimmick, more of a challenge, as over the course of, like, 10 hours, I ate 8 hot dogs, more than I usually would do. This time, I just got 3. I'm gonna eat them right now. Maybe I'll have some after, 3DS as well. I don't know. We'll see. Memories. Like, the last few years, I think I've just taken one break in between, like, the major game and then, like, the ones after. And, yeah, that's right now, and I'm gonna eat them. And, the first time that it was done, it was on stream, that me eating them. And this time, while I'll say the hot dogs are the same, I'm going to, cut to a break in the interest of time and, eat them off stream. I will say, by the way, those watching the live stream will have seen me setting up all this crap. Turns out the 3DS crops the gameplay down to like a, you know, a regular aspect ratio subsection of the 3DS screen. So I spent all that time before the stream cropping it down to the 3DS screen size, and then I realized, ah shit, there's gonna be black bars at all the sides. So I cropped it down further, and now it's filling the whole screen nicely, which hope y'all will appreciate. Hope looks good, etc., etc. Okay, going to Oh, well, I'll be back once I've actually eaten these things, and, yeah, consider this a nice hot dog minute. Alright, I am back, and it is time now to actually proceed. To repeat repeat what I said before a little bit, what I was saying before I was, eating hot dogs, I had some hot dogs and it's good, and also my AC is running again. It seems to be putting out some actual cold air, so I think I will be good AC-wise very shortly, or reasonably shortly. Hey, Chard. Let me say what's going to happen here. So, we have just finished Mario Maker 2 and did all of that there. And now we've switched over to Mario Maker for the Nintendo DS, 3DS. And you might be wondering, isn't the aspect ratio of a 3DS not exactly 16:9? Is this, it's kind of odd. Have you somehow stretched or cropped the video? And I'll answer yes, but it turns out that Mario Maker for 3DS actually does crop the gameplay to make it in line with the other version on the Wii U, so the top and the bottom are already cropped a little bit, as are both of the sides, so you're not missing literally anything. Everything that you see is what you would normally get, and this is a perfectly valid crop. Alright? Alright. Anyway, that covers the technical part. The volume should be about the same as before, and also it is time now to begin. So here in Mario Maker 3DS, what it is the Super Mario Challenge is just like basically 2 super worlds put together, meaning there's, I think, 4 levels per world, and I think there's 16 worlds, something like that. I think there's like maybe around 20 worlds. I'm not sure. 18 worlds? It is quite a bit, but these are, I think, shorter levels than maybe 2 had, but they are more substantial than like the original had. So let's go ahead and see what exactly the Super Mario Challenge is like. Okay, I will say right now we're like 6 hours and 15 minutes into a stream. I will say I don't think this will last half as long as Mario Maker 2 did, and we'll see if that's true. At any rate, we should be able to do this, and also probably go and do Mario Maker 1's sample courses, which are a lot less substantial than this even. So yeah, restart it. Let's go. Here we go. It's the Super Mario Challenge. I will say, there is a... Hang on. I will say I do have this bottom screen, and on the bottom screen there is a person explaining. We will play through 18 worlds of courses in order. We can't move on to the next course until you clear the current course. A fatal mistake will cost you a life. When you run out of lives, game over, man. You'll have to start over from the first course of the current world. So lives do matter. It is that sort of thing. And we can play the levels after we beat them in course world if we want. In the course bot if we want. There, you can also get some medals if you want. We don't have to worry about that. Pay attention to how they're designed. Might be a good idea for you as a wannabe maker. Let's go ahead and start. And by the way, from here, you will not need to see the bottom screen. There will be nothing on it. Don't worry about it. I have a button that can make the bottom screen appear, but really you don't need it. And I think y'all will be good from here, just enjoying the top screen. Oh shit, the 18th world is a big one. Something to keep in mind. The worlds do get bigger than this sometimes. Let's go, let's do it. And see what's what. I do have, this is of course emulated, but it seems to be running well. And looks pretty much right to me. So let's go. I'm playing with my Steam controller, which means if I want to touch the touch screen, I can just use my mouse with the touchpads. Isn't that something? Isn't that lovely? This is just 1-1. The last level that we played back in Mario Maker 2 was a 1-1. The last level, and now we're playing another one. There was a little bit of weird lag there. Okay. This is Citrus. Okay. Please excuse any sort of weirdness. What am I to do? This is the best I can do. This is Citra Nightly. I don't know if this is up to date. I tried hitting update this shit, and nothing happened. It said, oh, you got the current one. I don't know if that meant I had the current one, or if just I have the current one of 2063 or something. Of, like, when I downloaded it years ago, but, whatever. This should have worked years ago, and it should continue to work now. I definitely did use this emulator for, yeah. Game's quiet? Quieter than the last game? Seems, about the same to me. I can give it some more. How's that? Are we happier with that? Let me hear that. Let me hear that myself. Hear self! Oh yeah. That's, I can give it a little more. Hey, what the fuck? It's, hello. Panga? With a rate of 309? Holy shit. I just realized I forgot to change the game. So, basically what I'm doing tonight is I'm trying to beat as many of the Mario Maker campaigns as I can in one session. I finished Mario Maker 2 in 6 hours roundabout just now, and now we're doing the Super Mario Challenge. And I just realized I forgot to change the game to Super Mario Maker for 3DS, so that's fun. This is Super Mario Maker for 3DS, so, hello. How you doing? This is the biggest raid I've seen in, 4 years. Okay, Citra's being a little bit weird. Hope you don't mind that. It's looking like it's a little janky sometimes. I don't know how to make that work better. Hope y'all don't mind. Anyway, how y'all doing? If you don't know me, I'm a Mario Maker streamer. I stream Mario Maker every Friday. My typical thing that I do is I do viewer levels on Fridays, during which I have my biggest gimmick during the viewer levels on Friday is I have the lightning round, wherein I have only 5 to 12 tries to beat each level that comes my way, which keeps things moving and adds some fun stakes to the proceedings. It's a good time. I like my viewer levels set up a bunch. There's a bunch of other caveats as far as you know, how many what I do when someone's not there, or you know, you name it. Bunch of different caveats and rules there, but the important thing is I do a bunch of stuff, and hope y'all will follow and you know, fucking hang out and watch me do stuff on occasion. I also play things, like right now I'm doing DK64 randomizer, or 101% on Mondays. This Monday, going to do Crystal Caves and the fucking Creepy Castle, ideally. We'll see how much we get. We'll see how far that we get. Thank you for the follow, Eternal Tomato, by the way, and let me shout out to Panga there. 1 second. Does the game pause? No, I have to hit the thing. Thank you, hi mom. Thank you as well. The biggest raid I've seen in a minute. I've seen in years. Holy shit. I'm honestly not sure if I have seen a bigger raid. This might be the biggest I've ever had. Dan Reichert raided me once, like in 4 years ago. Check out Panga, who I am realizing now I am not following, so I need to follow. I should probably go and follow all the biggest Mario Maker people that I see during all the marathon events and all that. Really looking forward to the to the troll race on really looking forward to that there troll race on Friday. Going to delay my own stream so I can watch it. I usually would be streaming at exactly the same time as the troll race is, so I've already shifted my plans around. Not that my plans are super important. I'm just, hanging out and playing games. What the fuck, right? How y'all doing? What were you streaming? Overwatch. Hell yeah. I love Overwatch too. That is a game that I really enjoyed. Haven't played it in a few patches. Not since around the time they added the last hero before the motorcycle one. What's her name? It's Xion. Is it Xion? I think it's Xion, the new Overwatch character. Really enjoy that. I've been playing this game and I feel like I've been distracted by the Panga raid, such that I haven't said shit about the game itself. It's the 3DS version, and also there's a little bit of tutorial going now. 102 stuck around. That's great, although I personally do believe in you don't count your tables while you don't count your tables. You don't count your cards while you're sitting at the table, and you definitely don't count your tables. It's one typically in the case of poker, far as I'm aware. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. I'm not an expert. Look at that. That's a big Mario. They made a big Mario. Wow. Let's talk about the levels as we're playing them. Surely there'll be something interesting to talk about as far as these, 18 worlds of Mario Maker levels. I'll say, for what it's worth, I do think I've not done the Super Mario Challenge in 3DS before, but I don't think it's as fully featured as the story mode in 2 is. But I think was it at an SGQ or something? I think I remember there being a run where they were showing off some cool stuff. I vaguely remember that, and I'm hoping to find out tonight and also beat this, and then basically the plan after this, by the way, is I'm going to go to Super Mario Maker 1, and we're going to do the sample courses there. And then if there's time, I did check while I was eating hot dogs during a quick break earlier. I did check and see there is whatchamacallit, there is you know what, now that I think about it, thank you for the Twitch follow, Aveline Baudelaire. Now that I think of, I'm sorry if I mangled that, the font on my Twitch activity feed is very small. Very small. Hard to read sometimes. Thank Aveline. How about that? There we go. Now that I think about it, the biggest raid that I had previously, one of the biggest raids was also on a 4th of July stream, now that I fucking remember. That's a coincidence. Hell. Well, let's hope that there's a bunch more, and again, appreciate the thing. Baudelaire. Aveline. Baudelaire? That might be some sort of French or something. I'm just gonna play this one cool, and I'm just gonna go over. This is some authentic Super Mario Bros. 3 type level design. Some levels, you immediately play them and you go, oh, I know this level. No, I don't, but it just is very similar to the one in 3. Very similar. You have to go through that pipe, just like in Mario Bros. 3, the original. How's the audio? How's it, volume-wise? I was adjusting the audio when, the raid went through. This sounds fine. Sounds fine to me, but, y'all let me know if you want a little bit more. Certainly there's enough where y'all can come to some sort of consensus, I suppose. If, y'all want more audio, let me know. I can always adjust it in post, but I'd rather not because You know, I do Mario Maker every week, so I know what Mario Maker 1 should be at, but I don't know what Mario Maker 3DS or 1 should be at, so I'd have to edit the audio just in the VOD and post for just one part of it. Kind of inconvenient. Just kind of an annoying process. It's not important right now, so let's hey, this is 1-2. This is just 1-2. Can we do the thing that you do in 1-2 and get up on the thing? Probably. Let's do that. That sounds good. With this game, I was talking before we started into it. I'll say a weird thing about this game y'all maybe don't know. You might notice that this screen is 16 by 9 right now. It's filling the whole screen, and you might wonder if you are some sort of weird aficionado of like 3DS minutia. You might wonder, wait, isn't the 3DS screen a little bit taller? Just a little bit taller than that? I think it is, but the 3DS version of Mario Maker crops the gameplay down a little bit. Crops it down to like a 16 by 9 box because, well, that's how Mario Maker 1 is. That's how Mario Maker 1's aspect ratio is, so it just matches up with that. I guess by the way that, you know, this is a direct... It's not a direct port. They added some stuff. By the way, it is just literally using the same levels. It might have been problematic if, like, you could... if it was, like, taller or not as wide, or timing would be off. A level that you could beat on Switch might be unclearable on Wii U or vice versa. On Switch? On 3DS. On Wii U or 3DS, whichever, you know, you got it. I wonder if that is true. I wonder if they were successful in that. There must be... People probably already know. There's probably a YouTube video about it out there. But I do wonder, like, is there differences? Are there glitches that are exclusive to this version? I don't know. So I'm just saying because I am hoping that someone knows. If someone knows in chat, and you know, if anyone would know in chat, it'd be right now. If anyone knows in chat, I'd love to know. And then we would all be very interested. Do they have checkpoints in this? I don't know if there's checkpoints in this version. That's the first time we've... I don't think that's true. I think we died earlier, but... you know, first time we're dying in a actual, most of the way through the level. Who remembers? I'll say, for my parts, I'm not, like, super duper, good with the super heavy Kaizo, but I've definitely beaten some hard levels in my time. You know, I can do shell jumps now and again. I'm not, like, super duper good at them, but I have beaten shell jump focus levels with some effort, with some time, with some determination. But, you know, I think that, personally, if you ask me, Mario Maker can be fun no matter the skill level. And, personally, when I'm making, not that I've made any time recently, when I'm making, I tend to, you know, focus on, trying to make something accessible for more people. Nice, good, okay. Should've not pulled back earlier. Should've tried to take a stab at, running under Bowser or over Bowser. It's a small Bowser, I could've jumped him. I forget if you could spin jump on Bowser. It's been a minute since I had the opportunity. I'll admit, you know, I've played like thousands of hours of Mario Maker 2. Hey, Countess Timpani, who are you rated by? Panga. Panga. Is it Panga Panga or is it Panga? You know, the Pangea Panga. That's how it's pronounced. You know, what made various one of the biggest names in Kaizo. I'm gracious as shit. Don't worry, I was gracious as shit. They loved it. They thought it was great. My gratuity. By the way, there's some text going on the bottom screen. I'm not gonna pull up the bottom screen every time the two of them have some dialogue. It's not terribly interesting. I didn't know if I would have to show the bottom screen at all. Apparently might not be a bad idea, but I'm not going to. Instead, we're going to... It gave me a challenge here to reach the goal without hitting back on the thing. I could try that, or I could just, you know, I'd rather just finish the levels. And, I say that, and then I died after hitting left. I'd rather finish the levels as fast as I can and without as much trouble as I can, so, yeah. This is some good... I'll say, so far, I definitely do think, Mario Maker 2's story mode does a lot more in terms of, variety, using all the tools, etc. This Mario challenge so far is a really good traditional super world with a good variety of, you know, everything, and it really feels pretty authentic and shit, but it's not like, doesn't really reach the heights of, I do think, too, there's just a lot of levels where you play them, like, that's a really good level. Here you play them, like, okay, yeah, traditional, fun, yeah, can't argue. Reach the goal while the screen is warped. Is warped? What does that mean? Hey, Fauntleroy, how you doing? That's right. There's a lot of people, far as I understand. Still, I got raided by Panga. Biggest raid in, since Dan raided one time. If Dan raided another time, you know, would beat that. Would be up in that, ballpark. But, that hasn't happened in forever. Since Dan Reichert raided that one time, also around the 4th of July. It was either the 4th of July or, like, a month before that. 4 years ago. Last biggest raid. It's not important now. That was ages ago. And, I still don't know what a warped screen means, so... This is interesting music. They got different music for the challenge mode. That's probably, like, the biggest thing that this version has had so far. New music. Of course, Mario Maker 2 famously has tons of new music. It's just, well, I say new music, it's, you know, at the time it was new music, now it's old music. I guess, also, this is old music, it's just that, since, I've never done the Mario Challenge before, that's what it's called, I'm not, not trying to make it more than it is. Since I've never done it before, this mode, I've never heard that, remix of the map music. How you doing, Fauntleroy? How you enjoying your 4th of July weekend? I'll say, you know, for my part, I'll say, again, you know, I got laid off a few months ago, so it doesn't, weekend, not weekend, it doesn't mean that much to me right now, but, still, I enjoy an excuse to have hot dogs and to play video games that are fun. And I'll say, by the way, for reference, for, something, I talked about it earlier, but I've done something like this over the last 3 years, every 4th of July. 3 years ago, I did it the first time, which I did, you know, 8 games in one stream, basically trying to beat as many 2D Marios as I could, and then I did it again the following 2 years and did 4 and 5 respectively, included some longer games because, you know, Wonder, you can't, speed run glitches aside, you can't really speed that up too much, so it's, you know, ended up taking half the stream, and, even then I had to add a couple of ones that didn't really, I added a few extra in those streams to make them last, and now we're just down to Mario Maker 2, 3DS, and, 1, and, you know, we've done 2, and now we're on 3DS. I should have changed the game. Hey, Rock Party, are you still here? You're, you know, as a moderator, you can change the name of the game. Can you change it to Mario Maker 3DS? Let's see if that's, I wouldn't mind if you did that. Yeah, Tall Mario, you haven't seen that in ages. Sorry to hear that. Oh, it's been months. I'm doing all right. I can hold out a little bit. So, I'll say job market's kind of terrible right now for software engineers, but I'm working on some other stuff. I'm trying to learn Godot, and I would love it if that shit panned out, and I would love to, you know, do other things for a living rather than working for soulless corporations that love to do layoffs. And that's all of them, so, you know, fuck. We'll see what happens. I'm need to find time to work on all the crap that I want to work on, and I also need to hope that that works out or that the economy recovers, whichever happens first. I'm sure I can hold out for a while. I can hold out for a while. Feel ya on that? It's a rough market, lady. Hey, thanks for the sub, Fauntleroy. Hell yeah. That's enjoy the lovely emotes and all that. This is an official Mario level? That's right. This is an official Mario level. True. It's kind of mean, isn't it? This is one of the meaner Mario levels, you know, one of the spammier Mario levels that exist. I guess as a like you know, an auto scroller, it's like not too unreasonable. The thing is, you just gotta bait the things and hope to know like where the mushrooms are. Bait them to the one side and then bait them to the other side, and you should be good. Not too bad. We just gotta do. What in the Mario 3DS is this? This is the... Also, it seems, by the way, in this I think this might be a 3DS special, or maybe it's... I feel like I'm hitting the button as I'm getting damaged, and that's canceling my jump. So I feel like that's why I died the last time. I think that might work different in Mario Maker 2, considering I played, you know, so much Mario Maker 2 in recent years and not so much Mario Maker 1. That might be a minor physics difference that's throwing me in a way that I can't even properly explain. You know, like, oh, you know how it, like, if you play Mario World on the Game Boy and then Mario World on the Mario World on the and by the way, yeah, they're talking about styles in the I could show the screen, the touch screen every time they're talking, but it's not really super. You would have booed that? I'll say, I think that was the most interesting level so far of the 3DS version. And Timpani, you know the levels you make. You know the levels you make. You've made meaner levels than that. Wasn't I jumping in rhythm every 7 seconds? And did that, and then failed and died like 10 times in a row yesterday on account of one of your levels? Wasn't there a level where you need to like fly up like 4 blocks and then shoot a perfectly timed boo clown car fire at just the right time, and if you don't do it perfectly, you run out of time? Isn't that not the level I played yesterday? That level was nicer than that. It was more chaotic, I'll say that. Obviously, with perfect skill and perfect timing, those levels, you know, nothing's up to chance. But in the same way, that level is, the difference is you're not employed by Nintendo. Fair. Also, I thought those levels were funny and fun to do, so I'm not trying to dunk on them. By the way, did you see, you might not have been there at the end of the stream, I beat that water level. I beat that water level that, I failed to do, 3 weeks ago. It got beaten. And it got beaten in 1 try the last time that it, came up. You weren't there, so I had, you know, it was sudden death. I only had 2 tries. But I beat it on the fucking first try, and I could not believe it. And that was the last level of yesterday's stream, and goddamn, that felt really good. So, again, I'll say I'm not sitting here going that saying that like a asshole level can't be fun. It's all content is good content. A lot of content is good content. Let me be clear. Thank you on the GG. Everyone loved it. Everyone was really happy to see it. I don't know about the other ones you submitted, but, you know, we were getting better at the, Alright, we can just end this one real quick. Remember how you can't do... You have to get the bar in Mario World in Mario Maker, 1? Oh, that's a... I forgot about that, low-key. Interesting. You remembered that. Now on account you've seen it. Hope your 4th of July went well. Now's about the time that fireworks are... Do they do fireworks at midnight? No, it's not New Year's. It's not, that. It's probably, earlier. The resolution on this looks really bad on, this level here. It looks, real pixely. It is what it is. I will say, on, emulator, obviously you do have the option to increase the resolution of 3DS games. I will say if you do that on this game, it looks like shit. It doesn't render correctly. So far as I can tell, that is not a thing that you can do here. So this is as good as it looks. Fireworks basically for 1 month. That's fun. You know, it'd be forever if you lived near like Disney World, Disneyland. I do live... They just opened the Universal Kids Park, like, real close to me. I wonder if they're doing fireworks over there. They gotta, right? I don't know if that's like an all-the-time thing, or if they'll be fireworking every night, or... I don't think they are. It's not that, Honestly, I don't think they want to spend that much money on fireworks. Let alone, of course, I think that homeowners have, like, largely said, no, 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 no. No, you can't do that. I'm pretty sure all the homeowners stopped them from doing anything fun over there. And also, maybe they also asked them not to paint the water ride. I don't know why they wanted that, but it seems like Universal took them up on it. So, you know, fun. I'll say, I'm close, but my nephew's too young for Universal Kids right now, apparently. He needs to be like 1 year older before... Like, my sister considers, like, you know, some sort of, we all go to the park and have a look. And honestly, it doesn't seem like it's gonna be that interesting. I mean, it doesn't have, like, good theming. I am interested in if y'all don't know, Universal, they got, at Epic Universe, they have garlic cones that have, like, mac and cheese. Mac and cheese, it's a PB&J cone that has pork, bacon, and jelly. PB&J. That's what the PB&J is in this scenario. And also mac and cheese, and also it's like garlic bread and barbecue sauce. It's pretty good. And I wouldn't mind having one of those again. And they have something that's similar, but it's just mac and cheese. No pork, no bacon, no jam, no barbecue sauce. It does have a tater tot, and it is garlicky in its cone, and I'm kind of interested in that, but also, like, it's not exactly the same thing, is it? Does the blue platform respawn in this game? That's unusual. In Mario Maker 2, that shit don't respawn until it's like, you refresh the screen, until you do a reset door. Did they change that for this level? That can't be, right? They can't change something for just for one level in story mode, right? I guess I am saying that after fucking they had the heavy blocks and the toads in the last game. They did a little bit of changing stuff for story mode, but I don't know about that much. Maybe it was different in Mario Maker 1, I forget.
Mario #1.
Was it different?
Woo!
Tell me. Someone can tell me later. I can find out later. Now is not the time for Googling. Now is the time for just playing the game and having fun with it. We're 4 worlds in. Congratulations on clearing another word. Hang on, here you go. Here you go. I can make the text that they have appear on screen. There's tears in your eyes. I was forgetting to blink. They're giving advice on how to use mushroom platforms and other platforms in the same way. Yes, that is true. You can do that. Annoying to have to pull that up and put it back down. I could see them doing it tonight. You know, now is like the special exception as far as fireworks go. You know, you get tonight, and then you get tonight to do your fireworks, and then yeah. Let's charge forward, and okay, I'm just going to go. I'm just going to relax. This level looks pretty easy. I think I can do it without any power-ups. You were at Disney not that long ago? Hell yeah, I love theme parks. Planning on going to Cedar Point very soon. I feel like I need a vacation after months of being kind of just, you know, on my own at home, left to my own devices. A good, and I've never been to Cedar Point, so I've been interested in that for a while, and planning that for a while, planning on doing it in August for a while, and by God, I'm just gonna go do it. And I'm gonna have a good time, and it's gonna be rad. Also, next week, Tormenta opens at my local park, Six Flags Over Texas, so I'm gonna check that out on Thursday as well. It's always good to have plans, I'll say, and know, like, okay, you know, next month, going to this place. Next month, doing that. And I don't know what I'm going to have on the horizon, like, come September. Yeah, like, once I do Cedar Point, it's like, okay, well, what's the next thing? And is there a next thing? Maybe it'd be safest if there wasn't a next thing until, like, conditions were better, etc. But also, that's very sad, isn't it? It's more fun to have a next thing. I think we have a choice in going under or over. Oh, okay, this is just for a spring. And a mushroom, and a mushroom. The camera is weird. Something about this camera isn't behaving the way it normally would. You can go off screen. I guess this might be a Mario Maker 1 versus 2 thing. In Mario Maker 2, I feel like the camera is always locked on you, and will never leave you behind. In fact, I know for a fact, like, it will keep you at a certain point in the screen at all times. And, like, you know, if I've done you know, as a content creator, I've had to turn a number of, like, you know, horizontal Mario gameplay into vertical Mario gameplay as you do. And I know that, like, once you're in a certain point, Mario will always be at the same X location. In this, in one, it seems like, if I recall, also it seems like it's a lot less trained on you and a lot more prone to losing you for some fucking reason. And I think it is better in 2 when it's a little bit more locked in. Not just because it makes panning and scanning easier, but also because, well, it just seems like good practice, doesn't it? Like, as you're going up, you should be able to see what's above you. You should not be going off screen unless you're literally at the top of the screen. That is what I believe. So, you know, agree or disagree. Well, the newer game probably has it right. Right? I think we can agree generally newer games do it better. That's a hot take. That's a generalization that will not hold water. Obviously, I'll say, like, you know, there's better newer games and there's worse newer games, and there's games that don't manage to capture it and those that expand on what came before all properly in the best ways. And obviously, you know, there are a variety of ways in which a game can be better or worse, like having amiibo supports or amiibo costumes versus, like, slopes and on-offs, and are there people who prefer Mario Maker 1 because of amiibo costumes? I'll say, I think that might be incorrect. I think that the amiibo costumes are cool, don't get me wrong, but, you know, on-offs are really useful. On-offs are great, slopes are rad, the night themes add a bunch of different gameplay types that you otherwise wouldn't have. Red coins were in Mario Maker 1, so that wasn't a new thing. That was, well, it was DLC originally, but, you know. You got it. I need to bail. Should have grabbed it, and, yeah. Checkpoints obviously came in as DLC in the first game, and was this before that? I don't think it could have been. This had to be, like, after Mario Maker stopped getting patches. It had to be, like, late in the thing. Fuck! I need a spring! What am I doing? Forgot. And I'll say, fuck! I'll say fuck. Yes, I will say fuck. I'll say, me going off screen isn't because I'm, like, cutting off the screen. I am, but also it's just black bars over where it's trimmed down. This game is 16:9 when you're playing it, even on a 3DS screen, which is not that aspect ratio, it turns out. If you're wondering. Not exactly. It's close, but not, quite. Oh boy. We got it first time without, much effort. Did I, like, wait to trigger it last time or something? I might have done something like that. That makes sense. Cedar Point will be fun. I will say I have had another idea for a trip for a while. You know, definitely when I was gainfully employed, I was definitely looking at, like, December and going, like, okay, now would be a great time for, like, a big December trip. Like, do, let's see if time-wise, this is good. Nope, I need to bail. I could bomb the top layer. Or I could just take the P-switch outside and, use it outside. That's what I should do. That's what I'm going to do. I'll take this one, in fact. It doesn't matter which. I definitely do have an idea for another trip, like, end of this year, if possible. I'd love to do, like, a December trip where I went out to, like, California and did, like, all the California parks. That is to say, Universal Hollywood, Disney, both the Disneys, what's it? I'm trying to think. What are the other parks? There's Knott's Berry Farm. There's Magic Mountain. I think that might be, I think I might have named them all. I think that might be all of them. So, like, 4 or 5 parks in a, big road trip, multi-week vacation. I think that'd be pretty cool for, like, a December-type trip. Whenever it's, like, the holiday season, more or less. Obviously, if conditions have not improved by then, if I'm not, like, feeling more financially secure, that doesn't make sense to do. That's not, I can't. I need to, think twice, but, that is a plan that I do want to do some point in my fucking life, and, if I could do that, this year, that'd be great. If that's, like, a few years from now, you know, whatever. That's, And a third one I have in mind is I'd like to do, once, Coda Land is open, and once, Fiesta Texas has their like, they're opening a new coaster next year, I think, as Fiesta Texas is. Once they have that, I'd love to, do, like, a down Texas way trip where I went to a bunch of the other Texas parks, other than my local one here in Dallas-Fort Worth, here in DFW. Oh, bomb, I need that bomb. I'd like to do a trip where I did, like, Fiesta Texas, there's Fiesta Texas, there's Coda Land, there's, that's not open yet. There's, Sleater-Bon. Sleater-Bon would be fun. And, so long as I have a season pass to all the Six Flags parks, which I currently do on account of that's the best way to do a Cedar Point trip, I think, is just to have the season pass to have as many days as you want. Don't have to worry about admission for all of them, just like hotels and gas, and it's actually kind of a lot. You've always heard good things about Cedar Point, but never been. It's a little out of the way if you're not in Ohio already, and I am not in Ohio already. Or like maybe the Northeast generally, which again I am not in. So I'm gonna have to fly there and I'm gonna have to rent a car. Yeah, I love coasters, so it's gonna be a great trip. I'm gonna have a great time. I don't know how many days I really need or how many I would like. I think I've heard people say... Do people say get the express at least one day? I mean, I'll say I do have, because I have the... I got the, $14 a month, subscription to Six Flags, so that comes with, one express pass a visit, so, yeah, that's nice. It'll also be nice when I go to ride Tormenta on Thursday. They probably aren't going to have Express open, right? On day one for Tormenta. I could express that shit. It probably has limitations as far as like, oh, if you're just getting one free, you can't use it on the fucking brand new attraction. What are you talking about? Get out of here. That's not, no, definitely not. I'm looking forward to that, and I'll tell you all about it on Friday. Which, again, will be a little bit delayed because, going to watch the Super Mario Maker 2, troll race at SGDQ. Right after that, I'll do my, my usual Friday night stream, and it'll be a bit of fun. And, again, for those who, came in off the raid, I don't know how many are still around, or presumably we're pretty high in the, Mario Maker 2 category. Again, I need to, I should pause and change that on the Twitch app real fast, because this is Mario Maker 4 3DS. I don't know how many of y'all still around, but again, the gimmick with my viewer level streams is I got a whole limited life system, which is great fun, and, keeps things moving. And if you're like a traditional level builder, oh my god, you've never seen a stream as nice to y'all as I am. The troll levels, you know, we get like 12 good tries, things of that nature. We get like 12 good tries, and it's, you know, it's fun to see if we can get through in that many, but, you know, your turn will come up. And you don't have to, it's good. It keeps things moving. Mind you, I'm also going to talk about all the anime that I've been watching this week, that I will watch this week, after tonight, after the stream. Here, she's saying more stuff. They're saying something about one-ups and jumping and invisible blocks. Cuckoo. She was not in Mario Maker 2, the headset woman. She did not appear. The pigeon did, though. 6 worlds. We're like, 18 worlds total. Keep in mind, 1 world is long. I would say we're like a fourth of the way through. I don't know if we're making good pace. I don't know if it's like, how long we've been going exactly. But, I am feeling pretty good about this. And, I think we'll have time for, anything else we want to do after. Again, this whole stream, the concept is I'm playing through 2D Marios as fast as I can. Or at least I have been doing that for the last 3 years. And now all that's left is the Mario Maker games, which are kind of my main game, so kind of a very auspicious, finale, considering. I say that, and I'm playing, I already got done with the most significant, most good of the bunch. Had to start with 2, it's the longest. Had to start with 2 because otherwise it's hard to know, like, how much time I need for 2, how much time I need for 3DS, etc. I think you need a lot less for 3DS and a lot less for 1. I think 1 is just basically going to be tech demo, basically. It's going to be sad seeing Mario Maker 1's, bullshit. It's going to be a little bit sad. A little bit, oh, that's all? Oh, hey, they're doing the thing. I had a bunch of levels in Mario Maker 1 that were based around, enemies jumping across gaps using, springs like that. Exactly like that. It was a cool gimmick then, it's a cool gimmick now. Well, actually, they're doing a bunch of different jumpy gimmicks. I just did the one, and, it was pretty cool for that level. And the other levels that I reused that idea in, they're more spring. They're more note block. They only did that once, actually. So I take it back. My level did it like a bunch of times. It was a whole central gimmick. It was cool. By the way, fun fact, you have to touch the touchscreen to hit next every time you finish a level. But fortunately, Steam controller. I got buttons mapped to left click. I got a left click on my controller. And the ability to move my mouse around with the controller. Quite lovely. For this purpose, it turns out. Though, I will note that you can't typically use Citra with the Steam controller. You need to find, like, an application that'll make that work with you. Actually, I think you can just add a non-Steam game. I should have added Citra as a non-Steam game. That's what I should have done. That would be the, logical thing, but I forgot that I could do that. And, now I look silly for, recommending, like, Scissor or whatever. That's another way you can do it. There's, like, a third-party application that'll, bridge that gap, and it usually works pretty well. Pretty well. Or you can just, launch your emulators from Steam. That also works. Good levels. These are good levels. I like this fucking tube snake. How often have you seen a tube snake before? Well, it's happened. I think I've seen a tube snake once or twice, but it's not super duper common. Tube snake, tomb worm. You think this would be a worm or a snake? I feel like snake. It's always snake. It's never a worm. No one ever wants their string of elements in a row to be considered a worm. Worms are not very, a tube train? That's not bad. It does have a caboose, or maybe that's like a tail. Maybe this is like a big tail. Or its feet, like a platypus. Sort of has like a platypus coloration. Are platypuses actually purple? Are platypuses only purple in, like, fiction and, like, Beanie Babies? I don't know if platypuses are actually purple. But I feel like platypuses are a little purple. Or at the very least, they're like a dark blue or something. This is more on the pink side. I don't know if that's, What's the most pink animal? There's probably some sort of birds. Brown, maybe? Oh, that makes sense. That sounds right. You know, pink would be pretty unlikely. Isn't there one in, like, a big cartoon that was popular after I stopped being into cartoons? Where there's, like, a platypus or something that stands on 2 feet? Not Angry Beavers. That I did love Angry Beavers as a kid. I was a beaver boy. That's not what that's not what they're called. That's not anything. I did love Angry Beavers. And do I think I loved Angry Beavers? Do I think I liked Angry Beavers? I think I really enjoyed Angry Beavers. I think if you were to ask me at the time, and I think if I understood, like, tier rankings at that point, I would probably have said, like, yeah, it's like an A tier show. Maybe B+, maybe B+. It can glow a bright blue-green color under certain, when exposed to light. Wow. That's fascinating. I don't know anyone expected to learn about platypuses watching, Mario Maker 2, except it's Mario Maker 3DS, for no reason. That's neat. Thanks for sharing. There we go. I think this ice is more slippery than in Mario Maker 2 as well. Feels like it's, the physics of it are a bit different than in the, newer game. I'm sure there's a bunch of minor physics things. I remember when I remade a couple levels from Mario Maker 1 to Mario Maker 2. You know, levels that I made in Mario Maker 1. There were, like, minor things about how certain objects interacted that were different, that required a few quick redesigns. Like, I had some cases where a mushroom originally would, like, go off a ledge and then bounce off a spring. Like I said, I had a level based around, like, spring enemies around. And the physics there were different enough where it didn't work when, in Mario Maker 2, it would go and it would just fall off the ledge. And I had to change that to be a semi-solid, so it actually crossed the fucking gap. Fortunately, the enemies still jump when they fall into a spring in that way, so it was just power-ups are weirdly different. Let's see what they say. Congratulations, Cuckoo, Spinies, Buzzy Beetles, Spin Jump. World 7 will do some stuff. Oh, maybe they're telling us about, like, things we will be able to do in the next bit. Maybe it's, like, minorly important. I'm not reading all that. I know I'm contributing to some sort of literacy epidemic by just skipping the text, but I played hundreds of thousands of hours of Mario Maker. I am good on the exposition. I never said I would read the story. I just said I would beat the games. Okay. Oh, I think I hear some fireworks right now. What time is it? Yeah, there's definitely some fireworks outside. Fun. Cool. It is 10:20. I guess 10:20 is fireworks time. Maybe it's been fireworks time for a while and I've just been not hearing because headphones. Probably that. Y'all won't hear because Blue Yeti, it has like a directional. I think I could turn on the game audio, like turn on the sound bar, and y'all wouldn't be able to hear that. So, you know, don't worry about it. How we doing as far as time? We started this around the 6-hour point. We're around the 7-hour point now. I think we're a little bit under halfway through. I think we're making good time. We have plenty of time. And I'll say, like, my hard out is like, well, a YouTube VOD can only be 12 hours long, so the max I will do a stream for is 12 hours, not including breaks. So, you know, keep that in mind. And not including parts that don't go onto the VOD. But right now, we have all the time in the world to finish this game. If it takes another 2 hours, that still leaves like 3 hours to do what piddling amount of Mario Maker 1 that there is. Don't minimize, okay, good. I minimized it accidentally with my Steam controller. I need to be more careful. The game. Need to be careful about that. Also, I'm pretty sure I missed a power-up. Didn't I miss a power-up there? It's not a good, Also, by the way, a thing that you can't do. Here's another thing that you can't do in Mario Maker 1 that you can do in Mario Maker 2. I am hitting down on the D-pad, nothing. In Mario Maker 2, you can duck while you're small. Like this, like that. You can't do that in Mario Maker 2. Mario Maker 1, apparently. It's just, nothing happens. And part of me was thinking maybe that's because Shelmet, but that doesn't make sense. I'm just wearing a Shelmet. It's a coincidence that Shelmet is, I was trying to duck because Shelmet. Even now, cannot duck. This is a nice little bit of survival. And, hope you enjoyed that Mario Maker fun fact. That's, yeah. I'm so used to Mario Maker 2. Any difference here is going to be a stark surprise. I tried to jump over it. That was foolhardy. This is an auto-scroller, so I really should be being careful rather than trying to save 2 seconds. I'm sorry. My instinct is always to always try to save 2 seconds when I can. It's just in my nature. I do not like to wait for for a perfect opportunity. I just like to jump and wing it and try my best. And, you know, one of my favorite things about DKC 2, or DKC in general, you know, you take that second level, you take Ropey Rampage, and there's all those places where you're jumping over scary pits with, on vines, and you don't know what the timing is, and it's kind of scary. You just know, just something to know is that the timing is always right away. If you jump on the first swing, you will make it across. You jump on the first swing, you're good. And that sort of just, I like it when the game rewards that sort of headstrongness versus carefully timing out your window. I love when things can just work without much effort. Okay, that time it was worth. We had power up that time. It was worth taking the risk. I would say World 7, 3, maybe about a third of the way done. The last world is extra long, so there's maybe like 19 worlds. That would mean, we're a little more than. We're about 6.5. Yeah, that's about a third of the way through. If the last world is double or triple length, that's about a third, more or less. That sounds about right. This is a classic level. It's interesting how many of these. I guess I say how many. Shit. There's a good amount of these that are just remakes of actual levels, though. I'll say, like, this is an actual improvement on this actual original level because Buzzy Shelmet. Did they call it Buzzy Shelmet? The Shelmet helps you. It is a Buzzy Beetle, but I don't think anyone's ever called it a Buzzy Beetle Shelmet. A Buzzy Beetle helmet. Did they literally call it that? I don't know if they literally called it that. Let's look and see what they literally called it. They literally called it a Buzzy Mario? I've never heard Buzzy Mario. Buzzy Mario? Is that what Mario with a Buzzy with a shelmet is supposed to be called? With a blunt shelmet? I've never heard that before. No one's ever said that before. News to me. Apparently, we've been playing as Buzzy Mario this whole fucking time. For the last 10 years. 10, 12 years. It's been a while. Mario Maker 1 came out a while ago. It wasn't, it was like 2015, 2014. I don't remember. Say 12 years. 12 years is a good estimate. Good enough. Wasn't it 10 years of Mario Maker like 2 years ago? I think it was like 10 years of Mario Maker like 2 years ago. So it's probably been like 12. Are we going to find out what do they call the other Shelmets? Also, does Mario Maker 2 completely contradict this? I bet that it's just while wearing a spiny helmet. If you see it in Mario Maker 2, clear condition wise. I bet it's not. It doesn't use the phrase Buzzy Mario. That's a lot. You think it's gonna be called Spiny Mario? I'm guessing Spiny Mario because that's what those enemies are called. That we're wearing the hat, the shell of. I guess maybe a Blue Koopa Mario is called a Blue Koopa Mario. And, yeah. We unlocked Babam, an arrow sign. By the way, yeah, every time we've cleared a world, we've been unlocking parts for the making. I'm not worried about that. I do want to see, I'll say, I am curious. I do want to know, can I get my Mario Maker 1 levels, all the things that I have saved, onto a save file for Mario Maker for 3DS, and then get that onto my AYN Thor. I wonder if I can do that. That would be cool if I could. And probably the best way to play all those old levels that I love. I say the best way. Look at this. How can you describe this as the best way? Good point. The only way, currently, as far as I'm aware, the last time I checked Cemu for Android, Mario Maker did not work, and you couldn't play any of the levels you transferred over if you, like, you know, did that shit. If you tried to put your save onto your AYN Thor and play your levels that way, it just doesn't work. It just, you know, farts out and doesn't work. Sad, because I have so many good levels. Why is the camera so jittery? I've been wondering that too. I know, right? It's just not quite following the player the same way. And also it's a little bit weirder about like verticality and stuff. Yeah, totally. That's just Mario Maker 1 for you. I don't know if it's Mario Maker 1 or Mario Maker 3DS. Let me say, oh, fuck me. I forgot to turn off the bottom screen. Sorry. Sorry, this is why I didn't want to turn it on in the first place. Part of me would just forget to turn it back off. Really, I need some sort of sound cue. I have it so when I'm doing randomizers, I have it so I can put up the map on screen. And I always have it so that it plays a sound while the map is on screen, while the map tracker is being shown to the viewers, because I don't want to just, like, unpause and start doing checks while the map is obscuring, like, what's going on. I found some good things, some, like, you know, things that I was looking for, while that mistake has been in place in a couple streams, so I, you know, made efforts to correct that and make sure it didn't happen again. But, excuse me if sometimes it happens, you know? There's a lot of auto-scrollers in here, and I feel like, that's true of, you know, a lot of Mario games, but also true of Mario Maker 2. I feel like that is the sort of thing that probably does make it so that, like, speedrun-wise, like, speedruns.com-wise, there's not that many people submitting runs because no one wants to do all the auto-scrollers in there. I wonder if, like, for any percent, completion on, Mario Maker 2 Story, I bet there's, like, I bet there's people who have figured out, like, ways of, like, routing the coins efficiently so you don't just have to grind them at the end, which I didn't know that I had to do, and apparently I did not do back in the day, so I'll say my ignorance was, made sense. They probably route that efficiently. They probably route all that stuff super well and, know when they're going to get all the coins. I say there's like 10 people who have looked like they've been put in serious runs on Mario Maker 2 Story Mode, all whatever, and any percent has like 40, so for that there's gotta be like a certain route, right? There's gotta be like a certain number of just, okay, you know, all the auto-scrollers, fuck them, don't need them. That sounds like the best way to play Mario Maker 2 Story Mode, honestly. It's just skipping past all the auto-scroller levels, and honestly, so long as you know which ones those are, you don't need to know that much more to beat each individual level. You could probably do a pretty good time, any percent-wise, just avoiding auto-scrollers and otherwise trying to not die. Food for thought. I don't plan on doing I don't plan on that myself. That's not, the lane I typically go in. I like a randomizer more than I like a, speed run myself. Oh, also, it's worth noting the worlds are getting longer. This is a longer world. This has 6 levels in it now. Okay. Hey, Dorkator, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. This is the 3DS version, by the way. I need to take a breather. After World 8, I'll take a second and I'll change the game to 3DS version. And apologies for any jitteriness or weirdness from either the game or from Citra. It is what it is. If this was Mario Maker 2 right now and coins mattered, this would be a good level to grind, let me say. Holy shit. But it's not, and it doesn't matter, and, the very least, it looks like a nice, quick one. Medium quick. That's right, my name is the Master DS, that's right. I'm not trying to besmirch any name. I am merely trying to pronounce things, and that is, and read what they say. It's hard to do sometimes. I don't mean to, be rude. When an alert comes in, it's on the, alert feed, and that feed is has a smaller font. I should zoom in on that. If I zoom in on that, other thing gets zoomed in, it's weird. Don't worry about it. I should. Hang on, I got a mouse here. I got an ability to zoom in. There. There. Now it's a bigger font, so it should be harder for me to not be able to read what it fucking says. That'll help. Okay. Dorkator. Dorktator would be the hard even when I read them properly. Don't mean to be rude. Don't mean to be rude. I'm just having a good time. Mario Maker 3DS, and, what else is going on? What else can we talk about? Do y'all have anything y'all want to talk about? This is, hey, speaking of this, mispronouncing names is a part of life. True. Very true. Sometimes I mispronounce names even, like, given the opportunity to read them many times, because it just sounds nicer in my mouth. It sounds nicer in my mouth. That's not where you hear things, so... my mouth likes to say it that way. How about that? What else is going on? What else is happening this week? Obviously, SGDQ. Talked about that. New roller coaster at my local Six Flags. Talked about that. MMIQ, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. There must be some other shit going on right now, right? Well, obviously, 4th of July. Nice weekend. 3-day for those who are, you know, gainfully employed at places that have a normal work week, which I hope y'all are enjoying your fucking three-day weekend. I love a 3-day weekend. I'll say again, I don't want every time I talk about a weekend to say, yes, I got laid off. I don't want that. That brings the vibes down a little bit, don't it? But it's true. Don't run into spikes. Anyway, the weekends don't mean that much to me right now, but I still do like to sleep in and enjoy an excuse to not think about, you know, things. If you're between things, you can absolutely take a excuse, a holiday to relax. You don't have to, you know, try so hard every day. I say that I'm streaming for like 12 hours today. That does constitute some sort of trying hard. That does constitute some amount of like effort for sure. That's not nothing. Let me say. But it is what it is. It's fun and interesting, and I've never played this version of Mario Maker Story Mode before. That's very interesting and good. And what else am I gonna fucking say about it? I should use different adjectives sometimes. End of World 8. We got 10 worlds to go. You think they're all 6 levels from here on out? Or you think it's just like World 8 because it's World 8? I think sample course-wise in Mario Maker 1, there's just, I think there's just like 32 of them, 40 of them. I think there's just 8 worlds of 4 levels each. So that would be 32, yeah. I keep thinking because Mario Maker 2 has 5 worlds per level. I think the math should work out to 40 per every 8 worlds, but that's Mario Maker 2, and that's because of having extra in each world. I guess so far we've done less than your average super world, even though this world is one longer than would be possible. Obviously, I guess we were gaining 1 but losing 7. So that, of course, would be less. This is a cool level. I like all the wigglers, and I like how it's over pretty quickly. Look at that. Nice. I do like the shortness of these levels. They feel a little bit casual. This level knows it's the 4th. True. Yes, it's got some fireworks and all that in it. It's, cool. There's, you know... Pull up the thing so I can show you what's happening there. And remember to take it down once they're down talking. Remember to take it down once they're done talking. Congratulations, this world had a lot of coin. It was a cornucopia. Cuckoo. Yamamura sure did become pretty serious just now. Anyway, the POW block is coming up. Cuckoo. How about that as a compromise? What if I read what she's saying, but the other one's a pigeon, so it's not speaking English. It's doing the psychic Donkey Kong. We can just read that as cuckoo and move on, or not read them at all.
Let's go.
Oh, hang on. Let me real quick, let me go Twitch. Let me go to the Twitch thing and change the game. Not sure if the game has been changed, but let me just do that real quick. Yeah, let me change that to Mario Maker 3DS. No results found. Really? 4 3DS. There's custom Mario Maker, there's Super Mario Maker for Nspire, there's World Engine, and Mario Maker 1 and Mario Maker 2. I guess we'll change it to Mario Maker 1, okay. You know what, half Mario Maker 2, half Mario Maker 1, that's a good compromise because apparently Twitch does not recognize it as a separate game. Interesting. I didn't know that. The 1 is fine. 1 will do. And then later when we switch to 1, enjoy not having... I mean, you won't have a timestamp no matter what. Twitch erasing gaming history? Clearly! Clearly, this existed. It's, you know, I won't lie. I will say it's probably the worst version of Mario Maker that you could ask for. Even worse than something like... I think fans have made some actually pretty good-looking Mario Maker... things. Who on earth would be playing Mario Maker 3DS? That's a great question. There's a challenge mode. There's some levels. I think at some point there was like a, wasn't there a GDQ showcase of like a handful of the levels? I don't think we need to kill this guy. I think we're clear just to go on and finish the level. Yes, it's auto-scroller anyway, so yeah, it's not like it can, tell us to go back because it's gonna scroll on. That's a great question, and the answer is me, for the gimmick of it, and for the satisfaction of completing all the Mario Maker in one segment, one session. The worlds are getting longer. This world has 8 levels in it. Okay. So, we're not halfway through. We won't be halfway through after beating this one. Unless this is the case where maybe it ramps up every for 8 and 9, and then like on 17 and 18 it also ramps up, and then for the rest it'll be 4 per. Who would know? Does anyone remember? Someone could Google. You don't have to. We'll find out. It's more fun to find out these things than going blind. That's why I did no research. And other than looking at a quick, I looked at like a YouTube video and I saw that it was like 3 hours for a full playthrough of this and went, okay, 3 hours, that sounds right. And then I went to speedruns.com and checked what they had, and it's like, okay, a couple hours there. And it's fewer than Mario Maker 2 story mode, so probably similarly shorter in length. Roughly. Maybe this might be a weird possibility, but it's possible that Mario Maker 3DS might have a less competitive leaderboard than Mario Maker 2. Wow, the game that less people own and also is not as fully featured might be more of a niche product. I didn't think of that. Niche run, niche category. That actually would make sense, wouldn't it? By the way, let me know if ever there's like any noticeable delay with the audio. I do think that like over the course of a stream, sometimes the game audio can fall behind. I'm hearing a bit of lag myself, but you know, I'm playing off the OBS, the noise, the sound coming through the OBS. You might think that's silly because what I do when I do a PC game is I have it so that the application outputs to a what I call gameplay monitor. And I have OBS monitor to that, and it plays that out to me. So I hear the monitor, I hear secondhand, I hear it first. I think one of my monitors thinks it's a video player, thinks it has a volume thing. And because of that, I'm able to output sound to that, and then OBS comes in at that point, basically. In other words, it's a bit clunky, and latency sometimes gets introduced in between me and the game. But it's fine so long as it's not like, you know, rhythm heaven, and so long as it's not like affecting y'all. Those are the two obvious things, you know. I can do if I do this, mute everything for 2 seconds, and then unmute, it'll be resynced and fine. There is a delay, but it's quite hard to notice. Okay, I muted everything and unmuted everything, so that delay should be as fixed as it's getting. It now sounds to be a lot less delayed. It's considerably less delayed. Still a little bit of one. I'm sure this is, it probably sounds fine now. There's always going to be some delay for me. I'll say. So it's hard for me to judge. But y'all are getting, you know, both from OBS, so it's not so, not such the case. Do we want to talk about something else? What else should we talk about right now? What's going on with y'all? What did you have for food this July 4th? So far today, I've eaten twice. I had hot dogs, as I showed during the break, and before that, I had a whole heaping helping of spaghetti before the stream started. Always, I feel like with a long stream, I always want to have spaghetti so that I can go the distance. Hey, Trebucket, what's up? You ate a brisket sandwich at the grocery store you work at? A brisket sandwich? You don't work at like H-E-B or something, right? That they have you know, the in-store barbecue place, and I've had a brisket sandwich there. It's pretty good. They have the barbecue store. Are there other grocery stores that have barbecue restaurants in them? Maybe that's a relatively common thing, or maybe you're in Texas. I didn't know you were in Texas, if you are in Texas, by the way. If I had to guess, I would have said that you were Northeastern or something. I guess maybe I could guess that for anyone. There's a lot of people in, like, you know, the East Coast and all that. I like H-E-B. I will say I feel like I've had some problem with the carts there. You're in Florida? Gotcha. Used to live in Connecticut, though. Right, that's up near New York, but not quite New York, like right next to, correct? That's cool. Florida's cool. There seems to be, I mean, I've said before. I've said, is that what tri-state refers to? Connecticut, New York, and I guess New Jersey. It's gotta be New Jersey, right? Whoa, there's some lag in this level. Whatever. No one ever said this version was perfect. No one ever said this version was perfect. Let it be said, let it be said. New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut? Huh, I never knew that. Would have thought, I I guess that makes sense. I wouldn't have thought that would be the third one, Connecticut. You never... I'm sorry, but as someone outside of that area, I always think about... I would think of Pennsylvania. You know, Pennsylvania. Like, whenever I've gone to the Jersey Shore, like, most of the time we've flown into Pennsylvania, and,
Let's go.
you know, what's the Philadelphia? Philadelphia. We've always flown into the capital there of, the capital there, Philadelphia, so I would have thought, if you had to ask me tri-state, I would have guessed there. Are you sure it's not a thing where, like, everyone has a different tri-state? And, like, you know, if you ask someone in, Philly, they're gonna say, oh yeah, we're the tri-state. We're the third of the tri-state. Or, you know what I mean? It's a more famous state. I've also been there, so that's also a factor for me. Mind you, always just driving through to get to family reunion, family reunion at the Jersey Shore. Which I'll say, I do not have plans to go to this year. No plans to go to that this year. You know, obviously, with the situation, I should be only going to places I really want to go to. And the place I really want to go to right now, well, that's quite obviously, you know, that's Cedar Point. So, yeah, there you go. I wouldn't mind a trip to the tri-state area and doing a bunch of tri-state parks, theme parks at some point. You know, ostensibly during that, like, same span of, like, family get-together. You know, I wouldn't mind, like, going out that way and being like, okay, you know, I'm going to stop in on the family jubilee and all that, but for the most part, I'll just be going to theme parks that are nearby, but not necessarily on the Jersey Shore. Though I will definitely, like, swing by and be like, hey, let's have dinner, let's go to the beach. But not for like a week. You know, I think that would be more my speed. Just being one of the ones who, like, comes in for a day and it's like, hey, guys, what's up? Let's beach it up and shit. I think that'd be, I think I'd be into that myself. Hey, nice stream streak. I have my activity feed now all zoomed in, so I can't read the number. Fuck. It's too big to fit. But I can read that was huge for Bucket, and that's nice. You know, some good parks? Let me say, theme parks. To be clear, I'm thinking like the major ones. Like, I'll go to that, I'd go to that one that's the building, you know, the National Mall. I'd go to, Hershey. Is Hershey around there? There's Hershey, there's, is Magic Mountain? Now, Magic Mountain is California, but there's definitely one around that same area that's pretty big, right? Compounds is a theme park. Hershey is in Pennsylvania. Yeah, definitely Hershey. Hershey is one that's, honestly, like, after Cedar Point, well, there's a lot of theme parks I'm somewhat interested in as far as, like, I've heard of them and they sound cool. Like, I wouldn't mind going to Dollywood at some point. There's a lot of them. What can I say? Dollywood would be a good one. Isn't there, like... I've been to Silver Dollar City. Which, by the way, is, like, the closest... Other than, like, the Fiesta Texas and, like, you know, southern, Texas parks, it's, like, the closest good park that I can go to. Well, there's Frontier City as well in Oklahoma. That's, yeah, I could. I am thinking, like, maybe day trip to Oklahoma. 3-hour drive there, 3-hour drive back, no hotel. That, might be doable, and I do have a season pass that'll let me get in there. As it's, they didn't sell that yet, right? I think it's still part of the chain. My season pass is good there. It's probably, like, really cheap if it isn't. And has, like, maybe 2-3 cool roller coasters. I'll say, like, definitely, for the most part, I would have to travel for any theme park stuff. mind you, as far as road trips go, there might be a good idea. Just like, yeah, go to Florida. Florida's great. Florida, you got, you not only got the Universal parks, which are always great to go to, but also over there would be Tampa would be Busch Gardens. I'd really like to go to Busch Gardens sometime. Koo. Go on Iron Gwazi and all that. There's also Busch Gardens like north of there as well. And also the place that has Air Force One that's closing this very soon because it wasn't financially successful. And all they had is one world-class coaster and a bunch of, I don't know how smaller places manage, honestly. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, like, how small places just have, like, one coaster and it's not even a especially good one. I think, like, most of them, if they're managing at all, is just like, well, we're already at a tourist attraction, like Las Vegas or the Jersey Shore, so we're like, fine, we already got tourists who need something to do when they're not at the beach. Hey, this is just a straight remake of the level. Very nice. I like to see it. It's surprising me how many levels in this are just straight up remakes, but I don't mind it, and it's a level that goes by real nice and quick. Real nice and quick. Didn't it end here? It's been a while since I played this level, but I don't remember it going to the right after coming into the I thought the pipe was the end. This doesn't look like an actual Mario 3 level. I think they went a little bit off the rails for a second there, towards the end. Not a big deal. Kind of interesting, in fact. I welcome things I don't expect. I think it's cool and interesting. There's a lot of theme parks in the world. Also, by the way, hey, I'm just noticing now. Yes, I think what I postulated earlier is true. The worlds are going to be 4 to a world, and then they're going to ramp up towards the end of the world. Let's finish. We're over halfway done then. I think then we're this will not be a super duper, well, it is a super duper long stream, but we have plenty of time to do additional segments as much as I please, really. I want to do the if I want to do the throw in the ninja levels from Mario Maker 2, I can. I mean, I will say, obviously, were all the Mario Maker 1 special levels lost to time? Do you think all of those are gone? Didn't they release a bunch of levels that had, like, amiibo stuff in them at one point in the original game? Like, special event levels? I wonder if like, when those went out, if those were, like, downloaded permanently to your Wii U. If so, I do still have those, but I wonder if those still exist. We don't have to add extra segments. I could just end the stream and go start watching all the fucking dozen, probably, new anime that aired today. I'm gonna damage boost through and get the flagpole, hell yeah. I could just end, and then I could watch all the fucking new anime, of which there's fucking like a dozen that started, and I want to see if any are good. I want to be surprised, and I like it where I watch a show and I go, ooh, this is good. This is one of the best. Rather than going on a Discord and having someone say, hey, this is the best. I want to be the one that finds out. And I always enjoyed that. Hey, is this 1-1? Yes, this is 1-1. Or is this 1-2? Since you can do these in either order, I don't really remember which one is the 1 and which one is the 2. I think this is the 1 with the Koopas up top and Hammer Brothers. They were probably a charging Chuck. Yeah, there was a lot of amiibo support for Mario Maker 1. They added a bunch of amiibos I'll say, like, I'm sure that, somewhere there exists a way to do all those things still. Like, somewhere someone has archived all that crap, has, gotten the patches. You know, Nintendo doesn't support patches for the Wii U anymore, but let me tell you, someone else does. I know this for a fact. I've seen them. Wasn't one of the costumes Shaun the Sheep from Shaun the Sheep? Maybe. I think I have, like, most all of the costumes unlocked on the Wii U, so when we go over there, we could have a look. Though, I do think we should stick to business and make sure we're, making big, steady progress and, you know, not, lollygagging, etc., etc. Okay. This is just a nice... I think if I'm recalling, I mentioned earlier, I do remember some sort of showcase. I think it was during a GDQ, or maybe it was like a GDQ event. Maybe not one of the major GDQs. But I think during that they did say, like, yeah, there's too many auto-scrollers to just do the whole campaign. But, you know, a lot of these levels are not that, and those are cool. I think there was some sort of showcase once, as some sort of speed running, and some sort. It's been my memory is vague. You can Google that. Everyone can Google. I could have Googled that before the stream started, but instead, I'm just gonna go off memory. What else is up right now? We finished Another World. Fantastic, and we unlocked Chain Chomp and Ice Block. Ooh, those are good items. Congratulations on Another World. Ice Blocks you just found. Slippy Slidey. Ooh. Coo. With all these ice blocks around, it's become a little bit cool. Bundle up. I'll see you after the next world. That's right. We're world 11 of 18. We're getting there, folks. And then we will end, and I will, you know, do the archive, do the thing. How should I always like to think about, I always need to be thinking about, like, thumbnail-wise, what the hell? How the hell do you represent that you did all 3 Mario Maker games in one stream in a thumbnail? This is probably a case where, like, you use box art, right? This might be a case where actually you don't just get a screenshot from each of the games because they look the fucking same. You won't be able to tell the difference just looking at them. Or maybe you do like the castle. Maybe you put Toad, and then Toad has a little, is holding, like, the 3DS and a Wii U gamepad and a Switch 2. Toad can be holding all those things in, Toadette from the story campaign of Mario Maker 2. That'd work. I could do that. That wouldn't be so bad. Again, the last 3 thumbnails for these, July 4th Mario All-Star stream have been this one, which that's sort of a style I don't do anymore, where I just put 3 screenshots back to back to back. Usually now more, if I want to represent multiple games, I'll just edit in something from those games, and, you know, you can see like a Wario there, or a Yoshi, or, you know, literally just Super Mario Run. There's no way to represent Super Mario Run other than with the word Super Mario Run. I think in this case, yeah, I'm just going to have to do that, because like with Super Mario Run, you can't fucking tell. Maybe I should put some stars as well, because that's part of the theme of the previous ones. Like, if you look down the line of previous thumbnails, stars. All 3 of those screenshots have stars in them. Stars there, raining from the sky in one of the Mario Wonder levels. And the starry skies above Yoshi's Island. both of those, the big one was the headliner, the one that took most of the screen. Most of the screen, so... stream! So, yeah, that's how I will do it. And that'll be whenever we finish. And then I will sleep. And then tomorrow, I guess I'll do all the stuff I need to do. I would have done today if not for, stream. Now we need something more to talk about, because there's still half this game left and probably a good deal of, This is a weird one. A lot of spikes, a lot of weird hills. I guess caves have often been a little bit weird in World. How do you... fun fact about, like... Okay. That's fine. I'll take a hit. I'll take a hit there. Let me see that fun fact. Let me see that fun fact. It is the oldest operating amusement park in America, since it was founded, way long ago, in 1846. Huh. Like, I've heard... I watch a lot of, I watch a good amount of, like, theme park YouTube, which I'll say, like, I'll share photos from theme park trips, but I'm never, I'm not really I don't really like to record video. This might be odd as a streamer. I'm not really in the practice of recording video outside the home. Photos, yeah, I like to take those, and those are fun, but very rarely video. Very rarely, like, you know, the type of stuff where it would be, like, narrated or something. But, so I wouldn't, like, pivot into just... That wouldn't be a pivot I could make. More of a photo guy than a video guy for yeah. I think that's just correct for anyone who's not, you know, trying to do content of it. You know, it's just like, yeah, that's when I like to take photos. I line them up all nice and good, and I try to take a real nice photo of the roller coaster. And sometimes of myself, rarely of myself, more of the roller coaster, I'll say. Does that Koopa look weird? That Koopa... I guess everything looks weird in this theme because of the pixeliness of it. It's more like DS New Super rather than New Super U. I'm sure they still call it New Super U. It's not like this is 3DS or I guess it would be 2. Does 2 look better than this? I feel like Mario New Super Mario Bros. 2 looks better than this, but it might just be resolution more than anything. So maybe literally can't look better than this. I don't know. You think they even have, like, the full... If you, like, upscaled this, it would probably be, like, pixely. It'd probably be, like, weirdly... Probably wouldn't render right. I'll say... Citra does default to upscaling, and if you try that with this, all the sprites look like shit. And it all looks wrong, and, as far as I'm aware, there's no fixing it. And, you just have to render it native. And for most of the styles, that's, it's good and correct, and, you know, it's fine. It's 8-bit anyway. 8-bit, 16-bit, etc. But, for this one, it just looks strange. I do find, if ever I'm, like, pre-recording something, or if I'm trying to make, like, a short that's not necessarily based on me doing the, explanation live, I do find that I like to, go, oh, take two. I like to do a million takes, and that eats up time. I'd much rather just do whatever explanation I want to explain on stream, and just have that be the way. I think this is like a difficulty level thing. Let's go with the hardest. Maybe it'll be the fastest as well. Oh, I see. It's like a... That would be the fastest, but also it's kind of hard to keep. Let's go with the second one. Let's go with just the second one. That's fine. We don't need to be super fast. It's better to be alive than fast. I don't know. There's multiple ways to do anything, of course. No, there's always multiple right answers. You can enjoy your you could do your content however you want. There's no wrong answer as far as content goes out there. The important thing is to find your own niche, find your own way that you like to do things, and you know, figure it out from there and hope that an audience comes, and probably be realistic about it. You know, I'll say I never did start into this to become famous. At the time, my thought was like, I would like to show people my levels and like expose them a little bit. And did streaming expose them to more people than just like posting on a Reddit share forum did? Probably not, but still, it turns out it's fun, and that's the other thing that you should do it for, because it's fun, and you know, see what happens from there.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
Where are we at as far as this world goes? Where are we at as far as this game goes? That was the last of World 11. Nice. So, 12, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I think we got 8 levels, 8 worlds left. That's another world down. The pigeon is late. Munchers are cool. Fire flowers are something. You can destroy stuff with your gust as a boot. Cuckoo. You could make a course with a puzzle where you have munchers and you leave this or that lying around and leave it to the player to figure it out. You could do that, and lots of people have. I'm aware of this. Tutorial voices.
Let's go.
It's a lucky thing I rigged it up so I could hide and unhide the touchscreen at a press of my stream deck. That's another one of the things I really love about streaming, is just the satisfaction of, you know, I have a stupid idea. You know, I have a stupid idea. I have, you know, a couple hours to set it up and get it all working. And then before too long, you know, either I have, like, the foundation of, like, okay, now I can switch between 2 games by hitting one button. Here's the game on the Wii U, here's the game on the Switch, or, you know, on emulation or whatever, and I can switch between the 2 of them, and now, hey, now I can put some, you know, add a limited life gimmick on top of that, and I'm switching games every 5 lives, and there you go. How about that? That's an idea that's fun. Switching between Wii U and Wii, or like, you know, like I guess the last time, was the last time Mario Galaxy 1 and Mario Galaxy 2? I think I did something else more recently for the switching games every 5 lives gimmick. What was it last time? Was it Mario Galaxy 1 and 2? That was last year's birthday stream, as well as a random stream to finish off, like, you know, a couple months later. Was there one more recent than that? Oh, Donkey Kong Land 1, 2, and 3. Mario Land 1, 2, and 3 were like a few months ago. That was a goddamn good stream. You know, you spend a couple hours repainting, and recoloring some, you spend like an hour redrawing some, heads to represent your lives in Game Boy colors, and then, hey, you know, now I have authentic Game Boy colors as we're losing the lives, and the 2 that are I think we went with 5. The 5 that are representing our lives are lovely 2D numbers. That's not this scene. I don't think I can bring up the heads for those who don't know what they look like. We're still doing pretty well after that raid. Probably a lot of people don't necessarily know all the various gimmick streams I've done over the days. I say various. There's like a couple of genres. There's switching back and forth every couple times I die. There's, I've done BizHawk shufflers a couple times. There's randomizers of all sorts. I've probably done How many randomizers have I done at this point? I can't name them all. I've done too many, honestly. I think there is, like, below on the Twitch side, there's like a listing of all the games I played. I think I haven't updated that in forever. I don't know if I updated that after I did 4 new randomizers last February. I'm not sure I updated that after, I'm sure there's games on there that haven't been added. Do I have a list of that somewhere on my phone? I should do, because, it's cool to look at and go, wow, you know, like, almost all the Zeldas, almost all the Metroids, yeah, well, Donkey Kong 64, Paper Mario Minish Cap, and Metroid Fusion. Those are probably the 4 that have gotten the most screen time and the ones I've done the most times, but there's loads of them. Let me see if I have a list on my phone while we're just looking for things to talk about. I don't think I do. I made a list of, let me search here. Oh, I gotta hit the next with the back button. I have it set up where the clicking is done with the back paddles on the Steam controller. It's pretty convenient. I'm gonna search for randomizers in a random Discord I'm in, because I think I did say how many randomizers I did. Oh, it puts randomizer with random. That's, makes it hard to find. That definitely makes it hard to narrow down. Okay, what's the most obscure randomizer I've done recently? Mario and Luigi, Banjo-Tooie, no, those are too common. I can probably search for Metroid. No, Metroid Prime is just, that's a lightning rod of conversation. Skyward Sword. When would be the last time someone was talking about Skyward Sword? Maybe I put it as combo randomizer. Maybe one of the combo randomizers I did would, yeah. If I put in Skyward Sword, will that get me it? I definitely did list it in some Discord at one point. I need to blow this open. It's hard to find just a random place where you said something, like, months later. That's just, not very, accessible. So, you know, let's see if I can do that while also playing the game at the same time. Maybe I should focus on playing the game rather than trying to, complete an anecdote. This seems like a perfectly nice, flying, gunning level. Blowing through walls is fun. Shooting enemies is fun. And, yeah, this is a good level. I can just fly over under the, under all these guys. Sick. Sick. Let me see. Okay, I found a list. I found a list. Good. You gotten back into Banjo-Tooie recently? That's very cool, Trebucket. Here's the list. Paper Mario, Donkey Kong 64, Metroid Fusion, Minish Cap, Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Metroid Prime 2, Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask Combo Randomizer, Metroid Dread, Wind Waker, Metroid Prime 3, Twilight Princess, Paper Mario, TTYD, Hollow Knight, Metroid Prime, Super Metroid, Link to the Past, Skyward Sword, it was Skyward Sword, Banjo-Tooie, Mario and Luigi, and, Link to the Past plus Ocarina of Time combo randomizer. I could also look through the playlist on my, on the YouTube as far as, the playlist of randomizers. Let me see. There was Wind Waker Max Settings was the last one, and then Ocarina Majora's. Yeah, I don't think I've done anything new since since Metroid Plus Link to the Past. I was thinking about, I was planning on from Mario Sunshine randomizer, but it looked like I didn't see a tracker that seemed up to what I like. I want to be able to show what I have and don't have on screen at any time, and also have a map representation of where I can and can't go. I don't know, like, if there will be one, or if maybe there is one. Maybe there's. I was only able to find one that seemed like more of a. Y'all ever see I don't know if y'all actually have tried randomizer trackers before, but some trackers are just like, here's a checkbox of all the places you can go, like, visually, and I'd rather everything be on the same screen, and in a, it's gotta be such that I can do it naturally while on stream, and also be always checking it and referencing it versus, like, on another monitor or something, for me to, want to go for it. Flying blind without a tracker, you don't want to do that. That's very risky if you're considering a randomizer. Definitely when you're starting, use a tracker, and it'll tell you, a map tracker ideally, and it'll tell you, like, where you can and can't go. Damn it. And that's very important when you literally don't know where you can and can't go. I'll say again, you know, I am thinking about Castlevania's randomizers. I am thinking about, what other randomizers am I thinking of? At one point, I was looking at Ori randomizer, but I kind of got cold feet on that one, and Tunic as well. I feel like, personally, if a randomizer is more about just randomizing things that don't matter to the completion of the thing, if it doesn't, like, send you in different directions, it's a little bit less appealing to me as a randomizer. And, like, a lot of randomizers out there are just like, you know, let's say, for instance, Mina the Hollower randomizer, which, yeah, you know, Mina the Hollower, you can go anywhere from the start, so it doesn't make a difference where things are. It just makes things more inconvenient that your Death Defy isn't somewhere easy to get. You know, you're going to have to get a Death Defy later in game. Maybe you could get something else that's better. Doubt it. There's nothing really better than Death Defy. I'm pretty sure I got 100%. That's definitely one of your best things. So, you know, it doesn't change your route that much, and that for me is low-key a deal breaker. You know, it's just not what I want out of a rando. I'll admit, that also means, like, one of the more popular type of randos out there, a Pokemon randomizer, doesn't really do much for me either. Again, for me it's more about, like, taking a Metroidvania type game and opening it up in a different way, and doing this first and that first, and the one time I tried a Pokemon randomizer, it was like, okay, I'm going from the same route as I always do, but with different Pokemon, which, considering it's been forever since I played this Pokemon, it's like, okay, well, I could have just played it fresh, or wouldn't have made that much of a difference to me. Maybe it depends on how you configure it. Maybe even those ones can be made into something that I would love more. You know, the thing that's great about randomizers is you can make them whatever you want them to be. And, you know, whether that's nice or not nice, it's up to you. And, yeah. 2 is great. I just finished, I will say, another piece of content that I really have had on the idea thing for a while. Speaking of, well, that's not speaking of Banjo-Tooie, actually, though I could tangent my way from Banjo-Tooie, which is to say, like, you know how I was saying earlier, I've been talking about how I've been playing a mod of Banjo-Kazooie, and how I was kind of thinking, like, maybe when Kirko puts out his next Banjo-Kazooie mod, Maybe I should stream that. Maybe I should do a whole full playthrough of it or something, rather than just playing it on my AYN Thor and, you know, having a good, mild, passive time on my own time. What if instead of with content, I was thinking a while ago, I'm wondering if these red coins are optional or mandatory. I'm feeling optional. I feel like they're probably all optional in this game. Then again, there's an arrow pointing at it. Okay, actually, I do need to get the power up in there, so that's at least a concern. I'm gonna take the chance optional, and I'm not gonna do that thing again. I was thinking a while ago I should try that. There's apparently a full conversion mod for Paper Mario right now. Paper Mario Star Nova, I believe it's called. I've been interested in streaming that and giving that a go and playing through that. And, that is definitely on my docket. And, 06i was saying that it was a little bit, in chat was saying that it was a little bit, 06i was the one who told me about it, first off. And also he was saying that it was a little bit glitchy out the gate. And I'm wondering, like, have we waited enough for it to get, fixes? Are we good to go? Should, maybe after Sonic 06, maybe I could check that out. Next playthrough is gonna be Sonic 06, Shadow, after DK64 101% ends. Those were both birthday sub-goal incentives that, got met and got committed to, so, you know, I gotta do those first, but then maybe do that Paper Mario mod and see what's what. There's a million other things that I do want to do. I've been saying for years I wanted to do Chrono Trigger and Mother 3 and Undertale, as well as the Darksider games as well randomly. The Darksider games, kind of done, you know, I played all the Zeldas. I think it'd be fun to replay the one not Zelda that there is out there. What's the deal here? I'm missing something. Do I have to guide this guy? Okay, so there's a guy up top. This is... We mentioned earlier, when we were playing Mario Maker 2, that the modern, like, guide and enemy level works by, the modern guide and enemy level works by jumping and making on-offs go on-offs in rhythm. And, this is the original one of these levels that, we did actually discuss during that level, which is a level where... Son bitch. That's not going to be, that's not gonna work, is it? This guy's just stuck here. This is the original one of those levels where instead of guiding a, instead of jumping with good timing, instead you, hang on, what about this P? Oh, this P will do. This P will do. Do we need that fucking... I don't know what we did to make this P come to us, but, maybe the guy was involved with that, but whatever. Maybe Okay, I need to deliver another thing. These guys will do it. I will say again what I said then, which is that the jump and on-off solution of that is way better than the, this fucking solution. How the fuck is this supposed to work? It's cool, but it's annoying. I'll say that much. And a little bit assy. Fairly ass. Because these guys are gonna... Oh, well, that randomly will occasionally block one guy. Maybe we're supposed to get a whole mess of these guys and get them through while, now. Okay, this is terrible. You're dead. Oh, there's not a whole mess of these guys left. There's like 2. Am I supposed to kill these guys? Maybe I'm supposed to kill these guys. I hope I'm supposed to kill these guys because they're all dead. This one might blow. This might be, oh, that guy got through randomly. All right. It might blow sometimes, or sometimes it might magically, randomly. Oh, there's a platform that you're supposed to use. You're supposed to use a platform and guide them across. I, didn't realize that, and now I'm dead. Gonna take these off for a second. I will say the AC's been working as I turn back on the AC after giving it some time to defrost or whatever. I think it's been cooling down in this apartment quite nicely and getting where I like it. Gotta occasionally fuck with AC. Wish it just always worked, but it's not the world we— Fuck you! Wasn't paying attention. Live in. I'll say again, as far as like Castlevania randomizer goes, the one thing I'm concerned about the Castlevania randomizer is like, I feel like with the way those games are structured, like most of the big things are locked behind double jumping, like maybe a slight hover if you're talking about like Dawn of Sorrow, and a slight hover. And, I can bring this guy over here, and it's entirely pointless because this guy does nothing for me. Escorting this guy was pointless. I gotta escort the P somehow. And I think it just escorts itself, so... Oh, maybe we were trying to get the guy out the way so that he didn't block the P. That's weird, but okay. The thing about it is that if like 3 items basically unlock most of the world in a Castlevania game, then it's not going to be a very interesting like route, is it? It's going to maybe be a little bit samey every time. Oh, I see. I can hit that as well. I don't know why I would want to. Isn't this going to kill? Oh, wait a minute. What I want is to drop, that's what I want to do. I want to drop a muncher on them. I don't care about those fucking little piddly little guys. These guys can die. In fact, they probably should. Okay, I've misunderstood. This is not an escort of the escortable. This is an escort of the guy who actually cannot practically be escorted, but can do, provided you use some platforms. It didn't occur to me that when I dropped a Monty Mole on those Bowsers, it would do nothing. But in retrospect, it's fairly obvious that I needed something else. I didn't see that muncher first time round. All right, hard one, long one. We're getting through it though. World 13 halfway done. No, they're getting longer at this point. Third of the way done.
Let's go.
This one. What? Oh, God. Was the darkness effect always that dark? Did y'all see that? It looked, it didn't look right. It looked like the screen just dimmed on me. Disoriented. It's not that, it doesn't turn the screen blue. Maybe that's I don't know if that's a 3DS thing. It might be a Citra thing, let me say. But I don't know. You'd have to check, like, source hardware. You know, could be this game has some weirdness. I cannot account for said weirdness, but what I can do is beat that level really fast and without another boo-ha-ha. So we'll never find out if that was normal or not. And we also don't care. I mean, we'll see. Like, we'll do Mario Maker 1 after this, and maybe we'll find out there. Around 11:30, how long we've been going. The VOD is at 8 hours, 8.5 hours right now. So I think since Mario Maker, but it's been like 2.5 hours since Mario Maker 2. So this will take about 3, maybe 4 hours. I want to get the first game in there too. I will say, by necessity, it will have to be the shortest of the bunch, but I do think it is the shortest of the bunch. I think those sample levels are all really short, and also, yeah. They're also, like, not, that good. Getting it done will just be a matter of, like, can we do it? A matter of pride, you know? And if there's time after time after that, there's 21 Ninji levels, but, you know, they're not part of the main campaign. We don't have to count them, don't have to do them, don't have to consider them, and I will still be happy. Hell, I can totally write off the sample levels as not a campaign right now, and that would save us the time. If it turns out we can't do it, I will absolutely write it off and go like, okay, well, it probably shouldn't count anyhow, and we should I only will count it if there's time to count it. These levels all go so fast, but there's so many of them, is the thing, so they all somehow add up. One at a time, little at a time. I think we have 5 worlds left after this one, but again, they are getting longer, so I think like another hour would be a good, solid estimate at this point. But we'll see. You know, obviously, I'm flying blind, and that's kind of fun, and you know, it's cool seeing these levels for the first time, and knowing that, like, oh, you know, for this version of the game, this is like the main event. Like, it's a cool mode, and let me say this. Mario Maker 2's Story Mode, I think, is better than this. But, as far as the game itself, this game's campaign mode is like half of the game's appeal, considering you can't upload levels, browse levels. You have to, like, randomly get levels from the level cloud if you're going to get levels randomly. You know, you can't do it like you would in the original game. It's a bigger part of the game, this single-player stuff. It's a much bigger part. It's almost the reason for buying this game, arguably, would be playing this single-player stuff, so that's kind of sad, isn't it? It's definitely kind of sad. Let me be clear. I'm not saying it's not sad. That is not what I'm saying at all. It's definitely sad, but I do think it's true that this story mode is a lot more essential and a lot more quintessential to this 3DS port of Mario Maker that you probably shouldn't buy, and you probably shouldn't have bought even when the course world for Mario Maker 1 was still up, which it's not anymore. So it's extra bad to buy right now. You know, this is one of those games where when they talk about, like, wanting to pass laws to say, like, you can't just render a game obsolete, unplayable, etc. after someone's bought it, this is what they're talking about. A game where 90% of the appeal rests in the servers, and when they shut down the servers, well, you're fucked. At least they should at least be made to go like, okay, well, if someone makes like a third-party server that we don't have to pay for, yeah, you can type in a thing and point your game towards that. That's fine. They should at least do that, I think. I think that would be a fair compromise. You know, yeah, and like maybe even you don't have to type in a thing. We all know it's Pretendo. We all know Pretendo is the gold standard in that. It's Pretendo, right? I think there actually is, besides Pretendo, I think there is like an actual repository of Mario Maker 1 stages that exists that you can sort of upload levels to, though you have to like get the save file and upload it that way. It's kind of awkward compared to like, you know, the original experience. Such that I did not, when I started like backing up my Mario Maker levels, I did not do that. Canon and Yoshi. You have to go through this much to unlock Yoshi? Wow. I would have thought Yoshi would be just by default. Also, do you get Yoshis and Boots separately? I feel like we got Boot a while ago, but I do not know. Do not know for sure. Super Mario 3 level length in some of these levels. Yeah, I think that's good though. And of course, Mario Bros 3 has a similar like amount of levels to has a similarly high amount of levels, so it kind of makes sense as a comparison, as like a, you know, as like a goalpost. Also, a lot of these levels don't have checkpoints. Personally, I think if you don't have a checkpoint, the responsible thing to do is to make it a little bit shorter. And I've said before, and I'll say again, I think the ideal length for a, personally, I found that the ideal length for a clear condition level is a nice 20 seconds. All my clear condition levels, Bear 1, are 20-second levels, and I find that works well for me. Also because otherwise I usually make traditional type levels myself, so usually don't make short stages like that, but do in the case of yeah, I need to get through here, and I get through using the donut. If I was big, I could ground pound. Do we have a mushroom? We might have had a mushroom.
Mario time.
Oh yeah, Mario time. Getting pretty damn late. I love a long stream. I do. Long stream like once or twice. You should also get story mode finished. Yeah, totally. I'll say, it turned out,
Let's go.
I'll note again, going back to where in Mario Maker 2, we did, after finishing the story mode and doing all the completion, I did check and find out, oh shit, I actually never did complete it in Mario Maker 2, in the original save file. I actually never did know that I had to grind for coins at the end to get a mural completed, nor did I know that I need to find a little eraser man one more time, a little, the pigeon one more time. Okay, I'm just gonna gun it. I do not like buzzy beetles falling on me, and levels like this always frustrate me, but so long as I can run under them and gun it, I'm happy. And I am happy. Ooh. I will say, I don't know that we've seen the spiny Shelmet. I am curious when we get a spiny Shelmet, is there gonna be like a clear condition here or a achievement thing, whatever, that says finish as Spiny Mario? Let me say again, earlier, we were doing a level, and after the game said, here, for an achievement, finish as Buzzy Mario. No one has ever called Shelmet Mario Buzzy Mario before, but apparently, that's, what this game would have you believe. Would have you call it. Did anyone else know about Buzzy Mario? just gonna keep on trucking. I feel like the end is right here. Probably, no, a checkpoint. Just as good. And also, swimming. Wait. Those things don't kill enemies? In Mario Maker 2, don't these things kill enemies? I actually can't remember off the top of my head if they do or don't. I might not. I've only used them a couple times myself. I've used them like 2-3 times, so off the top of my head, I can't remember if they have any interaction with enemies. I felt like they did, but could be wrong. Probably wrong. I could have had Mario Maker 2. I could have had that Switch 2 out of its dock, and I could be like doing it. You know, imagine if while I was hitting next, I was just like scribbling something on the touchscreen there, and then just going like, oh yeah, there it goes. Should have done. I did take it out to check something real fast and see how many levels are in the Ninji stuff. But I then put it back in its dock, where it belongs. Nice fireball bullshit. This is a fun level. A fun castle level. I say it's a fun castle level. It's an auto-scroll. And it's slow. But it's fun to dodge this stuff. And, they make cool patterns. One Goomba at a time to dodge. Not very many. Not very many. 2 Goombas. Even better. And now I must stand here to not get hit by the thing. I must run past the thing. I'm going to go to the very far end of this hallway. I'm going to be safe and good and not going to run into a Goomba who spawns right in front of me. It's not going to happen. Because I'm careful. And that's the level, right? That's a checkpoint. I am ready for this level to end. I feel like I'm always thinking of that, about auto-scrollers that move this slow. I feel like everyone's always ready for an auto-scroller to end. That's not, that, unique. Pretty common. One of the biggest, and I guess it's just like, I'm ready for it to end, not to finish it. Because, like, yeah, no, when it ends is not my say. I don't have a say in that. The game decides when it ends, how long it goes, how much more there is. Game loves spamming lava bubbles. This level, I don't know that we've seen that many lava bubbles flying so much. I mean, there was that one level where they were spammed down on us. That was some spam, yeah. But, like, does it love it? Or does it like doing it once or twice? Maybe 3 times tops. I don't know if that constitutes love. Like me, I would say that I love putting in 10 coins. I feel like a level isn't complete without a couple of, like at least 4 to, you know, at least 4 big coins, or a level doesn't feel complete without at least 4 of them. Unless it's like really short, in which case there's not room for any. In which case, yeah, I think actually I do have a few levels that don't have big coins because there's just not room. We unlocked the clown car and the one-way wall. I think the bird is asleep. Yeah, relax and just yeah, I know about auto-scroll. It's pretty common. I think you're overusing auto-scroll. You predict at least one more level to use the thing. There are 15, 16, 17. There are 4 worlds left, so yeah, that seems pretty likely. 4 worlds left, by the way. We're getting down to it. I do feel like it'd be cooler, it'd be nicer if this game had a consistent level to world count. Like, I don't care if it's 5. 5 is a good number, honestly. But why 18 worlds and a random amount of levels per world? It's a little odd. It makes it hard to know, like, okay, are we getting there? Are we almost done? I mean, yes, we're definitely almost done. But, like, how almost done are we? I don't know. We're almost done. We're coming up on done. I think we can, expect it in the next hour. I think that would be, nice and good. I'll say, by the way, if you're curious, you know, I do believe I could submit the Mario Maker 2 time that I had and become like either number 15 or 16 on the leaderboard of like, you know, 19 people, of like 18 people. Not that many people, mind you. But for 3DS, for this version, you have to play it on actual hardware, so this wouldn't be eligible for any sort of something, which don't worry about it. That's not why I play. I'm here to have fun and you know, get through as fast as I can, because I want to see how fast I can do it, and I want to see that I can do it in the amount of time, and you know, doesn't need to be documented anywhere outside of you know, our hearts. It's just a fun thing. We don't have to take it too seriously, or honestly, I don't even know, like, I've never actually submitted anything for like to like a speedrun.com. I've never done like a full speedrun. I thought about it for a bit. I was sort of trying to get the knack of like doing I thought like, okay, well, why don't I just do like no warps DKC? But you know, you do have to, doing that, you do have to like get the hang of you know, you do have to not probably die on I can do pretty good on all that, but you know, there is the whole snow barrel blast, which is always difficult, and to try to do that in one try consistently, I feel like would take me a bit. And also, personally speaking, I like playing more of a variety of games. I'd rather play a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and also I'd rather not like. Personally, I'm not really that big into like memorizing this move, that move, this level, this level. I'd rather like play it by ear every time and, you know, go by my gut rather than, you know, like, I'd rather go by gut and instinct. I mean, that there are speedruns for that, you know, like, roguelikes and all that, where the key is not necessarily memorizing a specific route, but being flexible and able to handle whatever happens. But even then, I feel like I'd rather, like I said earlier, randomizers are more my thing. I love a randomizer. I love, you know, playing a game, but it's all different. Even then, I play so many that I never master any single one, and I think that's fine. You know, it's just a bit of fun to replay my favorite games. Or, you know, this is not my favorite game, but it's like a version of one of my favorite games. I think it's fun to, you know, play my favorites, but with, yeah. Streams like this where I'm trying to do a bunch of things in one, that's like the time pressure I like. Like when I tried to do Banjo-Tooie in one stream, which I think was like an hour over. I think that was like 12 and a half hours total because of Canary Mary and some, honestly, some bad routing. I should have done backtracking in a different way, or I should have done it a little bit differently, but I don't know. Maybe at one point we'll try to do Tooie in one stream again. I guess I could like learn a route. I will say I did one time before I was a streamer. I did like try learning Paper Mario's like all cards route, right? Where it skips in interesting ways to I did like use save states and all that to like do all the tricks necessary to get, you know, through all the wrong warps and all the tricks that you need to do to beat Paper Mario in the wrong order while doing the stuff. And that was really fun to like learn all those tricks and get through there once. I don't know if I want to do it 100 times. Is like my thought there. Generally, I like to do something once. And then, you know, by that time, I probably thought of something else that I want to do. Ideally. Or at the very least, you know, I can replay a game that I love. Simple enough. There's some houses. They made some houses for this one. I see houses like this in Mario Maker all the time. I say all the time. Pretty often. I've never been personally a big fan of making houses in Mario Maker myself. Maybe other structures, maybe other aesthetic things, like I've made catwalks and I've made things like catwalks and I like cars and tanks. Cars and tanks are pretty good. I don't think I've ever made a car or a tank. I've made a plane in Mario Maker before. I've made geysers in Mario Maker before. Never cars, never houses or castles or, well, castles, yes. You think these houses are way too big? Yeah. I don't know. I've seen houses this big. They're like apartment complexes, really. I've seen them this big. I mean, I will say actually, I have made before, like, one of my first levels of my Mario Maker 1 Super World. My first world was like themed to a ski lodge. So there were a bunch of like ski lodge buildings with semi-solid backgrounds and things of that nature. Not quite the same. It's a little more elaborate in this case. I made a boat once. I made like a cruise ship. You know, like with the, you know, like a cruise ship, black and white and big smokestacks and stuff like that. That was kind of fun. Kind of a fun one to build. Last of World 15. Getting down to it. All right.
Let's go.
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling fresh. I'm feeling happy. This has been going pretty damn well. I will say I think that this isn't, you know, this game isn't like up to the snuff of like Mario Maker 2 and its story mode, but it's been a bit of fun. A custom snake block. Wait, were snake blocks not in Mario Maker 1? Was there a reason they had to do it this way versus an actual snake block? I'm trying to think if I had any levels that used a snake block in Mario Maker 1, and I'm drawing a blank. I mean, I barely use it in Mario Maker 2 because it's a, you know, it's a slow thing for slow levels most of the time. Unless you use the blue snake block, which is pretty good and pretty fast, actually. Was drawing a custom path on Mario Maker 2 original feature? I feel like actually maybe just nothing that used a custom path in so many words was in Mario Maker 1, and that's just all items that have that, like the exclamation point blocks and there's like a handful of other things. Maybe those were all Mario Maker 2, now that I think about that. That would make sense. I think that's it. I bet that's it. I might be wrong. Like having that custom path, like blink blocks. There's a bunch of like 3D world ones, like with the red and blue blocks. Those have custom paths. The exclamation point blocks, those custom paths. I think if you wanted to do anything like a custom path, you had to use the rails. It's hard to remember after so many years what's exclusive to this, what's exclusive to that. That's the end of the world, isn't it? Yes. We did it. Let me do the thing where I pull up the thing and you can have a look at it for 2 seconds. can also see my mouse. Woo, look at how I move it around with the touchpad on my Steam controller. Quite nice. Pigeon Race coming up. Tried running the wrong way on a treadmill. Run the right way. Run the fast way. And you can make it a fast one by shaking it. Like, I forget if it's like a hold in Mario Maker 2, but hold is better. I guess we haven't seen a snake block. Have we not seen a snake block in a while? Go figure. What other things had custom paths? Were one-way... Wait. One-way doors. That has to be... That can't have been not in Mario Maker 1, right? The one-way... I'm pretty sure that had to be there. Because it's so iconic and it feels like it's been there forever. I definitely have built levels around one-way doors in Mario Maker 1. I'm pretty sure they were there. Maybe not at launch, though. Who knows? Alright, the one-way door is a pretty good utility item. By the way, I'll say again. What was the list of, like, 10 hours ago? I think we came up with a list of, like, all the best additions to Mario Maker 2. What was there? What were the top 5? Slopes, on-off blocks. Slopes, on-off blocks, big coins. Night themes. And, I think we said if it counts, not new, 3D World. 3D World theme. If it doesn't count, oh, vertical subworlds. Oh, that's gotta be one of them. Yeah, you know what? I think I might put all of those over. I honestly might put all those, even big coins, over, personally, I'd put those over the theme. Because you don't always use that theme, and it's just another theme in the same way that there's, like, you know, now a desert theme. It doesn't necessarily... Night themes are the biggest theme / style addition to Mario Maker 2, and I don't think it's especially close. Do you not have a lot of fireworks, or is the mic insanely good? Customizable world marker? Oh, the custom world thing is really cool, too. Yeah, if we're talking feature-wise, like, yeah, no, that's definitely... That's a great one. Good call-out. The ability to have super worlds is just super cool and good. Personally, I think that's top 10. I don't necessarily know that's, top, I don't know if that's top, 5. I still think big coins make the cut. Big coins versus, Let me die. I need to die. I should start this over. Where I need the mushroom, I think. And, yeah, the Blue Yetis are pretty good at not, picking up, stray sound. Honestly, I think I could turn on my, speakers and hear the game audio through that, rather than using headphones, and I don't know it would pick up on mic. Not too terribly, but I wouldn't do that because I'm a cautious fella. And, yeah. World making my... Okay, you know what? I think world making is top 5. I think you're right. I do love big coins. Personally, I'm gonna say big coins over customizable worlds. But that is like number 6. And number 7 is 3D World. And number 8... It's like a glorified playlist. Yeah, you could definitely make super worlds before, but they, you know, were unofficial and just like, you know, you had to tell people like, hey, or it had to be obvious like, hey, here's 1-1, here's 1-2, you know, go wild. Make your own, use your imagination, please. Which you could do. I think that, yeah, I'll stand by that. I'll stand by that ranking. Again, top features added to Mario Maker 2. Number 1. Vertical subworlds. No. Shit. Number 1 is probably slopes. Number 2, vertical subworlds. Number 3, and I don't know. They're all just top 5. They're all just top 5. We don't have to put them in order. But if they were a top 10, the following 5 would be in their own order. That's like an S tier and an A plus tier. If I were to put it in tier list terms. I personally, I like to do tier lists more than I like to do the definitive rankings. You know, I'd rather just say like, okay, all of these are S, all of these are A plus, all of these are A. And if you ever look at like, you know, when I'm doing an anime tier list or whatever, if you ever look at like the star ratings of those, you can tell like, oh, everything in A is 5 stars, everything in S is 5 stars, and also a heart, also a like. Everything in B is 4 stars, everything in C is 3 stars, and then F and below is 2 or a 1. F is like a 2, F minus is my way of representing 1. There's not like a mega F. And I do think that by default you default to F because typically things don't warrant 1 star. 1 star is even rarer than 2 for me. I will say I have a pretty, I do think if you look at my average reviews across like, you know, the games I've reviewed as well as anime I've put numbers on, it's like, yeah, most of my reviews are 5 stars because I try to play games that I love. You know, not necessarily because I like every game that exists, but, you know, I'm not going out there and playing something that doesn't speak to me. And if I watch something, an episode, and it seems like shit, I don't watch a second episode. You know, as a result, I self-select towards positivity, and that's the right way to do. And I don't necessarily want to just give lower scores to things that I really, really like. Mind you, I think there is some argument that, like, yeah, basically my review score system goes from a S to a C, and really I could lower everything's letter score by 1 and just have the S's get 5s and have the A's get 4s and the B's get 3s. I feel like that would be unkind. I honestly prefer to be kind to the games, movies, animes, etc. I'm watching, and, you know, if that gets it up a letter ranking, so be it. What does that do? It makes the coin fall, dropping into the thing, such that it comes out to get me, in which point I can ride it. That's a pretty fucking smart progression. That's a pretty smart little thing. Very funny, very good. I like to see it. This will drop another. What are we on? Are we on, you know, I'll say on the bottom screen, it does, you'd think it would say maybe like the name of the world designation, the number designation of the level. It doesn't say shit. It just says, I gotta kill this Bowser now, or get him to come forward. This is a little bit inefficient. This feels pretty slow. Just one fireball at a time, huh? Okay. Well, at least I can get 2 when he does a big one. Did I try running past? No, I think it's gonna bounce me off if I try to just run in there. He has like a solid body. Come on. Die. Die. How many more hits is it? Big Bowsers typically take a lot of hits. We have 99 seconds. That's fine, right? That's enough time, right? This won't take more than that, right? Wait, I'm Fire Mario. What am I doing? Dismount and fireball, fireball, fireball. Dismount and fireball, fireball, fireball. Fuck Yoshi. Yoshi, you're not pulling your weight. Yoshi, you're not the way. Fireball was the way. Okay, good. I might have been in trouble if I just continued trying to depend on Bowser time-wise, but fortunately I can just, you know, yeah, fireball. I realized I was Fire Mario. That was very helpful. That's a bunch of them. A bunch of good things that to unlock too. Another world done. We just have 2 worlds left. He's talking about lava lifts and all that. The bird is on a popular diet plan. I eat as much as long as I work out. Okay. I just eat as much as I want. So far, seems to be working for me. We got, like, some extra long worlds here for 17. I'm pretty sure 18 is also extra long. Okay. I swear I've seen this one before. This one seems familiar. Did someone remake this in Mario Maker 2? I feel like I've seen this one before. Ground pounding on some question mark blocks to make the shit appear. That seems kind of familiar. That seems kind of low-key familiar. Well, maybe not this bit. This bit is not as familiar, but like rings a bell. Apparently I need multiple. And how many are enough? Not sure, but at least put down that many. Then get up and over. Yeah. Okay, this doesn't seem... This must just be an idea that people have done before. People do ideas like this, and they're cool and all. They're cool. Guess we need to drop another bomb? Just a fire flower, and also go down and chase it. This is a long one for you know, there's a bunch of levels left. I would really like just a lot of these to be really short. It feels like it's time to end, given that we're so close and all. Wait, how the fuck? Not sure what that piece seemed to somehow get everyone sorted out. So I guess that was a good thing. Okay. We got let's see, we got bombs. I think the bomb is what we were looking for. Ah, we're riding this guy. I'm just gonna hope for the best and hope that this is enough, and I hope I don't need the spring. And sure enough, we're good. All right, another one down. Long levels. Some of these nice and quick. Some of these kind of long. I mean, I will say I did go in here expecting 3-4 hours. So far, that's been accurate. I do think we will have time, whatever happens these next 2 worlds, for you know, anything, for everything. Also, I'll say, as far as timestamps go on this VOD, I'm pretty sure I just have to do... I'm pretty sure it's just, hey, here's the start, here's the end. You know, it's not like I'm doing... I'll say, I do not plan on doing per world timestamps. I could do, like, first half, second half, I guess. No, just do one. They're all just world. They're not that different. Does not warrant separate time stamps. Do we have to? What's the gimmick here? It's not like I can just go out with what I got. I gotta like Okay, I got a key now, and I can use that to get down here. It's some sort of puzzle level. Maybe we have to do every single segment. And, hope for the best. I can probably cross this gap. Well, almost. And with Yoshi, okay, here's what we've been looking for. With Yoshi, I can start eating coins, and then, yeah. I can get this P. Surely it's not... Let me do this. Oh, that just gives us permanent Yoshi. Okay. And with this, I can get that, and then, I think the key is to, that wasn't right. I need a fire. I need a fire from somewhere to light that, door. I did not get another key from this room. This was just for Yoshi, right? This doesn't have... No key. Unless killing any of these guys gave a key. You can't have a key if you're on a rail. And... Ah, that guy has a key. Gotta kill him with Yoshi. Let me see. Let me think. Go in here, we'll find a fire, and we'll be able to use it. Lucky we went this way, the other way first. This way first would have been, invalid. Would have been a dead end. Somewhat of one. I think maybe we might be... Maybe this also has a Yoshi. Actually, it has other items that would be very useful. What I need now is a fire to use the bomb with. Okay, I lost... Okay, there's a fire flower. And now I can light the bomb. I can also get down from here. I remember... Man, I made a lot of good Mario Maker 1 levels. That, following behind that dude kind of reminds me of one of them. It's been too long. I gotta figure out some way to get my old Mario Maker levels onto a AYN Thor. That would be, that'd be rad. That'd be cool. I'd like that. I really would. I don't know. I need a POW? If I can go find a POW somewhere, that would do the trick. But where's a POW? With this, I can get back out. And I don't need whatever key the red coins would get me. So I think we're done. There must be a POW somewhere to get that last, coin. Must be a POW somewhere that'll let you go get that. But, I do not care. Oh, wow, that was a long level. Lucky we have so many lives. We have basically no risk of running out. Imagine if we died and somehow lost 100 of them. Or if you quit and that, lost it, who knows? I don't know if they save when you save and continue.
Oh no!
This looks traditional. This looks fast. Let's do it. Okay. Maybe not. Maybe we'll have to do some more puzzle solving and things of that nature. I think in this game, the bombs like bounce off walls more dramatically, whereas in Mario Maker 2, I think they are just more likely to hit the wall and then stop. Which is a little bit more inconvenient for, like, doing things like this, where you need to uncap a pipe. Unfortunate. What are you gonna do? I did hear some fireworks earlier, but they were pretty, transcendental. They weren't really, that big a deal. They were just a little bit of pop, 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 pop.
Oh no!
There was no checkpoint, was there? Really, it's not the lives that should be worried about. It's like, oh good, there was a checkpoint. Oh, lovely. Okay, good. A long level where I have to do a whole long, slow bit again. That's the, that's what stresses me out. I don't mind.
Oh,
Ugh. I don't mind hardness when, you know, I need a bit of a checkpoint now and again. Because I don't like... Once I figure something out, I like to be able to move on and stuff. It was a little bit weird in this game, you know, when you had a checkpoint that had to come with necessarily a mushroom. So it was kind of odd, you know, and in a lot of cases where you wouldn't necessarily give the player a mushroom. A lot of creators wouldn't, but if they wanted to have checkpoints, they'd have to, like, depower you or something. It's a lot more normal now. A lot more straightforward now, where it's just like, okay, well, you know, you don't have you put the power on yourself. Admittedly, it does mean that for even, like, traditional levels, a lot of people don't do any sort of power-up, which I do think it is right to do a power-up on the on a checkpoint. So, you know, I'm... Bleh. There's probably something below that pipe. I should probably uncork that pipe rather than running by it. Hey, you know, I'll say this is a pretty cool level with a lot of moving parts. This is a great, hard-ass traditional level. And I think that such levels are a rarity, and I think that such levels ought to be applauded. Or at the very least, highly appreciated. Here we go. Flying is so much easier. That was nice. That was good. All right. And a really cool way to get through a hard bit of traditional platforming. Finding that cloud. It's cool when you find a thing and that makes the level easier. You know, it makes the time you spend looking worthwhile and, you know, rewards your curiosity. Even I don't do that enough in my own... My levels pretty much you have to do them the normal way. And you can find optional stuff, but they're not going to make the level easier. I think it's cool when a level is, has that sort of thing in it. That sort of, you know, I don't use stars enough. Same basic idea, really. Stars and, what that is. Could use them more. We could all use them more. They're cool and rewarding and make you feel good. And, I think those are all good reasons why to do something. This is like that level of new you, I think, where you have a board, or maybe maybe both, maybe it's in both, where you have a platform and you have to hit enemies as they're boarding it, except it's not hard, and all you have to do is basically stand in place and wait. The platform is really long. You can kind of just avoid where the enemies are. And, yeah, here's even a POW. That's a good-sized, Toad House. That Toad House is the right sized. Look at that. Now that's a good, thing to throw in there. I like piles of things. I like that you can stack enemies in Mario Maker. Enemy stacks are really cool. Underrated thing, I would say. I don't know. Underrated? Would you say underrated? I would say underrated.
Let's go.
Let's go. I'm charging ahead. I'm betting there would be a power-up for me over there. But, I also think if I just run and jump and go fast, this will be over in a jiffy. I swear, apparently there is a tail here. There is a subtle thing in level design, I think, is just how everything times out on first cycle. You know, like the way that Koopa is set up, if you jump on first cycle, it'll be a tight window to get in there and get over and attack him and such and so forth. And where he is in his cycle is just a matter of like where you place him, like on the first tile or the second one or the third. And it's like that subtle little decision just determines like how hard of a Koopa that is, or how easy of a Koopa that is. You can even do things like place them in the air, and that just delays them for an extra tick before they hit the ground. And I'll say that sort of minor tweak is a lot of what I've done when I did creation, when I made Mario. And that sort of subtle thing is, you know, I do believe that makes a difference. I do believe that, I do believe it matters, like, the subtle timings of it all, and, like, the difference between a kind of a hard-ass, Koopa and a Koopa that you just, can basically ignore is all down to, like, which square does he start on. It also might not make a difference in some cases, and there might not be a way to get it exactly right, because maybe it all works out to be about the same, depending on, like, how fast Mario scrolls the screen. Worth noting, it's not a perfect science. It's not a science at all. It's just, you try things and you see how it feels. Random little... I'm running out of asides. I'm running out of things to say. So I'm just, like, randomly observing the subtleties of Mario making and, you know, going over my... We're like, you know, fucking 10 hours into a stream. Or at the very least, it's been about 10 hours since I began. Less a break. This has been like 9 hours, maybe, with breaks. It was kind of a long break where I was setting up this game and also... Anyway, I guess I'm, running out of things to say. Oh, you can just... You don't... What? Hmm? Wasn't that a one gap? Wasn't that a one... Whatever. Not gonna worry about it. And also, hey, they're giving us some faster levels. There's been some faster levels. And I'll say, like, these levels don't do the thing that I do when I make Mario. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't think many of the other ones did. When I make Mario, typically I make the overworld, and then I make the subworld second, using a, and then I use the subworld second using a second map, and that ends up being first half and second half. And a lot of these levels are just whole level, whole level, whole level, and that's nice. I like that structure, and just insofar as it means some very short levels. I do think if you're doing whole level like that, typically you can make them more like Super Luigi style, where they're quick, short, stages. But, you can also make them long, I guess. They can also still have checkpoints, probably 20 seconds even. You can make them filling up the whole, everything. I'm just gonna crawl under, and, oopsie daisy. I think we need Yoshi. I think we need Yoshi for this. And also, I think Yoshi was being delivered, so I could have just waited a little bit, and Yoshi would have come. This is the last of this world. We're about to finish this here world, and that's lovely. That's great. I'm feeling real good. Goodbye, Yoshi. I hope we don't need Yoshi. Okay, this is a or two hammers there coming for us. Yoshi would have been good. I don't think we got a checkpoint. Okay. I'm going to relax. We're going to kill these guys nice and good again and get over this thing. And then... oh great, there's a Podobo in our Mario hole. And oh god, it's coming down. I wasn't sure if it was going to come down or if it was going somewhere else. I couldn't see. This game is a little bit worse as far as where the camera rests vertical-wise. Almost done with this world. Almost done with this world. And then we'll be almost done with this game. And, I'm very pleased. I'm very happy. I'm very satisfied. And, great. This fucking thing went up the fucking hole again. Is it coming down? No, it's just fucking around in the areas that I also have to be in. Okay, tell you what, hey, give me your soul. And you know what? Actually, that's really good for killing all those guys. Now we can...
oh no!
It's getting hard. It's getting hard. This is challenging. I like a good moderate challenge. This is definitely, you know, gotta fucking get good, stay good, relax. Give me that fireball. I'll take this fireball, use it for the next bit. In Yoshi's, in Mario World, Yoshi eventually swallows. I don't think you know, I know I've seen that many cases where Yoshi would, you know, where Yoshi is like chewing on something for super long in this game. In this game, or it's, oh nice, oh nice. That's really ideal. I don't know there's that many cases where, like, Yoshi is really chewing on something for that long, but... does Yoshi swallow in this game? Does Yoshi swallow is a weird thing to ask, out of context. Of course, Yoshi does swallow. He swallows and makes eggs when he swallows. It's also a verb that can be interpreted in a great many colorful ways. I am, of course, talking about fireballs and things of that nature. Nothing untoward. Ah! One more world. One more world. What do they have to say for themselves? How do you like it? It was a little bit long. I got the skewer. Skewer's pretty cool. Up here is the final world. It'll put everything you've learned to the test. Yes. Yes. And there are, looks like 8 levels here. Kind of a lot, but okay, let's do it.
Let's go!
Alright, let me get this mushroom. Good night, Trebuckets. You have a good one. Appreciate you coming by, hanging out, and all that. Hope you enjoyed the, watching me say stuff, as I do, and play this lovely, single-player game, which, again, yes, is a canonical 2D Mario game, and is more game-like than you would think. Definitely more game-like than, it's pretty damn game-like. It has a whole progression. The worlds are all pretty detailed. It's no, Mario Maker 2, and even that is no Mario Wonder, of course, but it's like, just a very solid traditional super world that is extra long. More than, like, even, you know, I know, and I've had in my channel a lot of, like, prestigious, makers. You know, people who have made 1, 2, 3 super worlds. But even that is a little bit less than, like, even 2 super worlds is, this is more than 2 super worlds worth, I'm pretty sure. I think if you added it up that way. More than 3? Well, okay, maybe not more than 3. Maybe like 2.5. 2 1/4. 2 and change. That was a fun bit of flying. I bet we're at the end now. I guess it does sometimes do levels where there's a first half and a second half. Just rare now that I think of it.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
I kind of liked it how when we hit this flagpole, all the coins fell because they were being held up by the clown cars that disappeared. That was not a bad effect, if it can be considered an effect. 1 out of 8. 1 out of 8. I should drink some of my water. Hydrate.
Let's go.
Ah. This looks easy. This looks nice. One thing. Okay, just turning everything off and on again real fast, just in case there's any lag again. Just want to be careful, you know. These PC games can be screwy like that. I don't know. I have a good computer. Probably as lag-free as it can be. Or it might just be on my end, and even then, don't think it was as bad as before, but it's good to always just, do that on occasion. If I'm thinking about it. 2 levels, 2 levels, 2 out of 8. 2 of 8, we're 1/4 of the way through the final world. One-fourth. Okay, 6 left, 6 left.
Let's go.
And then, I will say again, the plan is to do Mario Maker 1, but Mario Maker 1 is pretty nothing. So it should be over very quick, like a half-hour tops. I think Mario Maker 1 might just be 8 worlds, 4 levels each, and I also think that those levels are, like, fucking really short, so I think we might just be able to go in there, woo, 1 world, woo, another world, woo, another world, and it definitely will be, something I can do in the time I have remaining tonight. I think. Bold to, assert. I think I want to do it. I'd rather... I want to. I want to really badly. And, we'll see if, makes sense. Is this all the boot was for? I could have just timed it to go through these boo ring. Yeah, that's what the boot was for. To clear the way. I could have just timed it well. I will say, by the way, if anyone is, I don't know how many folk from that big raid are still hanging around, and I'm not gonna look because, you know, like I said, you don't count your tables while you're sitting at the money. I'm joking. I said that wrong intentionally because I said it wrong before. reference to earlier. I will say, this next week is going to be a pretty slow week for me. Just going to be pretty much just doing DK64 101% on Monday. Creepy Caves and Crystal Caves and Creepy Castle are on the agenda there. And then just the viewer levels on Friday. Gonna have a nice quiet week, I guess. Again, viewer levels will be after the thing at SGDQ, the Mario Maker at SGDQ. Not gonna counter program them. And in fact, I want to watch, so, you know, we'll be pushing it back a bit. Just a bit, though. I will say I'm going to have a nice, quiet week. I'm going to enjoy I'm going to enjoy my Sunday. I'm going to, you know, watch SGDQ a good deal. I'm going to watch tons of anime. And also I'm going to ride Tormenta. And I guess that's it. That's all. Yeah. That's a complete list of everything I'm doing in this next week. I'll probably work on my Godot project again. Should I talk about the Godot project again? I feel like I shouldn't talk about it every fucking stream. I feel like I shouldn't overdo it. I'll just say that like a week, 2 weeks ago, started working on my second... Oh, fuck. Well, now I might as well. I started working on my second Godot project, which is like a mix of Banjo-Kazooie and Kirby 64, which is maybe a little ambitious considering I've never made anything like a 3D platformer before, but I want to find out how 3D design, level design works. I want to figure out how to do all that shit in there, and it kind of turns out, you know, I'll say low-key, as far as the physics of it all goes, as far as, like, writing those scripts in, GD script or whatever, like, doing 3D stuff is not that different from doing 2D stuff, except you gotta account for another axis of rotation, another axis of movement. And, like, that's, you know, that's another axis. That's not nothing, but it's not that hard either. Though, probably making it feel really, really good. Probably a lot of tricks to that I, you know, kind of just want to figure out and see where that goes, and it's interesting stuff. It's cool to figure out, and I'm having a good time with it, so, you know, I'm sure I'll find some time for that in the coming days. Stop. Yeah. Motherfucker. Ugh. I feel like, to a certain degree, I'll say, as far as, like, that sort of game project goes, I feel like you gotta shoot big if you want to get noticed at all, right? You want to make it, you want to, like, get there, right? Like, there are certainly successful indie 3D platformers that just are cool for being little cool things, like I think of Super Kiwi 64, which fucking rules, and it's fucking really cool, and it's short as hell, and simple as hell, but it's still a lot of fun. But, like, I think just doing bare minimum doesn't work with a lot of people. I think, you know, I think about Kaze and the Wild Mask, you know, a really good DKC-like indie game, and that really didn't go. I don't know that Kaze did super well. I feel like a lot of people overlooked it as being like, oh, it's just DKC basically, and I'm sitting there going like, yeah, it's DKC basically. It has really good level design, and also feels really good to play, and has some cool transformations. Like, what else do we want? And I think the answer is, oh, we gotta have something more than that. You gotta be like Windswept, you know? You gotta be like, pushing the envelope a little bit, having the juice. Or having juice that is different from DKC's juice, I guess. You know, the Windswept is a juicy game. Can't wait to see it at SGDQ. Can't wait to see what it looks like when you're speedrunning it really fast. That'll be cool. God, every time it turns dark blue, it just looks wrong. I wonder if that's just how it looks on 3DS, or if Citra's being weird. I wouldn't be surprised if either. Certainly it does it every time, I'll say that much. Lost the fire flower there. So now I guess we have to do it the old-fashioned way. Or we can die. That stuff's starting to take shape. Right now, I'm still working with the basic stuff. I'll say I have systems in place where once I start being able to make special states for, like... I also have, like, a whole list of, like, abilities that I'd like to put together. Like, oh, it'd be really cool if, like, I have a whole list. I have a whole list and a whole plan of, like, okay, let's just start with a couple of powers and just make, you know, something like 3 combinations and go... like 6 combinations and go from there. But like I have some cool sounding ideas and we'll see like if they work in practice in a context of a Banjo-Kazooie style world to run around in, a Mario Odyssey world to run around in. I feel like with a lot of games like that, you know, going big, going extra and having a lot of stuff is like a good recipe for success, you know? Like I think about Astrobot where it just has like gimmick. Every level has a bespoke gimmick. I think of Odyssey, where every world has like 5-6 captures to play with. You know, having just like an astounding variety of gameplay to mess around with, I think is just a recipe for success. You know, I think that's just, if you want to impress, that's the thing. And I've said for a while, I've said like, yo, what DKC should do if they go back to 2D DKC is they should just have animal buddies. And I don't, when I say animal buddies, I mean animal buddy, animal buddy, animal buddy. Keep on introducing more animal buddies. Get like 10 of them. Get like 20 of them. Fill the game with animal buddies. And maybe hide them too, or have optional ones, or, you know, make it so you can replay a level as a different animal buddy. And there's just some easy, like, replay value, like, oh, play the same level, but as Squidder. Okay, yeah, no, that gives you an opportunity to have another animal buddy level, but you don't have to do that much to you know... I think that's, like, a recipe for getting the kind of attention that, like, Tropical Freeze should have had, but, like, fell short of, you know... I'll say even Tropical Freeze, I feel like that game was one of the best 2D platformers of the last 10 years, and I feel like, 10 years, 20 years, 15 years? Shit, it's been like, it's been over 10 years since the original release, huh, of Tropical Freeze. I feel like that game was one of the top 2D platformers of the last 15 years, and yet, it's, you know, didn't light the world on fire, it seemed like, or at least it felt like, at least in people's heads. And, no, I think you need to do something like Wonder does and just have every level have its own bespoke gimmick to really sell it, to really hit hard. And I think even indies need to do the same and need to aim for that sort of ambition. At the very least, you know, you just try a bunch of things, and what's fun you can use and what's not fun you can throw out. And hell, if you don't have enough for like some really elaborate thing, you can at least do something short or, you know, use what you got. At the very least, like, trying out a bunch of things can help you find the fun and find the one thing that you do want to do with, and that sort of experimentation is important in you know, design. Somehow we went from me just talking about, you know, the game I mean to create and just, like, my belief on, like, what would be cool, what would be good. I think you really need to impress, in general. I think even Nintendo, even, like, the big companies, also need to impress. And you know, you look at Wonder, that's a game that wants to impress. You look at the 3D, the new U games, they just weren't games that were trying to impress, I'll say. I don't know if that's unfair. You know, there's definitely a handful of levels that definitely do impress, like, in particular, the ones that are like, you know, the ones in 3D World, or in New U, where it's like, Picasso and shit, Starry Night. That's an impressive level. That shit's few and far between, unfortunately. That's rare that a new U level actually is trying to be cool and good and make an impression. Usually they're just normal levels. I guess, like, to be fair here, this game, and Mario Maker 2's story mode as well, they are also not necessarily looking to impress with their every level. And, you know, as a pack-in and a level building thing, you know, they can't really do bespoke things every time. They can't build around quite, but you know, you can always mix things up in fun ways. You can always find new combinations and you know, at least push the envelope in some way and show people something they haven't seen before. I'll say this, even without bespoke elements and things that are never before seen, people in Mario Maker are able to show people things they've never seen before, and I think that's part of the appeal of Mario Maker. I think that's part of the excitement, part of what is rad about it. Something, you know, it's just like the game can always have something new. There's always a combination you haven't seen before, or even a minor aspect that otherwise has never come up. Folks, it's the last level. It's the last level.
Let's go.
It's nearly 1 a.m. We've been going around 10.5 hours, not counting breaks. I'm kind of hoping this is a quick one. I would like this to be just in and out, actually. It,
No.
probably will be kind of long. Oh, it's a dungeon level? Ah, okay. Like, yeah, I've seen levels like this. We gotta explore and find the items that we need, and figure out which way is which. I hope there's sufficient checkpoints after the puzzle solving. You know, I just don't like to have to redo an area after a puzzle area. Okay. This isn't right. I need a spring, but there isn't one. What am I missing? I'm missing something. These guys I can't fuck with. These guys I can't do anything there. What's the trick here? How can I get a spring? What can I do? I can mess around with this shell. Oh, maybe I can take this shell to the other side. I can also use the shell to open up this permanently. Would the shell let me do anything over here? Let me see. No, I need something that destroys those blocks. A bomb. It actually does tell you. It's an indicator. There's an indicator wise. This is the final level of the 3DS version. Again, worth noting, we're doing the 3DS. This is the 3DS version of Mario Maker 2. And it is good. It is good. I would say that this was pretty game-like. I will say that it had levels that were impressive, levels that were interesting, levels that were cool. I've had a good time and I'm glad I saw it. Definitely, you know, of the 2D Marios I've beaten over the last 4 years as part of ongoing streams where I played all the 2D Marios over the course of all these, Wait, what? Does that guy release? Oh, I can get that mushroom with the turtle. Or I can just focus on the obvious. I can just focus and get the level done a little bit sooner. It's cool and good, and we're solving a puzzle, and by you know, bringing power blocks around, traditional puzzle, multiple room, item escort situation. I wonder if there's going to be some action after we get through with the puzzle. Gotta be, right? Gotta be. We have the key, we have the vine, here's the key door. I think it's time for a checkpoint, and also, something that's a little more action-y, right? Well, no, we still have to find items to, progress, but at least this time, I think, the items are, I think after we get through this, it's becoming less a puzzle and more just a action stage. Kind of Mega Man-y. I've not played that many Mega Man games. I don't know if that's a good comparison. I feel like Mega Man has, like, whole rooms full of fires on and off and things of that nature. Kind of Mega Man-y. I need to go get the propeller. I think maybe you can't get you can't do that. Doesn't work. What does that do? Oh, I see. Maybe I can maybe get him up. Need to go down and get a fire flower so I don't die. It's very important. Not dying. Can't you use fire flower to make them go up, don't you? That's it. Ah. There we go. And now that'll solve the next thing. And then, nice. That's a good way to do that. Still very puzzle-like, but also it's cool that the power-up just sinks immediately into the lava. Means that you don't have to wait for it to respawn. Very convenient. Very lucky that it works that way. They didn't... Probably... It works that way. Does it work like that way in regular Mario Maker 2? I wonder if they changed it. I wonder if it's different now. Or if it even was different then, and then they tweaked it to make this level work. A checkpoint. And... Bowser. One final, it's a Bowser Jr. and probably a Bowser. This is gonna be a boss rush. At least as much of a boss rush as this first game could do. This first game only had Bowser Jr. and, Bowser, so its version of a boss rush was either A, you made all the bosses yourself, which, hey, I'll say, continues to be a cool thing to do, or B, Bowser Jr., then Bowser. I like a boss rush where it's just like, oh, it's just, hey, here's a big spiny or something, and it's actually tough to beat them for setup reasons, because it's well set up, and it's a cool thing. Can I just run under? Yes, I can. And Bowser's over there dying. Don't worry about him. Done! 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 That's it! That's the whole Mario Maker for Nintendo 3DS challenge thing. Let's see what let's see what happens on the bottom screen when the ending is. I get the final. You have to get through the whole thing to unlock key and key door. That's so much to go through to get key door for a game where you can't share levels anywhere. You can't share levels anyway. Unless, I suppose, you went into the SD card, got the files, put them onto your Wii U that's your modded Wii U, and then you could upload them while there was a Mario Maker upload thing to upload to. Sounds awful inconvenient. I didn't use a single assist item. I didn't even know there were assist items. Hell yeah. I got a thing. Sick. Super Mario Maker for Nintendo 3DS. Final thoughts. That was cool. It was a very level-like, a very game-like, Super World. It was sort of like several Super Worlds stuck together. Several really good Super Worlds stuck together. High quality, not exactly like the best thing you've ever seen before, to be clear. Not exactly the best thing you've ever seen before, but still pretty fun. Lots of good levels. Traditional for the most part, which I like. And, you know, there were a handful of ones that really stood out. I think this is like the middle step between like not having any sort of single player thing in Mario Maker 1 that other than the sample levels, which I think we're going to go to next, versus like Mario Maker 2 where they went all out and they made they made every level there was a lot more like showing off this thing, showing off that thing. And this there's just levels that are good and well put together that don't necessarily... Here's the thing I'll say about it. It doesn't feel like tech demos. I do feel like, to a certain degree, a lot of the levels in story mode in Mario Maker 2 are very clearly like, hey, here's something you should do. Here's something you should do. Whereas in Mario Maker 3DS here, it just feels like they made some levels, and later they had guys come and say like, oh, hey, did you see how we used the ice in that level? Yeah, you can use ice. Which is cool and fine, and I think makes for a good super world, or like a good super world, but isn't quite up to the campaign-like status of Mario Maker 2, I would say. How long have we been going? Nearly 10 hours. We're at, the VOD is at 9 hours and 50 minutes, so yeah, I think that this took about 4 hours, a little bit under 4 hours. Mario Maker 2 took about 6 hours. Do we have time in the next hour and a half, maybe, tops, to do Mario Maker 1? It's worth noting that's just 32 levels, and they're not big levels. They're not, I hesitate to call them proper levels. The thing about the Mario Maker 1 sample levels is they were made in a different world before checkpoints. So they all had to be like 40 seconds long, a minute long. I feel like we can do them all in like an hour. I feel like we can do them all lickety-split. And I want to try. And, yeah. There's a minute left of this credits. We want to just, you know, continue seeing all the people that made this version, made this game. I think it's cool to do so. I don't think we'll end up seeing the original, I don't think there's credits just by doing the sample levels of Mario Maker 1, so we won't have to do that, and I won't have to give final thoughts. This version is very severely compromised, but this story mode was a step in the right direction, and a step towards what they eventually did do in Mario Maker 2. Severely compromised version. You almost wonder if, like, maybe they did originally want you to be able to upload or search levels from the 3DS version. Maybe all those limitations weren't necessarily, like, things they wanted to do, but I'll say, I bet they wanted to do all the things that you would want to do in this game, and they just couldn't do. Whatever. Yeah, to be continued. Actually, we've played the continuation. That's Mario Maker 2. We already did that. It's done. No, we're done here. I don't know about what they're saying, and I think is there some sort of like extra thing? I don't think we did a good job. If there's medals or whatever, we don't have to worry about it. Okay, folks, I'm gonna take a quick break, a medium-length break, honestly. We're going to the VOD will be paused, so if you're watching the VOD, it'll skip right to Mario Maker 1. We're gonna switch to Mario Maker 1. I'm gonna get the audio all nice and good and all set up, and calibrate, and then we're going to try our best to get through it in the next hour, maybe and a half. I do not want the VOD to go over 12 hours, so that is the hard out. You might end up only getting halfway through, at which point I will say, oh, this doesn't count, and we'll just, I hope we get through it. We'll see, I should stop wasting time that needs to be spent on the game. Okay, break time. Good game. Cool single-player challenge. It is not the main thing of the game. It is kind of the main thing about the game because the rest of the game is severely compromised, but whatever. Okay, that's it. Break time. All right, we're back, and it's time to do the sample courses. Will be the last bit of tonight. The last bit of tonight will be the Mario Maker 1 sample courses, of which there are 17 worlds. I didn't know there were 17 worlds. I thought there were like 8, but I think they're all very quick. I think you can get through them like in like an hour or so. I will say the VOD right now is about at nearly 10 hours. So I'm going to start a timer right now for 1 hour. And once it goes off, we will know that half the time before I will have to split this VOD into multiple VODs will be elapsed, so we might either need to make an audible decision or, otherwise, end. Let's see what happens. Let's start and let's just crank. Let's just run, let's just go. In fact, I'm going to play it very unsafe here and just try to finish these levels as fast as I can. One level at a time. Let's do this. I have no idea if... I did not look at, like, speedrun information. I did not look at, like, how long to beat or anything of the sort. I have no frame of reference. All I know is that these barely constitute a campaign, if they constitute a campaign, and, you know, are more just filler levels that, fill out a, they're a lot less elaborate and a lot less, I think useful for the purposes of a demo versus, the other two games. It is worth noting, at this point, they did not have checkpoints, so all these levels are like one segment, basically. They're built in such a way that, I think they're all built in such a way that they're not like super duper hard, challenging, etc. And as a result, we might be able to do basically all of them in like 20 seconds each. With that in mind, these 17 worlds could go down, could go pretty fucking fast. Could go pretty fucking fast. I'll also say I don't know I've ever played on all these levels. I don't think I really was that interested in what Nintendo had built at the time, and I don't think anyone was. They didn't really... we all understood, I think, on some level that, like, yeah, these are alright. People are building better stuff already. And that's sort of the thing I feel like, that's one of the things I think that is so great about Mario Maker 2's campaign, which is that I do think the community raised the bar as far as, like, what was possible and expected of a Mario Maker level, and Nintendo did hear that. They did up their game as well. And I think as of, like, Mario Maker 2, and even somewhat to a certain degree, the halfway point of 3DS version, I do think Nintendo upped their game to match the community. Oh god, it's a auto-scroller. Auto-scrollers will be slow. Auto-scrollers, I cannot account for. I will say, though, it's fucking nice to have it looking good again. The 3DS version sure was a compromise in terms of looks, in terms of aesthetics, in terms of, well, performance as well. Motherfucker! I couldn't see the hole! You saw that, right? I couldn't see the hole. How can I be expected to 2D platform if I can't see the hole? Maybe I'm rushing, maybe I need to wait until they show me the hole. I like to, I'm a hasty guy, you know, I like to, I'm always, one step ahead, I'm always, yeah, no, you don't see the hole until, oh, it's not even for a power-up, it's for a 1-up! Oh, fuck off. That's another thing, you know? I think at this point, they didn't know that 1-ups would not be terribly valuable. I guess also they don't have 10 coins to do. Also, they don't have red coins or anything else optional-wise. It is worth noting at this point, when they made these sample levels, it was a much more bare-bones game. At the very least, though, it was a game where you probably wouldn't make a level that was more than a minute long. At least they didn't. At least for the first couple worlds. God, I hope that there's not that many auto-scrollers. It would have been cool and good if like auto-scroller was one of the features that Mario Maker 2 added. That would have been a good one because it would have meant that Mario Maker 1 would be free of it. Even if they didn't have it at launch, they probably would have added it in time. So far, so good. I think I might have fucked up. I think I need to use those coins to get up, and I need to use the P to do it. And collecting them is no good. Honestly, this level seems to be built under the assumption that you might not, you might just grab the P and use it there, on the spot. Fuck! Fucking hell. Well, at least this is called Ghost House and not one of many Ghost House. This is maybe the ghost houseiest this gets. Eating into my time, eating into my time. I know the biggest time sink wasn't this. Wasn't this at all. It was, oh shit, there's a fucking flight right there. I know the biggest time sink isn't this. It's we didn't have to restart at all, actually. The biggest time sink isn't this at all. It's all the time spent grinding on, for coins in Mario Maker 2. I didn't know that we had to do that. Or if I had just said, I'm fine with... Fuck. Oh, good. If I had just said I'm fine with any percent Mario Maker 2, I could have foregone, like, a good half of that, campaign, and we would be, have all the time in the world to come and do this. Decisions were made earlier to prioritize the game with the most gameplay variety and best levels. Was that a mistake? No, it wasn't. It was a good decision. But, will we regret that good decision later? I might. I'm hearing beep beep, but that's just because, the Steam controller is going to sleep. Steam controller is shutting down, and that makes sense because I'm using the gamepad now. Oh, hang on, 1 second. I think my battery thing is beeping, is flashing at me. I think is this plugged in? Okay, well, I'll say my Wii U gamepad can't maintain a charge, so it is very important that it stays plugged in. I think it's just flashing for fun. I think it's just flashing for no reason. I need to keep it plugged in. You know what, if I unplug it, it'll be very quickly apparent that I'll lose power for my gamepad, so, you know, I think that's just saying I don't have any battery, which I knew. Okay. I was scared for a second that, I was scared for a second. Yeah, I think this game, basically, these sample courses, basically this is a bunch of little Timmy stuff. Basically, this sample world, if sample levels in Mario Maker 1 are a super world, they're a little Timmy super world, full of weird design, full of weird levels that don't quite come together, don't quite have like one solid idea, but instead just a bunch of random nonsense. Like here, even this one with some cool platforming stuff. It's very much like, yeah, jump over some saws, here's some yellow plats, how about some blue plats? I guess there's saws with the blue plats as well. It's got a theme, it's got a theme. a little bit more disorganized and a little bit more like, hey, you could do this. Hey, you could do that. What about this? Hey, hey. And a little bit less building a coherent level that uses one idea, two ideas, three ideas really well. You know? Like, this is a Little Timmy super world, and that's just where they started off with as they started doing, levels to show off the Mario making. It also doesn't help that they didn't have checkpoints, so they couldn't do longer levels without them being too difficult. And, yeah, if they had had that from the start, honestly, they should have had it from the start. We've done about 10 minutes, and we're like 2 worlds in. Okay, this isn't bad pace. This isn't bad pace at all. I don't know. Like, I don't think they can require us to do any sort of, any sort of thing here or there. So I think just if we run to the far side, we should be able to get through. Yes, okay. We just needed to go through an underpass and then come up. Very Little Timmy. Very much just like, I'm learning levels for the first time. And I guess I'll say, like, my first levels were no better. My first levels were no better back in the day. I took a while before I figured out, like, the basics of everything. And, you know, in all cases, these things are learning experiences. Everyone needs to, wet their teeth. It is just funny that, like, you know, it's just so funny that, like, even once everyone was beyond sample levels, once beyond these, we were beyond these pretty quick, within, like, a week, within, like, a month of the game coming out. People were putting together damn good levels that were coherent, that had ideas, that were not just, ooh, I know, how about a Koopa? How about a Magic Koopa right here? I think it's time for about to say a seesaw, but there were no seesaws back then. A Goomba. It doesn't help, I guess, that you didn't start with everything unlocked, and you had to unlock everything one thing at a time, tediously, over the course of time. That did not help. Oh god, tell me that's... What is up with these doors? Okay, I just need to go through the right door, literally the right door, and then, the ending's right there. This is a Little Timmy level! This is some Little Timmy-ass bullshit. This is like a... This... A, it's Little Timmy, these sample courses, and B, it's tech demo of just like, yes, you could do something of a door maze where you had to figure out the right door to go through. Good job, and now you're done. Good, just here's the ending for you. That's all we wanted to show. Let me take the shortcut. all three of the Mario Maker campaigns, Mario Maker 2, Mario Maker 3DS, this one, Mario Maker 1, have a 1-1. That one was pretty much 1-1, but I liked its subworld. That was funny. That was a good bit. It wasn't much of a remix. They call it a remix. I don't know that it qualifies as remix. Said remix right there. That's a bit of a stretch. This level's just a boo wheel and an ending. You know, time is of the essence, so faster levels are good. Faster levels means good. And we're done with World 3. A P-switch journey. This sounds tedious. But they didn't have on-offs at the time, so what exactly does that mean? Oh, it means you hit a block, and then a P-switch takes a while to come to you, because it's like an Auto Mario, but it sucks, and it's long, and it's, inconvenient. Didn't they use the same exact setup in Mario Maker 2? In one of the... Mario Maker 2 or 3DS, I forget. Yeah, this exact same setup. I remember this. This is... Yes. This was reused? This was recycled? I didn't realize this was a recycled level. What the hell? How many people have noticed that before? How many people have played Mario Maker 2 Story Mode, Mario Maker 3DS Mario Campaign, and these sample courses subsequently, such that they would notice this reuse? Probably very few. Unless someone was really excited for Mario Maker 2 at the time, and they did like, I'm playing the one game, and then I'm playing the next game, and then I'm playing the new one when that comes out. Which, is a silly... That's silly, but, I appreciate the, I would appreciate the theoretical gusto. Isn't this also really familiar? I've seen this one, too. This level, also. Was this the second half of that one level? That might have been. It didn't just end where the original ended. I think this is definitely different, though. This is definitely different enough. Parts of that were deja vu. Definitely some parts were recycled. I mean, I've done that before. I've done it where, you know, I've reused a segment from an earlier level, or even a DKC level, just as, like, you know, an homage, a little bit of, like, you know, in the same way someone might reference 1-1 by making the iconic 1-1 bits. I've referenced you know, like Donkey Kong Country's first and last levels by remaking little parts of that and slipping it in all subtly and stuff, just in terms of the you know, the geometry and stuff. This is a cool version of 1-1 parentheses Mario Brothers 3. I think it's real cool. I think that was a cool spin on that. There should be more 1-1s parentheses Mario Maker 3 or Mario Brothers 3. There should be more 1-1s from Mario Brothers 3. We've spent about 15 minutes, and we're about done with World 4. Okay, so it honestly does look like an hour and change will be plenty at this rate. It is looking like that, and I am feeling good. Could have tried to get that out the way earlier, but I do think if we hey, it's Bowser. One of the few features that Mario Maker 1 has that, hey, we didn't see any amiibos in 3DS. You notice that? We didn't see any amiibos. Does 3DS not have amiibo support? I think a 3DS might not have the amiibos, actually. Okay. It's one of the only reasons why you would go with a Mario... I guess based on that, if I were to put my levels from Mario Maker 1 on my AYN Thor onto a emulated version of 3DS, I guess I wouldn't be able to do the levels that had amiibo costumes in it. Damn, I have some decent ones of that. I have a couple. I would like to have them. Yeah, they gotta get Simu or whatever the Wii U emulator is. They gotta get that working with levels of Mario Maker. That's on Android specifically. That's what I need for being able to play those levels on Thor. I could probably play most of my levels on Thor with that, but they would be shitty. It's worth noting, they would be shitty. They would be not as good. And it's not good to be shitty. It's better to be full force. These are going so quick. I'm happy with that. Wait, why can't... Okay, they prevent you from just running across. It'd be cool if you could just run across to the flagpole and not see 1-2. I've seen 1-2. I saw it earlier, in fact. Speaking of level reuse. I got hit, though, so I can't do the famous thing. Instead, I will do the less famous thing of playing the level normal. Now we can do the famous thing. And, oh, we can do it as a Goomba as well. That's cute. That's fun. Now we do the famous thing. Fuck! And play through the level normal style. In a famous fashion. This is one of the longer levels for the sample levels, just because it's a real damn level, rather than a one made as like a tech demo of just like, yeah, this works, this mechanic works. You could do this. This'll do. I wonder if these were literally tech demos. I wonder if they literally just built it out and like, yep, it works. Yeah. I wonder if these were the best that they made in-house. Before the game came out. Also, are all these technically part of, like, if any of these were post-release, I'll say if I know that there's, like, the last set is, like, a set that was made in some sort of competition. I think those might be more serious levels. If those were later, I'm gonna feel free to exclude them. Hell, you know, I'll say, we only have so much time left without going over. I'll say, VODs, they need to be a certain length because YouTube only lets 12 hours be the maximum length, so I'm always trying to cut it off. I'm always trying to get it in under, and, yeah, this was another reuse. We saw this in the last one, the little bit of Mario pixel art. Maybe the same Mario pixel art. I remember there being a mushroom in a question mark block. This level was reused in another campaign later on. Mario Maker 2, I think. I guess maybe they used their favorite, they were like, oh, there's several of these are good enough to use again. I didn't realize that. Just snuck it right past me. Well, this part wasn't in it. This part is, they didn't do that part. That's a cool part, though. That's actually a really cool part of it. That's probably the best part I've seen in any Mario Maker 1 sample level so far. And I really liked the part where I got through it first try. That's the part I really liked. That was my favorite part. That, not only was it cool and scary and a little bit, thrilling, but also I didn't have to replay the whole level. You know, swimming. Auto-scroller. It's been pretty good so far on auto-scrollers. Not that many of them. Just, 2 so far. If we were really, really pressed for time, you know, we could start making up our own rules, like, you know, in some games you can skip a level on occasion. Like, oh, you know, what if it's an auto-scroller and you don't want to play it? What if you could just move it along and say, okay, no. Hey, is this... Coins. I don't really like auto-scrollers. I mean, I think sometimes they're cool and sometimes they can be... If like, I'm trying to get through a game. No waterfalls in the cave background? That's true. That's another difference between these games. I never noticed that. It is better with the waterfalls. That is true. We have been going for about 23 minutes since we started. 23 minutes since we started. And we're like, what? Midway through World 6? Another remake, I believe. I think this is 1-3. Another level people don't remake as much. Why don't y'all do 1-3s more often? It's not a bad stage. It's cool how every costume has music, and I forgot it did that, and that's Luigi's Mansion theme. We're about to finish World 6, there's like 17, so we're like a third of the way through, and it's been like 25 minutes. Okay, you know what? We're on pace for like an hour and a half tops. That is assuming that the last that there's not, like, some hard-ass levels. Hey! Hey! This one's familiar. This one's familiar, too! Remember this one? We remember seeing that one earlier and going like, wow, this one really loves fireballs and just a spam of fireballs. Wow. Not exactly what we were expecting from Mario Maker. Was that 3DS? I think that was 3DS. Turns out, reused level from the original. Well, part of it. They expanded it. It was nicely expanded and a fair bit longer. I'll say a lot of these are like, this one! This one as well! We've seen this one! This one's in another game! Wasn't this like the last level? This is very similar to... This is one, wasn't that one of the last levels of like, 2 or something? Or 3DS? I guess they didn't expect people to be playing all 3 back to back to back to back in this way. It's a very silly thing to do. You know, we could start calling an audible and just like say, we beat this level before. We don't need to do it again. Moving on. We could start calling that audible if we really needed to save time, but I don't think we need to save time, and also, it's fine, it's cool, it's fine! It's funny to me every time I see a level that I've seen before, and I'm like, holy shit. I'm probably overreacting, I know. But it's fun. Here's the thing about overreacting, folks. It's fun to do that, and to go, chew up the scenery a little bit of my apartment, and just, get a little unhinged with it. It's fun, and feels good, and, wasn't this, Chain Chomp stack? That's similar to a Chain Stomp stack we saw in one of the other ones, but a little bit different. Fairly different. Oh, come on. There we go. We gotta shave the peg. Shave the peg. What does that mean? I don't know. It sure sounds mildly suggestive, though. That's a cool second of gameplay. At best, these sample levels have a cool second of gameplay, which is great because that's all the time I have for them. That's all the time I have for them. A second. A minute. Less than, ideally. This is maybe the most iconic of Mario Maker 1's sample levels, I think. It's a very cool, fun stack, and you have to, like, get it down to its Bowser, and I guess he just falls through. That's cool. Of the sample levels, I think this one's the best one. It's also nice that it's so quick, like many of the other ones. I like how quick it is. That's the thing I like about it. Especially since we are pressed for time. Again, this is a time crunch. We're down to a wire. Well, I think actually we could spend up to 2 hours on this. But if we did that, I would have to have a very quick final goodbye. I would have to really look at the clock and keep an eye and go like, okay, well I have like a minute to say good night everyone, so good night everyone. I'll see you on Monday. And I would have to, you know, do all that very quickly. I guess in theory I could, like, stop the VOD and just, have a longer goodbye to the live stream. Never done that before. And, it'd be a first time. There's a first time for everything, but, I think it's gonna be tonight. Yeah, this is just the same as the remake in the other game. Is that how it is in the original? I have the same question now that I had then. I think they changed it. I think those last couple rooms are all different. Oh, this is one too. Also, another one that that was in the other game. One of the other 2 games. Son of a bitch. Well, I can't blame them. You know, why not? And also, they did, like, flesh out, like, every single reuse as they were doing it. You know, now we're getting, like, the most basic version. You know, if you were playing through my, like, if you're playing through, like, all my levels in my core spots, and you got to the ones that were just like, here's the prototype of this level, and it's just like, oh, it's that level, but it's shorter. That's basically what these are. They're prototypes. These sample courses, they feel like prototypes. Zigzag lava bubbles. Lava bubbles? Lava bubbles. Okay, this is fine. And, you know, so long as you get brave and go fast, the lava bubbles, they won't bother you too much. They're really not that thick. They're kind of in a big wad that didn't end up, persisting for that long. Bah! Damn, and on auto-scroller too, the ending was right there. You gotta get right to the right real fast, and then pretty much just hug the wall. Maybe getting past this guy would be a good idea, and then, maybe not. Then we have to worry about all the other... Yeah, good shit. I wouldn't mind levels these short more often. This is almost like the new Luigi of the series, unintentionally. This is like the new Luigi, of the Mario Maker games, just because of how short every level is. Mostly because it was brand new, they didn't know, like, what levels would become, and also they didn't have checkpoints, so every level needed to be, like, 10 seconds long, 20 seconds long. It's kind of satisfying to beat a level in 20 seconds, honestly. Even if it is just a little bit Timmy-ish. A little bit Timmy-ish, a little bit tech demo-y. A little bit, all the attributes I've ascribed to these levels as I've been, going through them. We're over halfway done, and, my timer says we've been going about a half hour, so we are making good time. Levels like these, more levels like these, and we'll have it. This'll be like an hour long. I'm pretty fucking happy with how tonight has gone. I gotta say, I'm pretty fucking happy with the timing of it all. I mean, I'll say the first game, you know, Mario Maker 2. I need like a P-switch or something, or to jump over P-switch. We don't need it, really, because we could have just jumped directly at this point. I'll say, Mario Maker 2, I didn't know I needed to grind so many coins to get the final thing, and apparently I never did back in the day, and I never did get every single level. So, that was a bit of an inconvenience. The grinding was a bit much, and that, I guess, is the reason why the world records, the speed runs are, you know, why so many of them are a little bit longer, I guess, also. It's why the all missions goes a bit for a bit longer than the non one, because you really do need to factor in coins and route those in, and not just get to the end and go, wait, what? But that aside, it's been pretty smooth sailing. It's been fun. I've seen a lot of cool levels, and you know, had some fun thoughts about them, said some fun things. I'll say, if later on I'm going through these for content, this VOD for content, I think there's plenty. I think there's plenty of fun things I said. There's neat levels that are worth, you know, parting out into their own shorts or whatever, as you do. And, You know, I think there's all sorts of interesting things to be said about 3DS and this game, and I think we've said most of them already. We've definitely said most everything already. I don't need to say anything more for the rest of the stream. But I will, because I do that. I like to talk, and I have been for the last 11 hours, 11 hours. More, including breaks. There was also a little bit, I will say, VOD people, there was a little bit of setup I cut off in between the, when I was setting up the games and, you know, cropping down the things and adjusting the volume a little bit. If the volume sounds wrong, I'm sorry. Hopefully it sounds just right. Hopefully it sounds nice and good, nice and lovely. It might not be consistent between the 3 games, I'll admit it. But the Mario Maker 2 was at the normal Mario Maker 2 level, and everything else, honestly, it might be hard to judge. I think maybe... Certainly, Mario Maker 1 it seems a lot louder than Mario Maker 2 for some reason. And, you know, it's at a much lower volume level right now. It's at negative 16 decibels versus negative 8, usually for Mario Maker 2. But I think it's a lot, louder. Hey, Storm Trippin', what's up? How you doing? I've had a hell of a night. I did Mario Maker 2 Story Mode. I did Mario Maker 3DS Story Mode. And now we're finishing with Mario Maker sample courses, which are really short and are, I think I can do before the stream hits 12 hours. I'm pretty sure. We're like over halfway done with them, and we've been at it for like 35 minutes. These Mario Maker ones, they are short. They are quick, and honestly, they're kind of refreshing in their own way. Honestly, I don't mind playing these, and yeah, every single player campaign Mario Maker thing that exists, you know, as far as officially goes. Ninji aside, which doesn't count and isn't the... Doesn't count. That shouldn't count. That doesn't count. We don't count that. Also, there would be, like, the other things that they released digitally for Mario Maker 1, which aren't available anymore. Those also do not count. We're on track to finish all the... Yep! Get the ending. Just get the ending. Don't worry about the thing. It's been a hell of a night. I've done everything I wanted to do. This has gone as well as I hoped, and hell yeah, I'm pumped. I'm feeling good, and would like that mushroom. I was about to say heart. That's not what it is. Mushroom. Okay, can I just get the flagpole? Yes, I can. Just barely. These are all so quick. This is going really well. Pacing-wise. I'll say again. Also, it's been a pretty great night as far as, I'll say Storm Trippin'. We got our biggest raid of all time earlier. Like, in the middle of Mario Maker, at the start of Mario Maker 3DS. Pangea raided with 300 folks earlier. That was quite something. And also, like, you know, it's like Pangea is like you know, a Mario content person, so it's like, those are that's a relatively on you know, point raid. Probably a pretty aligned community. Probably folks there would enjoy me, I hope. If any of y'all are still around this late at night, y'all can watch the VOD as well. I'll say if you came off the raid and did we do this one? I think so. I think we just did that one. If I'm wrong, sorry, but it does look a lot like the one that came before it, so I might be confused. It doesn't matter either way. This is all for fun, and I think we're good. We check the
Oh no!
that was almost good enough. A shell jump would have done that. Not that I don't mind any big raid, you know, but I should
Oh no!
how do we do this? What's the... There's probably something I need to figure out rather than just running and trying to do... I could just try to do a big... There is definitely something in that block down there. How the fuck do you get there? How the fuck do you get to that? Come in over here. Nope. You're prevented from going in through the side. Maybe, I can't ground pound. Great, I dropped my shit. I can go down a level over here. This almost seems like a puzzle level, but also it seems like it's probably not that complicated, really. Also, I don't see a way down over here. Probably need to... Oh, hey. There's a way down. Cloud? Fine. Alright, sure. That works. I think a triple jump would have also done the trick. That was one of the longer levels of the last, and really, it wasn't long. It was just, I need to do a thing. There's like... 6 worlds left? 7 worlds left? Not that many worlds left. Did you get Star Fox? No, not yet. My plan is, I'll say my plan is for Extra Life this year. The plan for Extra Life this year is, all the Star Fox 64s. So I'm gonna get, Star Fox. I'm going to get Star Fox. I'm gonna get Star Fox 64. I'm gonna get Star Fox 3DS, 64 3D, and also, Star Fox Zero, I think, technically is also a Star Fox 64. I think it tells the same plot. So, I'm going to get it for that. I'm not going to play it before that. Basically is my plan, right now. So, we'll do eventually, but not until it's time to do Extra Life in November. Also in November, the 5th Streamiversary. Mario World and, Mario Brothers 3, switching games every 5 lives. Refreshing after every world. That'll be a fun one too. Really looking forward to that. There's some good streams. It's always hard. Hey, motherfucker! This one also was in 3DS, or maybe 2, I don't remember. This one also, pretty much just as is, was in 3DS. So many in 3DS. There's so many in 3DS too. Reused. Maybe it was in 2. I don't remember. They definitely expanded it. They're always expanded in 3DS. I'll say that much. They're expanded. So we're like getting the prototype version now in this. Shoe Factory! I think that guy just yelled Shoe Factory. That's a reference that Storm Trippin' will get, Band of Giant Bomb will get, and I don't know if anyone else will. I mean, I know no one else will. I actually do know that people who do not know Giant Bomb will not get that. That is actually something I know for sure. It's a good bit. Did you get that, Storm Trippin'? You got that. Everyone knows Mario Party, who's, from the Giant Bomb side of things in that community. Maybe not. Maybe you weren't around then. Sure did? Excellent. Yes. I'll explain, I got nothing but time. Well, that's not true, we got limited time, but I'll explain, I have time to explain. At one point, in Mario Party, they were playing the minigame Cake Factory, and Dan Reichert yelled out, "Cake Factory!" And then everyone laughed, and then Jeff Gersman said, "I think that guy just yelled Cake Factory." And it was funny. It's a funny bit. I'm sure that's like on a best of of that Mario Party. I'm sure that was like a, hey, this is another one! Well, actually, this is like a remix of a actual 3 level, right? This is 7-2, right? Well, you know, this is an existing level, so I think I should hold my tongue when it comes to levels that were already existing and, that were remixes to begin with, but, still, it's kind of funny to me how the remixes... I guess the remixes are the easiest ones to just pull over, like, hey, you know, it's already a full level up to the standard of Mario Maker 3DS. It's kind of already good enough for that. Just plug it in. I would have thought they would have remade more levels, or like... I guess they went with the iconic ones, and I can't blame them for that or nothing. Like, yeah, no, why wouldn't you go for iconic levels particularly? I definitely beat this earlier, so if we wanted to speed things up, we could start saying levels that I beat fucking 3 hours ago, or I don't have to beat them again. But I think that's not in the spirit of things, and it's more funny that I have to beat them again. Also, this is a great level from Mario Bros. 3, and I will definitely be seeing this again in November, so... No, it's a good level. It's a great level. It's iconic. One of the most memorable. There's maybe too many piranha plants in this version. Maybe too many piranha plants in this version. We've been going about 45 minutes on this. We've gotten through, let's see, we're just at the end of World 12. There's 5 worlds to go. I think we'll be able to do this in the next 30 minutes after the hour is up. I think that we're good. I think that I do not have to call an audible. I think that I will not have to, like, split up the VOD into multiple streams. Again, by the way, for the record, the thing is that, YouTube only allows 12 hours a video to be 12 hours long, so I want the VOD to be 1 VOD and not 2. And not 3. It would make sense as 2, honestly. It would make sense to be like, hey, here's 3DS and 1, and here's just 2 in its entirety. But I think it's much better as one contiguous thing. I say that. Probably the algorithm disagrees. I wouldn't be surprised if the algorithm just says, what? No. Oh, this explains why. By the way, I didn't say this is Air 1 Remix. This explains why there wasn't a key door after that boss fight, because this level was built, this remix was built before there were key doors. I was wondering what the hell when we did that in 3DS, like, huh? Why not have a key door and make you fight Bowser? It was a remake. It was just pulled directly from before. I think this was also... I'm guessing this one is also one. All these remixes, man. I can't blame the remixes, honestly, because the thing is, they're already good enough to reuse in Mario Maker. They would be good enough for Mario Maker 2, honestly. And I think there's probably a number of them that are in Mario Maker 2 as well. It's just that, you know, they're kind of the longest levels here, so I would like to see fewer of them for time considerations. For time considerations. Wait, in this case, we just have to get out, so I can do that without beating the guy. Just jump right out. That's not the same pipe that we couldn't just jump over and go right to the end, right? That boss fight was necessary. Was it? Yes, it's a different ship. It's a different ship. You'd go right into the void if you tried to go over. Good, okay.
Oh no!
Might be starting to get some longer levels. I think this is an original one, and like, we'll know if they're starting to get longer. No, they're not. No, they're still very short. Very short if they're an original Mario Maker 1 sample level rather than a remix. No, instantly proven wrong. I mean, I guess I can look at the preview and just see, yeah, they didn't even... I could see instantly, like, oh, they didn't even fill... They did half a level here, half an overworld. That will take, like, less than 20 seconds to run through at full speed. Which is nice, you know, when you're talking, you know, 11 hours into a stream where I want to beat all 3 Mario Maker games in one sesh. It's very nice and convenient, but, yeah. The last world is worrying me. The last world is a concern, I think. It is worth noting the last world, I believe they're more like actual levels. This one is a shorty, considering we also have 50 seconds to finish. It's also an auto-scroller, so it literally only can be about that long. 10 seconds. You'd have to fuck around for 40 seconds in order to get a timeout here. You'd have to get behind the flagpole and just, like, sit. I wonder how many people have timed out on that level. Probably barely any that didn't also just edit it to be, hey, I recognize this one. Another one that I recognize, I remember being big. Actually, in this case, the original level, I think, was just a chain chomp, and one was a little bit more than this, I'll say. I think the chain chomp was a little bit in. Again, they expand it in the 3DS version, but, it is like a really good prototype version. Like a really good prototype version. I appreciate. You know what? I appreciate it. I'm not going to complain. I appreciate. Time is of the essence. We gotta boogie. We gotta go fast. Okay. We have enough. We got there. Good. We gotta go fast, and this is how we do it. Okay. Is there too much? There's probably too much of this to do like a short of like me going like, okay, can I do this in like an hour? I can always like, is there like a supercut short in this whole segment of me coming and being like, we've been going around 10 hours. I want to get this under 12 hours, but can this go fast? And then just me playing a bunch of really quick levels and going, yes, yes, yes! This seems like it's some sort of auto Mario, but I can just swim to the end, and I will do that. More like that. More like that. We're really getting deep in. We're really getting close. It's almost over. I love how short. I remember this as well. This was in 3DS, or at least this bit. We stacked shit. We complained about the camera's up-down, how the camera worked in an up-down manner. It does. It's a rather awkward camera when it comes to up-down movement. Let's see if this has the same problem. Yes, you get off screen immediately. You can get up screen in Mario Maker 1. Can't do that in Mario Maker 2. The camera follows you. Believe that, you know, isn't that something? Same problem, same level. Same level, same problem. And in 3DS and in the original version. I guess they didn't say they were all original levels in any of these games. They just said, like, hey, you know, these are the levels. Mario died. That happens sometimes. Sometimes people do it on purpose. I feel like that's the only time I've seen it in any Mario official level. A death after the flagpole. That was a Mario official level. I don't think it was intentional. Another! That's totally very similar, maybe not the exact same, to a level we saw at 3DS, or maybe 2, I forget. Who can remember which game had what level? And also, if it actually is that similar, maybe it's different enough. It's just, you know, jumping skull bones. How much can you do with that? Can't do that much with that, you know? We're really nearing the end here. We're really making good time. I do believe. Were any of these post-release? There is the last thing. I should Google the last thing just to see, like, was that added post-release? If it was added post-release, we don't have to do it, and we can call it a night, or otherwise end the VOD as time permits. So let me just see. What the hell are NWC? What's NWC? NWC 2015 Mario Maker. Were these post-launch? They were shown off in the championships. Wait, which level were we on? We did, I think we were right here. I think we're still right here. Did we do this one? I can't remember, and it's faster just to do it. It doesn't say anything. It was the first course shown off at the Nintendo World Champions 2015. Okay, maybe it was like a preview level that they used to preview the game. So these were like the best levels that they made in-house. They are still in-house levels. They are still part of the campaign, if you could call it a campaign. I would hesitate to call this a campaign, let me say. But, you know, I think we have to do them. But if time was pressing, we really could. I don't know how long they are, or how difficult they are, or if they're actually, like, set up such that we won't be able to just cruise right through them. But it is worth noting that these will be levels from before there were checkpoints. So, at the very least, it should be relatively easy to do in one session. In one thing. Hey, this is, they remixed this one as well, but this is a different remix. So, hey, this is not the same remix as in Mario Maker 2. Mario Maker 2 had this one. I guess, hey, maybe Mario Maker 2 just does more with them. I think this was a level showing off the Shelmets, and also had, like, more replacement Shelmets for you midway through the course. Shout out to Mario Maker 2 actually doing a new version of it, a better version than that version. That was in, you know, a first draft. Not as good. Oh, another remix level that they also had in 3DS. It shouldn't surprise me. Hey, you know, the remix levels are good levels. They're from the best games, and they're they're good-ass levels. Can't deny that. If you're gonna reuse a level, reuse a good-ass level. Don't delay. Oh, this one looks like a hard one. I mean, it looks like a hard one. This is Mario Maker 1's story mode, or sample courses. There hasn't really been a hard one. They are all, doable. They're all, like, completely doable, even without checkpoints, because they didn't exist at the time. We can relax our ass a little bit, and the level will be done in like 2 seconds. We'll be done like Maybe at the top of this flagpole, basically, or this beanpole of this vine. Maybe we'll have to jump over a Bowser. Yeah, that wasn't hard. That was, in fact, I would call it normal at worst. Don't get scared. It's Mario Maker 1. The sample courses are easy and kind of light. Kind of light. Race to the finish. Hey, is this also one that we saw? This one sounds familiar. Wasn't this also one? Interesting that this is like a speedrun type level, but instead of having a, instead of just trusting the player to run and jump and keep to a time, instead it's an auto-scroller, which I guess at the time they wanted to just make sure, like, hey, you know to keep running, right? And not to stop for nothing. I guess that was a way of making sure people were jumping to the next blue plat, but I feel like blue plats already are just designed good enough to encourage you to get to the next blue plat because, yeah, they falling. 1 hour has passed since we started this, this game. 1 hour has passed and we're on the last of the the last level of the penultimate world. If an hour has passed, that means the VOD is at the 11-hour mark, and what that means is we have an hour of wriggle room to do last things, sign off, and to do the whole spiel that I do at the end of streams where I say, this is when the next time I'll be streaming. Look at the calendar. Ooh, look at the calendar. Lovely calendar. I think we have time. I mean, I don't know how hard the last levels are, but I think this is cool. I also think this is the nicest version of this level that there's been. I say the nicest. There's maybe better remixes of this. But without the pick-a-pipe that was inherent to the original version, we can just sort of charge forward and go through the correct pipes, I hope. This is just, they just have the right way, right? Yes. There's no pick-a-pipe, there's no having to know the way forward. I will say, it's worth noting. I did, you know, this whole stream has been part of a whole series of streams over the last 4 years, where every year I tried to beat as many 2D Marios as I could in one stream. Of course, that included Mario Maker 1, or Mario Brothers 1, which was like the first year, I believe, was like year 1. I think, honestly, we could consider this the end. But there is one more world. Folks, it's the last world of the sample courses. And it's the NWC series, which I believe... Well, actually, this one looks pretty easy, pretty trivial. I think some of these might be trouble. I think, like, these ones might be the best levels that they ever made internally, and might be the most, level-like. And, the most... devilish? I don't know. Certainly those, okay. Certainly those, give us a little bit of pause and make us go, okay, well, we can't just do what we want to do. Probably, shortcut. Well, of course, it's the pipe right before the flames. In this case, the first one is a 1-1 puzzle level, where the subworld and the overworld are set up exactly the same? Not exactly the same. They're, different in, devilish ways. Okay. Doesn't seem super hard. Doesn't seem super hard, other than the fact that it's not giving us a mushroom. Okay. Okay. These will be the last levels, by the way. This last world. It's all down to this. We are in the 11-hour mark. I mean, I could check where we are as far as the VOD goes in a second. Okay, these guys are really inconveniently placed. God damn it. These guys spawned weird. These might be the hardest levels of the sample levels and the most challenging of them. So let's try our best, and there we go. We got them all to spawn at the same time, so now we can jump across them at the same time. That's a quirk of Mario Maker, you know, depending on like when enemies spawn, the patterns can be bad. And this was one of the best levels that they had, from the people making Mario Maker before Mario Maker was out, and it has a issue like that. I don't know if that's kind of a weird oversight. I think that it would be cool if there weren't weird oversights. Also, this thing is awkward. You gotta like jump. Oh, I see. Fuck. This is definitely the most challenging level we've seen so far. Wonder if there's a way over the fire bars here. No, you can't do a high jump, and there's no way to get any sort of verticality there. It's not like a dev pipe or nothing. Okay, they all spawned at once. That's really important to get them all to spawn at once. No awkward timing or anything. Oh, maybe what we need to do is like jump from here, actually. That's what you're supposed to do, rather than doing a weird awkward turnaround. Okay, that's not so weird. That's not so unusual. I do think it was a good idea to put them as a separate point at a separate timestamp. They are worth shouting out like that, because they are worth separating like that, because I think we got some real challenges on our hand for the final sprint, for the final bit, for the final section. Let's see. The VOD right now just hit 11 hours on the dot. So yeah, we have like an hour to do these next 3 levels. That'll be plenty. That'll be plenty. Because they don't have checkpoints, this cannot be harder than, like, you know, the hardest thing in Mario Maker 2. Plenty of time. Really, I'd like to do them in like a half-hour tops, and then, I'd like to do them in a half-hour tops, and then, you know, have plenty of time to give sign-off and, do all the vamping that I do when I'm ending a stream. One hour for 16 worlds worth, and then another hour for the next. I think that's a fair distribution, and I'm happy with it. This one, that is going pretty smoothly. These are more level-like. These are more elaborate, but they are also a little bit Timmy-ish, you know? A little bit Timmy-ish, a little bit like halfway between Little Timmy and like Giant Bomb level. I like the Giant Bomb level. It's a fun series of troll-type challenges. Don't get me wrong. I don't mean to disparage. I'm not saying bad thing about it. Let me be clear. But it is not quite traditional, and I'm sure they would even agree, and more just a comedy level. Comedy level slash just a variety level, which I guess that's an approach. I guess that's a type of level people can make. Having just a variety of things. Personally, I tend to subscribe to a level should be like a tight, coordinated, you know, building up ideas. You know, Game Maker's Toolkits has done a number of videos about, like, you know, you want to have an idea, you want to flesh it out. Personally, I believe that a good level... I believe that a good level has more than one idea, let me say. Like, if any of my levels that I do, I try to come up with, like, 4 or 5 different little things that work, and then interplay them, mix them up to my satisfaction, and eventually, you know, they end up pretty nice and good. I end up with something that feels good and that I can work with. Okay, I think this isn't like a do every path level. This is a Well, actually, these are different rooms, and you have to do them... Maybe this is like a Metroidvania-type level. Or maybe it's like a prank level. That those guys would fall on us if we didn't dilly-dally. 2 is a wrong door. I fell through the floor. Yeah, this is definitely shades of Giant Bomb level. This is definitely closer to Giant Bomb level than like anything in the campaign thus far, which is cool. It's surprises around every turn, and I appreciate that. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Again, if ever I say Giant Bomb level and Little Timmy level in the same breath, it's because those genres are pretty close together. Because, you know, the way that they are. I'm not trying to disparage. I'm not trying to be rude. Fuck you! That room was bad. That room was not a good room. Oh, this is how this room is supposed to go. You're supposed to, go through it, get a, get chased by, this is just a genuinely good, I'll say, you know, this is just a genuinely good semi-troll level. This is just a genuinely good semi-troll. Like, it's not quite full troll, it's more level-like than your average troll level, but it has its funny moments, it has its, surprises. Yeah, this is good. I like this, and this is a fitting way to end after, you know, a whole super world of, or a whole... All these have been more tech demo, whereas this is like more of a vision of like what Mario Maker 1 would become with time, and a bit of devilishness. A bit of a flair for the unexpected, and, you know, whatever. I think this is it. I think we've done it. We, just got one more of... Well, you know what? It doesn't look like I failed. It looks like I can keep going, and, I think we've just about done it. Oh, fire. That's a good sign. And the ending's right there. Okay, Bowser's just there for fun. He's not actually in the way. We don't actually have to say hello to him. Wonderful. Yeah, we're finishing this, folks. Unless this one is like an hour of difficulty long. This does look long. This does look challenging. This might be like the earliest vision of like what a challenge level could look like. I mean, I say that it's giving out mushrooms. It's not exactly peak evil. It's not exactly like you know, what you will see in the SGDQ race later this week. You know, what we will all see, what I will see. It's not like those races have been in the past. It's not that difficulty level. Instead, it's kind of nice. I bet some of these are reset pipes. This is a... I've seen levels just like this all the time, and this one is, on average, a lot nicer than those, I would say. I've seen levels like this that send you back to the very start the instant you fall off, anywhere. You know, I've seen levels like this that don't have a single power-up. I feel like I'm talking about one level in particular. This sticks in my memory that I never beat. I think, was that Paul's level? I think that was Paul's level. Paul, I just call him Paul. I don't remember Paul's last, if Paul is just Paul or what. Oh, Jesus. Okay, well, the lack of checkpoint isn't good. That isn't great. I'll say that much. I'm not happy about, that part of it. We got it. We're good. We are going to be well within time and well within the limits of a YouTube VOD. I will end the stream, I will take a night. I will relax for a bit. Then I will fashion up a thumbnail and timestamps for all this, and then I will relax and go to sleep and maybe watch some anime before then. Probably just go to sleep. Or prioritize like a few. I don't think I can do all. If I do all the anime that came out today before bed, I'll be up until like 8 a.m. I'm pretty sure. I should probably just relax and go. It's much easier when you go in the hole right away. This is a little bit awkward when you wait, it turns out. And perfectly good when you just jam it and you don't even stop and you don't even think. Now we have a Yoshi, so we have infinite lives, basically. Infinite, dudes. You think we need the P-switch here? No, that's just infinite because you might not get your Yoshi during that. Fuck. I gotta abandon Yoshi for this. So I do need Yoshi to come with me. It'd be cool if something were to freeze these things in place. If there was if like P-switches would do that or something. That'd be cool. That's fucking... Fuck you. This is the last level of Mario Maker 1 Story Mode. I like how the blue platforms are off camera while you're trying to jump to them, and you just have to go off the indicators. That's great. That's Mario Maker 1's vertical camera for you. Not great. Kind of a booty camera. They fixed that in 2. One thing that I don't think people realize they fixed in 2. The camera. They fixed it. It's better now. In so many little ways. A multitude of ways. I have no choice but to take that. And also we're at the end, so whatever. Give me this. I need that. And then I need to jump on the... I'm just gonna get that. Give me a bullet bill. Fuck you. Give me that bullet bill and we're done. Give me that bullet bill. Oh, just jump over me. That also will do it. We're done. That's it. That's all of them. That's all the Mario Maker 1. The sample levels. And also previously, we did Mario Maker 2 Story Mode and Mario Maker 3DS Challenge situation. We did Mario Maker 2, then 3DS, and then this. And, well, I should give final thoughts before we leave Mario Maker 1 and we end the stream. Here's the final thoughts on Mario Maker 1. It's a goddamn good game that was very much, I believe, genre-defining. Like, goddamn, I think that it made a maker out of me. It was my favorite hobby when it first came out. I loved making all the levels that I made, and as a set of creation tools, it is impeccable. Having the touchscreen is something that, honestly, we've all kind of low-key missed, even if we've gotten used to the alternative and you know, not being able to use touchscreen stuff. Even if we've gotten used to that, it was probably the best way, and I feel like less people burned out and more people went the distance. More people probably played Mario Maker 2, and I think overall, long-term, probably more people did end up getting into Mario Maker 2, but I also heard a lot of people bounce off it because of the touchscreen stuff, because of this or that, or maybe they... I'll say, making is a creative process, and you can burn out just as much as you can burn out on anything else. So, you know, I feel like a lot of people just burnt out, and, yeah. I guess I should say something about all these levels. They're fine. They're a little short. They're a little bit tech demo-y. They're a little bit like, oh, here's something you could do. And they don't really expand into a full level and show you what a full level could be like. I mean, I do think part of that is the fact that checkpoints did not exist. And without checkpoints, I feel like a full-length traditional level is a little bit sketchy, is a little bit too much, is a little bit is a little bit like, you really need a checkpoint in the middle if you're going to make a 2-minute level. You really need like 1 minute gameplay and then checkpoint and then another minute gameplay. And as a result, without checkpoints, a good reasonable level maxes out at about a minute, and you can go longer if you are getting crazy with it, with some of these later levels did, definitely, which was fun, I gotta say, and challenging as a good change of pace, but I really did enjoy, honestly, after all the other Mario Maker campaigns, the breath of fresh air, the straightforwardness that was the campaign, the sample courses as they are. And that's a wrap on Mario Maker, this all-star Mario Maker stream. That's a fucking wrap. I'm going to turn down the volume a little bit, just because it's time to do sign-offs. It's time to end. What's the final time? How long have we been going? 11 hours, 14 minutes. As far as the VOD is concerned. As far as the live stream, we just hit 12 hours without taking out the breaks and the starting up and the time it took to set up and change games. God damn, it's been a long day. It's been a long stream, and I hope y'all enjoyed enough of it, some of it. Hope y'all had a good time. Hope I hope I made a good first impression for those that came off the Panga raid. I'm gonna make myself all nice and big now because it's time to sign off, and that means it's time to pull up the old schedule. Hey, it's the regular schedule. Right now, for next week, it's gonna be pretty chill. Monday, I will do DK64, 101%. Next week, I'm hoping, I'm currently, I've gotten everything other than some island golden bananas, caves, and castle. I've gotten caves, beetle race. That's the only thing we've done in caves so far. Got that out of the way. Took like an hour of trying. So I kind of think that everything left should be pretty straightforward. Should be pretty doable. I know there is a beaver bother left because I've only seen one. Was somehow able to first try it, so maybe the second beaver bother will be also pretty reasonable. My lips are very chapped, it looks like. Please excuse my very chapped lips. Dehydration, apparently, does that to you over the course of a 12-hour stream. I've been drinking water a little bit here and there, but talking. After that, there will be no streams for the rest of the week until Friday, which usually will be at 6 p.m. Central, but this week I'm thinking it'll be a little bit delayed due to the Mario Maker 2 SGDQ race. I'm going to do it after that, so probably like 7:30, maybe 8 o'clock at latest. It's going to be a later stream than we're used to, but, all I'll have to talk about during that stream, other than playing the game, would be riding Tormenta for the first time, like 24 new anime, maybe. I don't know how many anime are coming out this week, but there's like a dozen today, so do the math, how many there'll be in the week. And, whatever else happens between now and then. Fun! I'm looking forward to that as I look forward to every stream that I do. Though this one was obviously the one to look forward to. This stream went really well. And, Mario Maker viewer levels, next Friday. Probably later than usual. After that, there's a bunch of stuff coming. We can see on the calendar here what specific stuff is coming. We can see the 2 Donkey Kong 64 101% streams I'm expecting to do. Then after that, a bunch of new games like Densha Tech, Splatoon Raiders, and Truck Kun is supporting me from Another World. We'll have launch night streams of all those, plus a DK challenge stream on Saturday the 19th. And also a random revisit to Rugrats, Scavenger Hunt on the 21st. That's an N64 game that I played as a kid, and I'm curious if it is, interesting to look at as an adult. Man, we'll see. I think that'll be fun at least. That'll be interesting, in a word. Then, after 2 weeks after DK64 ends, we'll be getting back to Sonic 06 with the second part of Sonic 06, Shadow the Hedgehog's part of Sonic 06. I'm not sure how long that'll last, but after that I'll probably be busy trying to go to Cedar Point, so I expect to finish that before Cedar Point, and we'll see when further parts will be in the future. Alright, that was a fitting ending to the All-Star stream. That was a real fitting ending to the All-Star streams that I've done for the last 4 years. Like I said, you know, it started 3 years ago now with 8 in one stream, and a lot more hot dogs during that stream than this stream, let me say. That gimmick has fallen away over the years. 4 more the following year, 5 more the following year, including some that I had to put in there to flesh it out. And finally, the ones that I barely thought really should count, the Mario Maker ones, which turned out to be kind of the best of the bunch. I kind of didn't expect 3DS to have... I didn't know 3DS had a campaign like that. I also didn't know that, I didn't think that the Mario Maker one would be that interesting, but they all were, and I think this might be my favorite of the lot. I think this might be my favorite of the set, and now it's over, and there won't be one of these again. There's not more 2D Marios to do. They're all done. They'd have to come up with new ones, or we'd have to do Yoshi's Island 2 and DS, and those suck ass, so let's not do those. They're boring. And even if I did Yoshi's Island and Yoshi's Story, those are good, and I'm okay with doing good games, provided they're shorts, or at the very least I can do them first. And I don't have any short Mario games I can do in that way. You left. It's this... I can't fill a stream anymore. I can't book any. The max I can do is probably 2, and even that would be pressing it. Next year will be something different, or nothing at all. I don't know. Maybe I'll do something 4th of July on the 4th of July next year. Wouldn't that be nice? Anyway, that's gonna do it, folks. Let me, send the Twitch people somewhere. I've now given all my sign-offs, and I've now said all the places that you... all when I will be, here next. Let me send a raid somewhere and see who's online. Thank you, Panga, again for the raid, like 6 hours ago. That was lovely. Biggest raid I've seen on my channel since Dan Reichert and Kayla. I forget if those were as big. Wait, Panga is streaming Overwatch again? Panga raided here and then went back online? Well, why don't I just send you back to Panga? Where back you came from? I'm sending you back to Panga, where you came from. Okay, cool. Whatever. I guess Panga streams multiple times in a day. I wouldn't. I couldn't. Well, maybe if there's like a Nintendo Direct or something. But, that's not how I typically do. I guess it's worth noting I'm not, like, trying to be full-time on this or nothing, so maybe that all makes sense. Okay, folks. Take it easy. Have a good night. Give your love to the VOD and to the short-form content, if you please. I will see y'all on Monday for Donkey Kong 64. I will see y'all on Friday for Mario Maker 2 viewer levels, the main thing that I do on this channel, Mario Maker-wise. And I will see y'all various times in the future for various more streams as time goes on. Good night, good night, good night. I'll see ya on Monday, Friday, various times in the future. Good night, goodbye, goodbye. Later. Happy 4th of July.